Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me. Take a little trip, take a little trip and see. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me.
It's 6:47 in the morning here. Yo. Alright, I'm a little late, man. Hey, it's because of Simon. I have things to do with Simon. There's a schedule here. If I have to abide by it, or he'll, I don't know, he won't know what's going on. He's got to eat at a certain time. He's got to do his medicine at a certain time. Cats are very timely. They want stuff done the same time every day, and if you don't do that, everything gets screwed up. Y'all know me, man. I'm one to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning if I have to for a Washington, D.C. stream, even if I am flared up as I am right now. I'm having one of the worst flare-ups I've had, and I don't know, dude, a long time, maybe years, maybe since I had COVID. I mean, this is a different one, dude. It sounds like I'm drunk right now, probably, because my tongue, I can't talk, dude. Right? It hurts. Well, I'm here. Okay, we're doing this. Simon is fuck. All right. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a great day so far. We're gonna get right into it, and then I'm probably gonna recap a little bit because there was somebody from yesterday that we didn't really get a chance to watch. A little peppier. I'm just trying to be positive, dude. Just be honest. Don't put too much on it. It's I feel like screaming right now. Okay, I love you guys though. We're doing this for the people. Okay, I'm going. I'm doing it. We're here. Did I do everything else right, dude? I tried to set everything up the night before. Almost everything. I can't do everything the night before, but I tried to do most of it. If something is missing or I forgot something, please let me know, because I really don't know, because I did this all out of order. I usually have a routine. I do it all in the morning. I do it all in a certain blah, 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 like an astronaut. Well, last night I did half of my astronaut checklist, and then I continued it this morning, which is something I never do. So if something's wrong, please let me know. I don't know. Thanks. Okay. Quick a day. Thanks for being here. Ted Thomas, first one. 2 people here. 2 people showed up. Thank you for showing up, because at least it made it. Oh no, I got my checklist. I got a certain. I got a thing I do. For when I go live. See, I restream on this service here called Restream, and what I do, in case anybody fucking curious, nobody's curious, but in case you are, see, whenever, here's all the streams I got going: D-Live, Kick, Rumble, Twitch, Africa TV, which gave me a problem this morning. That's why it took me a little longer to switch screens. It wasn't starting. Hey, what's up, Twitter? At 13 people. Dude, we had 800 something views on Twitter yesterday, so it popped off kind of. They just don't say anything. Thank you, Twitter. I love you, Elon. Have my baby. We got Facebook. Hey, somebody on Facebook. Shout out to you, man. And YouTube. So what I do is, whenever I think I'm done with everything, I just look at these. I'll go D-Live. Oh, check. Did everything with that. Kick. Check. All right. Rumble. Check. I look at the things. I have to do multiple things for each platform before it's ready. So not that you care, but somebody fucking cares, man, because god dang it, please care. Oh, all right. I check. I go down though whenever I think I'm done, and then I kind of mentally think of everything I have to do for that platform and make sure that I've done it all. I didn't used to do that, and I'd screw up all the time. Well, here we are. I don't screw up as much now. That's my checklist. You ready? First one here.
Would you please come forward?
It's going to be at 1.5 times speed for roughly an hour. I'm sorry. It's going to take that long for us to catch up. It would take 40.
Mr. Smesta.
How we say your name for the record, please?
Janelle Duxbury.
No longer an hour. An hour and like 10 minutes.
What do you do for a living, Janelle?
I work at a factory.
What town do you live in?
St. Croix Falls.
I could put in double time, and it'll only take 45 minutes. Let's see if y'all can handle that.
30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you part of the Carlson family group that was tubing down the Apple River on that day?
I was.
Are you related to the Carlsons?
No.
A friend of the family?
Yes.
Let me know if this is too fast.
Second.
I'll slow it down.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 26A.
Everybody, I had somebody forgot.
Tell us what it is.
It's a photo of all of us today.
So,
All right, and are you in this picture?
I am.
so man, getting here early. Thank you so much.
I am not drinking.
Okay, fair to say you did have some drinks that day, though?
I did.
Can you tell us what you had to drink?
We had stopped at a riverbank. I got
Oh, plus I might be a little more peppy because I actually have purpose today. You know, usually I get on here and I'm like, whoop, here I am. Here's the news. Nobody really cares. You can look it up yourself. But dude, I have a semi-purpose, so I feel happy to be alive a little bit more. Thanks for giving me purpose, y'all. I'm serious. That's real. That's real right there.
to order Scotch schnapps, and then I had.
Y'all remember how much peppy I was during like People's Convoy and all that? Because I had purpose. And I wasn't in so much debt at the time, probably, but whatever.
We had stopped at a riverbank. I got offered a shot of order Scotch schnapps, and then I had, I believe it was a Truly's or Budweiser. Actually, it was probably both. I cannot remember exactly what I drank.
You know how many drinks you had?
For sure, one shot and probably a total of one beer. I had been trying different flavors of everybody else's, but I never finished the full beer of my own.
Do you feel like you were impaired that day?
No.
All right. At some point, while your group was going down the river, did you come across a disturbance of some sort?
We did.
What did you see when you first noticed the disturbance?
I was laying back in my inner tube and I was taking a little nap, and all of a sudden my friend Riley had tapped me on the shoulder saying, "Hey, let's go check it out." So I got up and I followed behind her. I could hear a lot of commotion, but I could not make out distinctive voices or what they were saying or anything. And yeah, that's how it started.
When you followed Riley over, did you hear any specific words or phrases?
I did not hear anything specific.
It was fair to say there was some yelling going on.
Oh, for sure, yes.
Did you see Madison Cohen when that occurred?
I did. She was already up there by the
What
time I had gotten there.
was Madison Cohen doing?
I actually did hear Maddie yelling, swearing at the gentleman and telling him to get the F out of here.
Okay, which gentleman was that? Who was she yelling at?
Oh, it was Nicolae Miu.
All right. At the time, did you know who he was?
I did not.
You know now?
Yes.
Did you see Maddie yelling at Mr. Miu?
Yes.
You heard it?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Miu react in some fashion?
At first he was just standing there kind of like looking at everybody, and then I could not see his hand punch her, but I could see like his left shoulder had dropped like a little bit, and then I could see, I believe maybe it was part of his elbow because Maddie was impairing my view of everything. But I had seen the right side of her face turn towards me, and she kind of stumbled down and got back up and then walked away.
Did you see Mr. Miu's hand or fist make contact with Maddie's face?
I did not see it make contact, no.
Did you saw the action?
Yes.
Hey, one quick question. Should I leave? Right now, the chat is desynced. This is like for stuff that's happening 42 minutes from now. I got it on double time. We'll catch up in 42 minutes if I start it ASAP. Should I leave their chat up even though it's not synced? It's kind of like, I don't know. It's not really matching up with what we're watching. Or I can take it off and then put it back on once we're synced. What do you think?
After Mr. Miu did whatever he did to Maddie, what happened next?
A lot of chaos and yelling broke out. I remember seeing Dante run up immediately and punch him in the face, yelling, "You never hit a woman." I saw Nicolae punch Dante back.
Matters because
Then I believe
all this is being taken out of context. It doesn't match up. Usually, I like it to match with this. Like these people are commenting on something that's happening 40-something minutes from now.
Dante hit Nicolae once more. I thought it was a punch, but I did watch the video and later found out that he was smacking him.
All right. Whereabouts were you standing when that all occurred? When Dante hit Mr. Miu?
I was a little ways behind Riley. I don't know any of the boys in the group that I was standing next to, but I was standing back a little ways.
Right.
To the back and to the right of Maddie and Riley, a little ways.
Did you see AJ Martin get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Dante get stabbed?
Yes, somebody's watching. I'm
Do you
gonna
know
turn
what
chat
he
off for now.
I know of him now, but no, I did not know him.
All right. At the time, did you see Isaac Schuman get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Riley Madison get stabbed?
I did.
All right. Can you describe what happened when you saw Riley get stabbed?
She had backed up away from the commotion a little bit, and I had seen Nicolae walk up to him, and then he came and I thought it was like a little punch towards her ribs, and until he had removed his hand, I saw the knife come out of my friend's side.
All right. Can you describe the knife?
It was no more than like 2 inches. It was very small.
Right.
All I could see.
And just so I understand, you didn't see the knife until he removed it from her body?
Correct.
What did he do after he stabbed Riley?
I didn't pay too much attention to him after he did that. I was a little preoccupied in trying to grab her and remove her from the situation. I did take one last look at him. It looked like he was coming towards me, so
I'll leave it on.
Riley.
All right. Render assistance to Riley?
Yes, I did. I got her back to Q and Sheena and told them to take her downriver and get help. And then when I turned back around, I had seen Tony standing next to AJ, so I ran up to them and I helped Tony drag AJ to the shore. Tried to make sure that they were as okay as they could be before I went to try to go help as much as I could.
Did you see Tony get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see that he was injured when you?
I did.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. We're going to start at 28:59. Your Honor, I guess I'll caution there are some graphic portions of the string I'm going to play, so just fair warning to everybody. There's people in the court who want to leave or whatever.
Thank you for alerting everyone to that fact.
All right, now I'm showing you still frame 28:59 from the video. Who's the woman up in the upper left corner with the blue and pink swimsuit?
That is Riley Madison.
All right, in this picture, is she bleeding? Yes.
No, it does not appear to be so.
Who's the person in the middle?
Nicolae?
Let's go forward. Stop. All right, we're showing you photo 28:59. Who's the woman in the black swimsuit up in the upper right corner?
That is me.
Is that where you were standing when this all occurred?
Yes.
Pardon me, Judge, it was 28:71. In this frame, is Riley off to your right,
Yes, she is.
behind Mr. Miu?
Yes.
All right. At the time that Mr. Miu stabbed Riley, had she done anything to him in this context?
From what I remember seeing, no, I would have sworn that she did not touch him, but after seeing the footage, I saw that she did.
Well, I'm talking about this portion of the...
I would not be able to pinpoint if that was before or after she was...
All right, we're going to continue to play the skills here.
Okay.
All right, we're going to scroll forward here. Stop. We're showing you 2926. Is that you still in the frame?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking at Mr. Miu?
I believe so. It looks like I am, yes.
Did you notice anything in his right hand?
At that time, no, I did not.
You see his right hand? Did you see his right hand moving out like?
I did. I did.
Sustained. What's shown in the picture? Did you see that happen as far as Mr. Miu's hand?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What you see in this still, is that what you saw in the river at this point in time?
Oh, yes.
With regard to Mr. Miu's body?
Yes.
Scroll forward. Stop. We're showing still 2947. At this point, is Riley back in the frame?
Yes, she is.
What does she look like? Is she injured?
Yes. She just got stabbed.
All right, and that's my question. Is this the point in the video where you saw Mr. Miu stab Riley Madison?
Yes.
And you're standing how far away?
What would that be, about 4 or 5 feet?
All right, and as you watched the stills go through, well, let's strike that. Is Riley facing away from him?
Yes, she is.
Prior to Riley being stabbed at this point in time, was she laying any hands on him?
That I remembered had seen, no, I did not.
Hey, Patty. Patty's here.
You had testified that at one point you do remember seeing you testified that when you reviewed the video, you saw at one point Riley touching Mr. Miu.
I did.
Was it at that point or at some earlier point?
It was earlier.
After, let's strike that. You answered that. We're going to continue to scroll through from where we stopped. And we're stopped at 3024. Did you watch that string of frames?
I did.
Did you see yourself in that string?
I did.
What were you doing?
Judge, can I approach you? Yes. Let's continue. Excuse me, let's continue.
Did that string of frames show what you did after she was stabbed?
Yeah, you can briefly see me grab her arm and try to get her out.
All right. After this all happened, did you call for help?
It was after I had turned and told Riley to go to Q and Tashina. After I turned around and saw AJ, I ran up to him, and I was helping kind of hold him together. And I had looked at Gabby, Kay, and I had yelled 3 times to call the police. I did not have a phone on me that day.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Shopson. Ms. Duxbury, in terms of you watched the video in preparation for your testimony?
Correct.
Okay. What I'm going to ask is that you tried your best to testify from your memory.
Understood.
Okay. And do you recall, so I guess I'll ask it this way. Initially, you said that you were kind of laying in your tube with your head back, just kind of relaxed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you provided a statement to the police on the 31st of July 2022, right?
I screwed up.
I believe it was. I provided 2 of them, and I thought they were the same day, the 30th, but I did provide a statement, correct.
Okay. And
He left a lot
do you recall
today.
initially when you're sitting on the tubes, you're near Quentin Carlson, is that true? When you guys are all kind of floating down the tubes?
I honestly don't remember who all I was really sitting next to. I remember I was sitting next to Riley and my husband at the time, but I really don't remember who I was right next to.
I guess my point is, Quentin Carlson's in your group.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. Do you recall him asking Dante and Anthony to go over to make sure that Mr. Miu's not going to get beat up?
I do not.
Okay. Your first recollection is, if this is fair, is Riley saying, let's check it out.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Right. And you tell police on the 31st that your first recollection is Dante running up to the suspect and standing between him and the other people. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Is that your memory today?
Yes.
Okay, so Dante, your memory is Dante's the first one out up to the group of other tubers, right?
Yes.
Right. And then you believe, based on your statement, that you, Madison, and Riley then followed Dante.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I wasn't too familiar with Madison at the time. I had only met her maybe like twice.
Okay, but my point.
Yes.
My point is, your recollection is Dante goes up first, then the 3 of you follow him, right?
Yes.
And I think you hear somebody yell for Anthony Carlson to come up as well, right?
Yes, there were several people that were yelling for Tony to get up there.
All right. And the goal, according to your statement, was to build a wall, right?
Correct.
Okay. You have no idea what's happening, do you?
Not a clue.
Okay. And you say that Dante runs up to Mr. Miu. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, does he have any information as to what's happening?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. And you're going to build a wall without having any information as to what's happening in that situation, right?
Correct.
And you don't hear anybody yelling anything prior to you going up to build that wall, right?
I could hear the commotion, but I could not make out distinct words.
Okay. And you don't know if Mr. Miu is with any other group, do you?
I do not.
Okay. You see him alone, though, right?
What appeared to be incorrect.
Okay. And you say that, today you say Maddie goes up and is yelling at him, right?
Correct.
And is that what you remember telling the police?
I guess I honestly don't know if I had told him that or not.
You go up to build a wall. Why?
Because there was a very clear confrontation between the group of children and then Nicolae, so at least to divide the conflict was at least my idea.
So you believe at that point there was a confrontation that was taking place, is that right?
Correct.
Right. And you hear Maddie yelling at him, is that right?
I do. Yes.
And you hear she's swearing at him, true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your statement, you initially said that Maddie went up there to, quote, try to mellow things out. You recall that?
I did not remember using those choice of words, but
I told you that your interview with Investigator Schultz is recorded, and on that interview, those are the words that you used. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
Oh, no.
Okay. So when you say, or when you told Investigator Schultz that Maddie went up there to try to mellow things out, is that true?
I had to have said that. That's true, yes.
I understand that you said that. Then. Do you believe that's what she was doing, was mellowing things out?
No.
She was yelling at him, swearing at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall her pointing at him to go down the river?
I recall her pointing beyond him, but yes, she was pointing and gesturing.
And yelling, go,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you took that, if this is fair, as her telling him where she's pointing, go that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you say that you believe there's a confrontation that's going on, right?
Correct.
Do you recall after Maddie, let me ask you this, do you see Mr. Miu attempting to speak to Maddie about what's happening?
I do not. Like I said, I really couldn't see much. I'm vertically challenged in everybody. I couldn't see past people's heads and shoulders even, so.
Tell me about that for a minute. I missed the first, your what channel?
I'm vertically challenged. I'm short. I couldn't see everything.
Right.
Sorry.
So your height, or lack thereof, it makes it sometimes difficult for you to see things.
Yeah, I couldn't see past people's shoulders or heads or anything.
Okay. And do you see these other troopers, the people that you are saying he's in a confrontation with, Mr. Miu, do you see them after Maddie's there and you guys are there? Do you see them kind of surround him and start to taunt him? Check your term surrounds.
I did not notice that. I did definitely notice like it did seem to be a little taunting, yes.
Okay, and the taunting was going on by the other troopers in part, right?
Correct.
But you don't have a recollection specifically of what they were doing in terms of the taunting?
No, I heard some people still yelling. It sounded like some laughter, but it wasn't necessarily distinct. And that was by the time that we had actually gotten up there.
Right, so when you get up there, then is when you can probably see a little better and hear a little better, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the confrontation, you agree that it is this group of 6 plus your group, yes? Together?
Yes.
And Mr. Miu's alone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, is it fair to say that you have some concern, because Mr. Miu's alone, that this confrontation can go poorly for him, right?
Oh, I still had concern it could go poorly for either party. But I see what you're saying, and yes, he was a part of the concern.
Okay. And to be fair, part of that is based on him being by himself, true?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that Maddie was in Mr. Miu's space? You agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay. She was in his, as it's been described, in his personal space, true?
True.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. When you see Mr. Miu make contact with Maddie, I know that you had said that it was, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you remember specifically, you said he dropped a shoulder, right? You mentioned that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see specifically what happens?
I could not see, but putting puzzle pieces together, yes, I could tell that he had punched her.
Okay, so you didn't see the punch, you just believe based on reasoning that that's what happened?
Yes.
Okay. When that happens, she's standing in front of him, right?
Correct.
She's standing in his face, correct?
Correct.
She's in his personal space, correct?
Correct.
And do you remember Riley standing next to her?
I honestly do not. I thought I was like right behind her the entire time.
When you say her, I'm sorry.
Riley, I thought Riley was like right in front of me the entire time. I did not remember Riley being so close.
Okay, but having watched the video now, you know that your recollection from your memory isn't correct.
That is correct.
All right. So now do you know that Riley's standing next to Madison?
I do.
Okay. And you don't see this punch in particular or this movement, but you see you see Madison do what?
She had, again, her back was facing me, and then all of a sudden I saw her turn, but it was leading with her head. So her head had turned, so I saw the right side of her face, and then her body had followed, and then she had stumbled down to her knees, and she got back up and then started running. I believe it was her and Gabby that started running back to Q and Sheena.
You described Mr. Miu in your original statement to Investigator Schultz, you described him as standing over her. Remember that?
Yeah.
After you say she goes down.
Yeah, I would still stand by that.
So you would say that you see her head move, she goes down to a knee or goes down. Does he move toward her?
Oh, I wouldn't say he necessarily moved towards her, but he definitely just stood above her.
And how?
So I was just gonna say, she didn't get like launched. She literally just kind of did like a little 180 and fell down right where she was standing.
Okay. If you remember, I'll ask it to you 2 ways. From your memory, do you remember that she was holding a drink at the time?
I know that she was holding stuff, but I could not tell you what she was holding.
Okay. And how long, in terms of time, passes from, this is your memory, how long passes from the time that you see her make her movement and go down until Dante gets involved?
Oh, that was like a second.
Okay. And
Dude, all right, anybody missed it? The bitch didn't go down, man. She had a fucking beer in her hand the whole time. It never spilled. There was no second. There was like a split. She would have had to have gotten down and gotten back up in a split second. Now, why didn't this bitch take her fucking lip rings out of her face before this, as well as all these gaudy ass bullshit silver rings she's got on her hand? What is that? They're all skulls and shit. What the fuck? All right, goth wannabe. What are you doing?
Do you agree on the, you watched the video?
Yes.
Do you agree on the video, it doesn't show Madison falling down or going down, right?
No, I would agree with that.
And you agree that what you see on the video, she doesn't drop her drink either, right?
No, I would agree with that.
Okay, and she's holding, I don't know if you remember this, she's holding not only a drink, but a vape in her hand as well, right?
Okay.
Okay. Those things don't fall, right?
Correct.
Even though she falls, they stay in her hand, right?
Correct.
And her cell phone, do you remember her cell phone is like up in her swimsuit?
I don't recall, but I'm not surprised.
Okay. And do you remember on the video, her cell phone doesn't fall either, right?
Nothing
I don't
falls.
believe so, no.
Okay.
She doesn't fall, does she? Well, I am
Do you,
cunt.
do you ever see her being Madison? Do you ever see her stop and pick up her sunglasses?
No, that wasn't anything that I could, no.
Prior to,
Okay, here's the thing, y'all. If you didn't know, this is another group that was on the side that came to supposedly help, but they popped it off. If they wouldn't have come over, it probably wouldn't have happened. You know what I mean? Because here's another thing. They have to all be on the same page that he hit his friend first, or her, or the female first. Because if not, then they could be brought up on charges for attacking him out of nowhere for no reason and causing this whole thing. Maybe they could be somehow connected to the murder of this kid because they made it pop off. Who knows? I don't know. But so they all have a vested interest in making it look like he was the instigator, because they were actually the main instigators. They were much more drunk than he was. They own a bar. Like they were celebrating a birthday for the bar owner.
Madison getting in Mr. Miu's personal space and in his face. You don't see him being aggressive, true?
True.
Okay. He doesn't verbally say anything that you would describe as being aggressive, right?
Correct, he said nothing at all, but I heard.
Okay. And you don't see him doing anything physically that you would consider to be aggressive either, right?
Aggressive, no, but
Well,
the way he was
right?
standing there and just, it was a very expressionless, hollow, almost like a demonic look in his face. Like I don't know how else to describe it other than his eyes did not look human. Very daunting.
You would agree at that point there's approximately 13
Motherfuckers are random people are screaming at him that he's a rapist. How would you be looking at people at that point? Screaming at the top of their lungs that he's a raper in front of everybody that's on the river. How would you be looking at people? Especially when they come over and they're like, get out of here! Get out of here! I mean, you're going to look at him like, hey, buddy, how you doing? No, you're going to be like, bitch, who the fuck are you?
people around him, yes?
It had to have been somewhere around that number, correct?
Okay.
Bro. They're not putting themselves in his shoes at all, it seems.
Based on what you saw, I know that you said you didn't see Mr. Miu being aggressive or saying anything. Based on what you said he looked like, were you fearful of him?
Yes.
Okay.
They have to be fearful of him, too. For their case.
You then say that you see Dante strike Mr. Miu, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe from your memory that Mr. Miu goes down? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Miu stands back up?
Correct.
And then you believe that Mr. Miu punches Dante?
Correct.
Okay. Then you believe that Dante punched Mr. Miu again and knocked him into the water again, right?
Correct.
You know that's not true after watching the video, right?
I do.
So, can I ask you this? You had mentioned that you were fearful based on the way that Mr. Miu looked, right?
Correct.
And you would agree that at that point, you've already said there's 13 people around Mr. Miu, right? Mm-hmm. They're in his face, some of them.
I would.
Objection, Your Honor, is characterization of the evidence.
Again, members of the jury, you are the judges of the facts. Statements of the lawyers are not evidence. Rely on what the witness says, not what the lawyer is to say.
You've testified that at least Madison Coleman's in his face.
Correct.
She has people next to her and around her, right?
Correct.
They're clearly supporting her, right?
Correct.
He's alone.
Objection has been answered.
Overruled.
Yes.
Correct.
She's yelled at him, swore at him, and she's, as you say, she's screaming at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. Reasonable that he's in fear as well, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you see A.J. Martin come in after Mr. Miu is punched in the face? Do you see him shove Mr. Miu from behind?
I did not.
You didn't see that?
I did not see that.
You know after watching the video that's what happened, though, right?
I do know that, yes.
And you did or did not see when Mr. Martin, I know you said you didn't see Mr. Martin shove him. Did you see Dante come up and strike Mr. Miu in the face for the third time? Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Okay.
Dude,
You know from the video
am I
that's
the
true.
only one that's just noticing these sores on her face all over the place? That is not a telltale sign of trustworthiness, my friends. If you're one of those people, you might want to fix that. Or put some foundation on it before going to court.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by investigator Schultz.
You can't see. What do you mean you can't see? You can't see this sore, and there's some over here on this side of her face too?
When the suspect was stabbing people, what were those people doing? And your answer was nobody was touching him, right?
I believe that was my answer, correct, yes.
And you know that's not true though, right?
Obviously, yes.
You know from watching the video that everyone that we can see on the video that's injured had put their hands on Mr. Miu, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, characterization.
I'll say the same thing. Jury, you are the judges of the facts. What the lawyers say is not evidence. Listen to the witnesses.
You know
Hey,
that from
thank you
watching
for
the
being
video,
here, Patty.
I know that.
Thank you for being here, Patty, and everybody else who just now stepping in. I know I haven't said hi. Thanks. You know, we're trying to catch up 2 times speed. We'll be there in a second, and it'll all be good. I'm sorry. Love you guys.
What the lawyers say is not evidence. Listen to the witnesses.
right? You know that from watching the video, right?
I know that Tony did not touch him in a violent way, but that is correct.
Okay. And
30 minutes,
you
we
didn't put
called
your
it.
hands on him at all, right?
I did not.
And nothing happened to you, right?
The way he was looking at me and the way he was starting to step towards me, it is all speculation, but I was 1,000% sure I was going to get a knife in the back as I was running away with Riley.
Did you get a knife?
Obviously did not.
Did he touch you in any way?
No, he did not.
And you also agree that you told police that your group had formed kind of a semicircle around him. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you stand by that? True?
I do.
Okay. Did you, at the time you gave your
All
statement to
this.
police,
All
did you
this.
view Madison Cohen as kind of the peacekeeper here?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you said that she was there to mellow things out.
Like, again, that was just a very poor choice of words. But
And up here
but
too?
I remember saying that. Sorry.
Because it was actually the opposite, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This is materially covered. Has been answered.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Her hair looks kind of nasty.
Do you have a specific recollection of seeing Riley get stabbed from your memory?
I remember seeing the knife exiting her body.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection of what Riley was doing prior to that?
Prior to that,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, do you mean like moments before the knife entered? She was just standing there from my recollection.
You don't have a recollection of her moving toward Mr. Miu?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you do or do not have a recollection of seeing Isaac Schuman?
I do not know.
Okay. So and when you say you don't have a recollection of seeing the interaction that he had with Mr. Miu?
That is correct.
Okay.
Dude, I think she's a tweaker. Tweakers are known for picking their face all the time. And tweakers are known for living in rural Tennessee.
Just messed up. Do you have any more questions?
I don't, Your Honor.
All right. Now, Inspector, you may get up and leave. Please see the witness stand in the back. I'll tell you where to go next.
Rural Mid-South has a huge problem with
Where's the next
meth.
witness?
Recall Andrea Baldazo.
I know. I'm from
B?
Tennessee.
B-A-L-D-A-Z-O.
It's literally the only place I've seen someone making it. In the woods
Ms. Baldasso, would you please come forward?
with some used
There you go. Please face the clerk. Raise your right
used
hand. She will administer
Sudafed.
this.
It was a second run with it.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Andrea Baldazzo, B-A-L,
Put it on the river.
where we put in
At some point, as you're floating down the river, you become involved with an incident where some folks.
on the river's edge.
Did you know who that boy? By somebody else, you mean somebody else?
We can continue that for
Did you?
What the
maybe-
fuck?
a large cut. At first I thought he had been impaled on the set of roots and branches that were hanging down just prior to that. But then I looked and it was a slash mark, not an impale thing. It was a long and thin and clean cut
Where was it located on his body?
on his left chest, upper chest, kind of his ribs.
Right. So what?
I asked, I was doing compressions, and people were screaming and it was making me lose count, so I think I yelled out to somebody, shut up or stop screaming, so that I could count. There were other people around. I asked for somebody to get me anything that I could use as a chest seal, a Ziploc bag, anything to put over that wound. I didn't want any water or anything getting in there, but I looked down at Isaac and there was some vomit coming from his mouth at some point, so I asked the kid up front to turn his head, which he did, and the kid splashed some water, which got in his eyes, and I said, don't splash water in his face anymore. And it just continued forever. It felt like forever that we did compressions. I kept asking, where's the rig? Why isn't it here yet?
By rig, you mean? What do you mean?
Ambulance.
Do you have an idea now, consider how long you performed chest compressions on Isaac?
I said 45 minutes because I think I thought that's what it was, but somebody corrected me later that it wasn't. It felt like forever. I mean, we were going and going round after round. Other people were performing compressions. We were singing Baby Shark to keep people on the rhythm.
Or you were taking turns giving?
Yeah. And at some point, when somebody had taken over a round of compressions for me, I got up and went to check, walked just a few steps further down the river to check the other victim, but it looked to me like they were up and speaking and conscious, so I went back to Isaac because he was not.
Do you have experience dealing with trauma cases?
Yes.
At the hospital where you work, are you involved in trauma care?
I'm primarily a med-surg nurse, but I do float down to the emergency room and involved in code situations.
What's a med-surg nurse?
Med-surg, it's a medical surgical floor, so typically typically we have post-op patients, anybody from pancreatitis to just a little bit of everything.
Eventually, did law enforcement and EMTs arrive?
Yes.
Were you still with Isaac at that point?
Yes.
Was he taken off the river?
Yes,
Oh my God! Stop doing it
Did
with
you
your
see any
lips.
altercation prior to you giving care of Isaac?
I did not.
Have you had any other involvement in this case?
She's gonna trigger me in a second with the lip thing. Oh my God!
So when
Dude,
you
she's got a
your husband alerted
tick.
you that he thought there was some kind of party going on. You know whereabouts in the river you were?
So where Isaac was laying, just a little bit further, I guess if I'm looking at Isaac laying on the ground and the second person was a little further down, just a little further up where those roots and branches that I thought somebody had gotten stuck on.
Were you near the bend in the river in that location, if you remember?
I don't remember a bend. I mean, the whole thing is windy, so yeah, I mean, I could show you on a map or a picture.
You gotta drink every time she does that with her lips. You get alcohol poisoning.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 25A. We'll do this with the jury. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Can you tell us what it is?
the Apple River.
You started at River's Edge?
Correct. So we came down this way. I would have been right here. We came around.
Yeah, you discuss.
So we were floating this way, and I guess, yes, then we must have just come around a little bend because I'm guessing that copse of trees was right here. And so I was floating backwards, and it was on my right.
And you pointed at the area on the exhibit that says incident location?
Correct.
So your testimony, you're
Oh,
from
I'm sorry. Yes, this is that's the highway. So, yeah, this bend. I'm sorry.
Okay, this is the end down here, and this is the start, but you've been going this way. I know it's hard to see.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know which way the river goes. Oh, so yeah, so this is the start, and this is the exit.
Right.
Yeah, so we would have come down this way, and I would have been going backwards here, and it was on my right.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Tropsy?
I just have a couple questions for you, man. I think you said that you were tubing with your family, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and your husband was with you, is that right?
Correct.
And your group, or you and your husband and your children, your husband brought a knife, didn't he?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell us what was that for?
We bring paracord with us when we go tubing. So if we don't bring paracord, we'll use the twine at the river's edge, and we pull our tubes together to carry our coolers, our food, just kind of generally keep the group together because it's a bigger group when we go.
Okay.
And he uses the knife to cut that paracord. Apologies.
That's okay. And do you remember, or can you describe the knife that your husband had?
It was a flip one where you flip it open and it locks into place, and then you move the lever and it relocks.
Okay.
And it had a clip on it.
If I said to you it's kind of like a pocket knife that is closed, and then you can take the blade and you can open and lock the blade, is that fair?
Correct.
And only answer this if you know. Your husband followed you after you jumped off your tube to run over to see what was going on or to render aid, is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your husband pulled out his knife?
I don't.
Have you talked to your husband about the case or about the incident?
Previous, but we were asked not to speak about it later, so we didn't. But we've talked about it off and on over the years prior to this.
Okay. Do you know that your husband's knife was lost?
I did after.
Okay.
I found out after that it had been lost.
Bro, I've never seen anybody do that with their lips so much.
Do you know, well, I'll ask you this way. His knife was lost near the incident, right?
I don't know at what point it was lost.
Okay.
He's, I don't know.
Okay. Do you, your statement talks about that your husband picked up a snorkel. Did you see that?
I saw him pick it up, yes.
When he picked it up, did you see a confrontation happen then?
When he picked it up?
Or shortly thereafter? When I say confrontation, did you see
I'm not
people
even looking
starting
anymore.
to yell or confront your husband about picking that up?
No.
No? Okay. Did you see your husband give that snorkel to the police?
No, he picked it up out of the river after Isaac was going, and it was just like a clear white plastic mask. And then I don't know what he did with
Oh,
it.
they
afterwards.
found
I
it.
don't know if he dropped it. I don't know if he gave it to somebody.
Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mestad. Do you have any other questions?
That's pretty good.
All right, thank you, Ms. Balazo. You are excused. The witness coordinator in back will tell you where to go next. Everybody need a break?
Yes.
All right, so we'll just take a short 5-minute restroom break. Let's come back about 9:05.
Shoulder, we return you now to St. Croix County Circuit Court.
Oh, thank God that's over
Please be
with.
seated. We are back in session. 14 jurors are present. The attorneys are
I
present.
can't do that
We
with
are
my
ready to
lips
continue.
right now
Mr. Who's the
because
next
I'm
witness?
so flared up.
Anderson?
So that's not, it's really pissing me off. I can't even do that. It would hurt. Like, I can't do it. I can't even do it.
Please face the clerk.
It hurts too much. It rubs my sores all against my teeth.
Please have a seat in the witness
She's
chair.
showing off.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you state your first and last name for the record?
Terry Anderson,
And is Anderson Ian or Owen?
Eon.
And how are you employed?
I'm the Emergency Communications Manager for the county.
How long have you been in that role?
Since 2007,
And what are your duties?
managing the 911 center, making sure all the equipment operates, making sure it's staffed, and I shouldn't say controlling, but managing the audio logging of all the radio and phone audio.
So you're also the custodian of records there?
Correct.
And 911 calls, dispatch logs, are those maintained in the regular course of dispatch?
Yes, they are.
Were you asked
the
to
boring,
retrieve
the boring
911
people
calls in
is
the dispatch
boring.
log for this case?
I was.
Did you provide those to the sheriff's office?
I did.
And may I approach?
Yes.
Java the Hutt.
Can you mark Exhibit 40? Identify what that is.
This is the log from the 911 system of all the phone calls
It's
that
not
came
as
in
long,
during
is
that
it?
time frame.
Don't
And
worry.
what was the time of the first 911 call?
15:47, which is 3:47 p.m.
So is that accurate when I went up there?
It is.
He's got a specific body shape.
And Exhibit 40, does that have some
Java.
handwriting on it?
Yes,
Is that your handwriting?
it is.
What are you identifying or indicating, or what's the handwriting indicate?
That is the referencing the records management system, reversing that phone number as to the name of the person that's related to that phone number.
And so who was the name of the person for that first 911 call?
Gabriella.
Yes.
Yes.
Nazenpour?
Yes.
And can you go through the names of the other callers that, or owners of the numbers that you identified that called into 911?
Ashley Straker, Emma Alexander, Madison Cohen, Ashley
Wait,
Straker, Titania Lava, Madison Cohen, Ashley Straker, Titania, Eric Williams, and I believe the last one was a subject, Takano from Minneapolis PD.
And it looks like Eric Williams called a couple times.
Correct.
what the hell? What is their problems? Why is
So in
everybody
specific
calling?
call, the call from Tatiana Leva at 15:48:52.
Bro, no, hey, check
see that
this
one?
out.
Yes.
Here's how this works. If you're ever in this type of situation, I was a trained medic for a little while. I had a little card and everything, and you're actually not supposed to ever perform anything on anyone unless you're a trained medic, because they can sue you if you're not. So if you see somebody that's hurting, you got to think twice about performing CPR on it, because if you perform CPR on them, break their ribs, end up puncturing their lung on accident, and they die, you can end up going to prison. Their family will sue your ass. But if you're a trained medic, you're covered. You're covered because you've been trained. You have a card. What you do in a situation like this, as a trained medic, is you kind of see what's going on, and you point to one person specifically, and you say, "You call 911. You're the guy. You're the 911 guy. Call them. You do it now." And then you do your thing, your CPR or your Heimlich, whatever you got to do to help the guy out. But you pick somebody in particular, and they're the 911 person. That way, one, you don't flood the system with multiple people calling at the same time. And also, that you know for sure that someone's going to call because they're the guy. They're the person. Okay, anyway. Does anybody else know that? Anybody else been trained to be a medic? Medic's not the same as a person in the back of an ambulance. It's like, it's really low tier. It's just so that you can save people's lives at work. Some jobs require it. The Navy, everybody's a trained medic and a firefighter. The Navy is one of the only, I think it might be the only branch where everyone trains as a firefighter, because everyone has to be a firefighter on ship. Okay.
May I approach? Yes. Any what's been marked as Exhibit 63. Is that phone call, 911 call from Tatiana on that flash drive?
It is.
And have you listened to that?
I have.
Did you initial that flash drive when you listened to it?
I did.
Hey, call.
Admit Exhibit 63.
The objection? 63 is received.
May I approach?
Yes.
Any what's been marked as Exhibit 14. Are the rest of the 911 calls, or are all the 911 calls on that exhibit?
Yes,
Does it also have digital versions of the dispatch log?
it does.
So everyone to admit Exhibit 14.
Any objection? All right, 14 is received.
Also Exhibit 40.
Any objection to 40?
40 of the. Oh, no, actually, wait, approach, actually, quick.
Yes.
Ay. Fix that by now, so it's all scratchy.
So I'm sorry, we're on 40? No objection, correct?
Correct.
And received.
Well, we call it the 9 or 10 minute y'all.
Judge, I'd move to publish a portion of Exhibit 63.
Yes.
How you been, coffee? Well, iced coffee in the house. I was an old school medic though. Back in the day when they actually taught us to breathe in people. Nowadays, all you have to do is do compressions. You're taking the breathing part out, my understanding.
Judge, timestamp is 1:20.
For the knife. Okay, so we're on the river.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
Okay, everybody calm down.
Box at 138. Judge, now I'm just gonna play the whole thing for the second.
Oh, this is awesome. We get to hear them. Fuck, I gotta slow this down for us to be able to understand it.
Hello, St. Croix County 911. Where are you at, ma'am?
It's Spanish. The first person to call was a Spanish speaker? What the fuck, man?
Ma'am, are you on the water?
Unreal.
You need to talk to me.
Now do you see why these fucking people come? Here's just one more reason why these people come into our country and not learning English is a fucking problem.
Somebody's got to talk to me.
We're at River's Edge.
Was somebody stabbed? Is that what you're calling about?
I don't know what happened. Somebody pulled a knife.
Okay.
We're on the river.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
Okay. Everybody calm down. We're fine. We're fine.
Can somebody tell me where the man with the knife is, please?
Okay, so we're on River's Edge, on the river. Someone pulled a knife on our friend. So our friend has a knife because we used it.
Are these people retarded? Dude, the first thing that they should be saying is, there's a guy with a knife stabbing people right here at the river. Here's where we're at. We need help now. They're giving this long, drawn-out, stupid fucking explanation. Earlier was this guy. We didn't know. He was looking for kids and snorkeling and like, she's asking, where's the guy with the knife? Because if she hears the guy with the knife is right here stabbing people, she's gonna be like, boop, boop, boop. Go now. Go, 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 go. God damn, people in Tennessee, or no, well, they probably just as stupid in Tennessee, but they're in Wisconsin.
Someone take our. I don't even know. I have no idea what happened.
Okay, do you know where the person with the knife went? The person that stabbed the other individual, do you know where they went?
For the fourth time.
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, we have people help. Started your way. Okay, thank you.
I have no idea what's going on, she said. Like, that was the wrong person to call 911. Total waste of fucking time. It should have been someone at the scene that knew exactly what was going on. Not some lady down the river. That shit.
In the job, tell me if this is fair, the job of the people that you kind of supervise is to try to get as much information as possible about kind of what's happening.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in your experience, sometimes you get calls like this where people are just yelling and screaming, and it's difficult for the dispatcher to really get any information about what's going on? Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And it can be for various reasons that's happening, but in this particular case, is it, I don't know if you can answer this question. At one point the dispatcher says, we've got people coming, and then I think says that and then kind of disconnects the call. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, are they, if you know, are they trained to try to keep people on the phone, to disconnect calls, depending on the circumstances? How does that normally work?
Depends on the circumstances. In this case, there was numerous 911 calls, so the dispatchers were triaging, trying to gather the most
pertinent information, the best information they could, and if they weren't getting any more information, they had to move on to the next call because there were other 911 lines ringing.
Sure. And it sounds like, at least from the information we have, there had been previous 911 calls about this incident. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Thank you.
Jameson?
Nothing else, Judge.
Great. Thank you. You may step down.
See, there's a word. There's a word of the wise. Don't point at the fucking hysterical person when you say call 911. When you point at someone, make sure that they're not that person that's gonna be all like, You know, I mean, that's not gonna do much justice to the situation.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a short little recess. The good news is we're running ahead of schedule. So the next witness hasn't arrived yet. She'll be here at 9:30. So take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and then pick up the trial. Please take the jury out.
I'll rise for the jury.
Have you on my stream? What do you mean? You want to go tubing together?
Now,
that's your schedule of witnesses?
yes. So we've actually, a lot of witnesses that we had scheduled for Monday, we're having them come in now. Friday, honestly, I don't think we'll take the full day with the Spanish speakers either, so we'll call in more net witnesses for next week for Friday. And I think there's a good chance we'll rest on Monday, maybe Tuesday, but that's what it's looking like right now.
Okay. Is that going to interfere with the defense schedule if you have one?
No, the one, we don't know exactly how many of the Spanish-speaking witnesses the state intends to call. Depending on who they call, we may call the other Spanish-speaking witnesses. I know that there's an interpreter on Friday. I know that it's unusual to take witnesses out of order, but if there's an interpreter here, it would be our request, and we can discuss it maybe more with lunch, or it would be our request that the defense be allowed to call those other Spanish-speaking witnesses on that day out of order, or we ask the court to help us to make arrangements.
Bummer.
You know, we talked about this before, and before we were under the impression that they were going to call them all, so I don't know when they're going to end. So I appreciate that this may be a problem that I contributed to making, but I'm trying to find a solution.
Well, why don't the attorneys talk, figure out a schedule with the interpreter. We are going to have an interpreter here, I believe, all day Friday. But if I think the original plan was all day Friday for at least 4 witnesses that needed interpreter services. I'm assuming the clerk has the interpreters booked for the entire day still. So please just verify that with the clerk of court, make sure that we have proper coverage, and then talk with one another about these witnesses, because it makes more sense to get them all done the same day. I don't know if we have an interpreter available to come back the following week. So just talk amongst yourselves. If you've got an issue, let me know, and then I can hopefully...
Interpreter day!
All right, take a short break, and we'll get started with the
Hey, that might be the day I need to cut the grass.
Hey, good morning again.
I'll just leave y'all to it.
You've obviously been watching the Apple River stabbing trial. Our live gavel just not sounds like this, but that day, those who were stabbed along the river and the confrontation with Nicolae Miu, of course, Isaac Schuman, the teenager, attempting.
So,
That's correct.
Tell me now, based upon all of the other circumstances, correct?
I know I saw Maddie get hit.
Okay. And when you say you know you saw Maddie get hit, you can't put a picture in your mind that you can tell us, though?
I cannot. I just know, even waking up from surgery, like my story was, I remember that.
Sure. And your original story was, at first,
now we gotta wait. We're caught up.
Like I said, I don't know if it was a slap or a punch. So.
Okay, just some sort of contact.
Correct.
And you've been listening there to testimony from yesterday. Riley Madison, one of the stabbing victims who survived her injuries that day. And you can hear the tension there between during the cross-examination between defense attorney Aaron Nelson and the witness, and a lot of focus on exactly what sort of begins the physical altercation between Miu and the rest of the group of tubers. As you've heard the defense say over and over now, about 13 in that general vicinity surrounding in Miu's face, however you want to describe it, 13 people there. But there is something, there is yelling, there is screaming, there is taunting, that has been well established. We see it in the video, but it is this interaction between Madison Cohen, Riley's good friend, and Nicolae Miu. Who touches who first? Does he hit her in the face? Does he punch her in the face? Does he grab her?
We were scared of him.
And
you talking about
make contact with her face. We've heard varying stories there.
Well, why'd you stop?
Certainly Riley and then the group that she is with. We called them the Carlson group of tubers because of the Carlson family that really anchored that group. They absolutely believe
we enjoy having you.
that Nicolae Miu struck Madison Cohen, and that precipitated Dante and Tony Carlson's response, Riley's response, the knife coming out, and then the subsequent stabbing. So that was That was
I didn't know
Riley
you were
Madison
streaming.
again yesterday.
Hey
on
man,
the
you should.
witness stand. We are still
Are you
monitoring
in
the court
Discord?
situation.
If you are, I'll give you the
Obviously,
streamer
not see the
role, and I'll
plays.
make it
Judge
so that
Waterman thought it
anytime
might
you
just
go
be
live,
5
it'll
minutes,
post to
to
Discord.
get this next state witness into the courtroom. State now running ahead of
Just send me
schedule
a message.
with their witnesses, something that would suggest a trial not quite going as much as 2 weeks, but we are waiting for a witness. And while we do that, we have had some time this morning here at Fox 9 to queue up that morning testimony from Angia Baldazzo. She is the nurse. She is unaffiliated with the confrontation
Like
in the
800
river.
people in there now.
She's not
I don't
with
know how
those
many
tubers.
actually
She's
pay attention to it,
privately,
but
floating the river that day with her husband,
We're
July
back.
30th, 2022. It is a hot day. She did point out her own husband had a knife that day to cut cord, to cut the rope that's needed on the tubes. But her most compelling testimony really came from her experience as her nurse. As soon as she saw there was trouble, she rushed in to help.
Did you focus your attention on Isaac?
I did.
When you arrived to where Isaac was, did your nurse training kick in?
Yes. So he was lying
So,
on his back.
since they're
his
late-
eyes were open, but not.
Oh, they're
We
coming
certainly
back.
will get back to her testimony,
They're
but
coming back.
obviously our commitment here is gavel-to-gavel coverage.
we go.
Nicolae Miu is back in the courtroom. Judge Waterman is up on his bench. They're just allowing the jury now to step back in. I presume this next witness is ready to go, and we will listen in and watch
We
with all of
are
you.
back on the record. Everyone is present and accounted for. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
John Farrell.
Thanks, Coffee. Seriously though, if you're in Discord, let me know.
Officer Farrell, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Did you send me something?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
John Farrell, F-A-R-R-E-L-L.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Somerset Police Department.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
Since June of 2013.
And do you also have training in first aid or emergency response?
I do. I'm currently licensed as an emergency medical responder.
And were you working on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
On that day were you dispatched to the Apple River stabbing?
I was.
What was if you recall, what was the initial information from dispatch?
Initial information was people stabbed on the river, possibly one dead. I believe it was 3 victims as we were responding to the scene.
And did you head immediately to the scene, or did you have to go somewhere else first?
I had to grab a set of bolt cutters out of the PD garage, and then I went to the Sunrise Camp entry and had to cut the lock to get in, and then I went directly to the scene.
And is that the Sunrise Camp entry, is that private property?
Yeah.
And was that the best access to get to where the incident was reported to have happened?
Yeah, there's a road that you can get on off Sunrise Drive in Somerset, and then it'll take you back to where the scene was.
And is that a campground that's in operation or no?
No.
And the owner's given permission for law enforcement to use that when needed?
Yeah, we had spoken to him in the past about it.
Were you one of the first officers to arrive on scene?
I was.
And how many officers, if you recall, arrived there originally?
I don't recall a specific number. I know as I was approaching the scene, I saw a Deputy Durand come down from the highway, and then Officer Stumo was behind me. And there was also another deputy that was behind me that was at the gate when I opened it.
Sure, Coffee.
And so what was can you kind of describe what the
Very
situation was
appreciative
when you got
if
to
you
the river?
sharing it.
Yeah, there was, I was being flagged down initially by people at the river bank. As I approached them, I saw one guy come out that was holding his side. It was later determined that he had a stab wound on his side that was being directed down into the river where a female was sitting in a tube whilst bystanders were holding pressure on her left side. When I got down into the river, when I looked at her, I had noticed that I could see what I believed to be her bodily organs outside of her body. Deputy Durand and I worked with bystanders to get her out of the river. During that time, we were trying to determine what was going on, where's the suspect. There's a lot of information coming in at once, a lot of people in one spot. We were able to get her out. The other person that was there that was stabbed came up as well. I retrieved the medical kit from my squad car, provided some medical equipment to the other officers before I went into the river, and then headed upriver to where the other victims were.
And were there, while you were at the river when you initially got there, were there still groups of tubers going down the river?
Yeah.
And was there a good crowd of tubers around also?
Yeah.
Did you know
Thanks,
who
Coffee.
was witnesses, who were just bystanders, or was it kind of just people everywhere?
There was people everywhere. I didn't know who was who. I mean, it was obvious to me who was injured, but other than that, I didn't know who witnesses were, suspects were, what anyone else's involvement was.
Did you have a body cam on?
I did.
Does your body camera indicate the date and the time of the footage on the bottom of the screen?
It does.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 22. What's that labeled as?
Farrell BC video?
BC body cam?
Yes.
Judge, I move to publish portions of it. I'm going to skip around a little bit to not show some of the up-close graphic parts.
So first, any objection to Exhibit 22? All right, received. Go ahead and publish the portions you wish to show.
Dude, their badge kind of looks like the shape of Africa.
Tell us when you're ready.
Their patch.
Oh, and I'll ask another question. If we watch the first minute, would it just be you driving there?
Yeah.
We're going to start at 57 seconds, Judge.
I still can't figure out what it is, though. The American flag, something. What?
We're going to play to about the 5-minute mark for this first segment.
I got a cutter! A19 dispatch Q, call the on-call.
A cutter.
Cut the wrong side.
Oh, is it? Oh. All right.
Slide.
Oh, that makes sense, wouldn't it, Ted? You're so smart.
Good enough? When you get an opportunity, if you want to have fire rescue states, let them know. Meet you up there. End up with additional victims on the river, whatever they can do to get access to that. Idiot 15 is busy. Idiot 15, go ahead. KD 100 will be working on getting the investigators out. 10, we're seeing a handheld ready too. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. That's Rogo. Idiot 30 dispatch Sunrise, access is open.
There seems to be an argument in here whether a 17-year-old is a child or not. Ask a 17-year-old if they're a child. They will only be one when it's convenient for their cause. A 17-year-old normally would be like, no, I'm not a child anymore, I'm 17. But in this case, they're all claiming to be children because, you know.
So we're paused at 2:53. Can you see the timestamp on the bottom there?
I can.
But they're all trying to act like adults.
15:54:45, which was 3:54 p.m.
The time of law enforcement's first arrival on scene?
Yeah. Yes.
Like the way I see it, if kids want to be kids, they need to stay in their fucking lane and not fuck with adults like they're adults. You know what I mean? The way they messed with that dude, they were acting like they were all on his level. No respect was given to the adult. Like, isn't that how it works? You're a kid, you respect adults. You're not a kid, hey, you don't have to respect adults anymore. You're just respecting humanity. You're respecting your fellow man. But, like, if you are a kid, you're supposed to automatically, you shouldn't have to earn respect from children as an adult. That's not how that fucking works, dude. But that's how it's happening. That's what's happening over time. Because kids are hearing that respect is earned, respect is earned. You know, they're hearing that. So they're thinking, yeah, these adults got to earn my respect. No, fuck you, little brat. You respect me because I am an adult. That's how that works. That's how it's supposed to. That's how it used to work for how long? And then what happened? Just recently, they just stopped. So you act like an adult by not respecting adults? Well, then you got treated like an adult. That's why that kid got stabbed. Saying I'm happy you got stabbed, but
3:54 p.m.
Yes.
Is that right, what I wrote up there?
Yes.
We're going to keep playing until about the 5-minute mark.
They're all down where? We have to take the river down.
We got someone who can't move.
Yep, come on up.
We got someone who can't move. Go help him. Please.
Yeah, we got one.
Where'd the suspect go?
I don't know. No, but we got. She got stabbed. Her right there. She got stabbed.
Okay.
And there's two down there yet too. It's shallow water. So you can step in.
We're going.
Shallow.
We're going.
Shallow. Y'all can step in.
Just we got one stabbing already up here.
The one kid that walked by you is too.
Yep, we saw that.
Yeah.
Like they're even trying to do away with yes sir and yes ma'am. Have you noticed that? Kids don't say it anymore because they're afraid of misgendering somebody. So the whole tranny movement is helping kids to be more disrespectful. It's giving them an excuse to be disrespectful or not be as respectful as they used to. I still say yes sir and yes ma'am to people, adults that I don't know, because the military trains you to do that. I still do it. And like I'm nervous sometimes when I do it because I don't want to misgender somebody and have somebody like mad at me for calling them, for trying to be respectful. Especially on the phone, you know, you're like, I'm like, oh shit, is this I just said yes ma'am, I don't know for sure if this is a ma'am. And I would feel kind of weird about that even before the tranny thing. You know, you wouldn't want to actually call a dude a ma'am on accident because, that's embarrassing, but you still want to be respectful. But it's went even further now to where it's like, it's not just embarrassing. People would be like, what did you just call me? And they're actually a dude, they're transitioning. Anyway. I'm not interrupting anymore. I just had to get that out before I forgot it.
Gotta go one more cut here.
I have to hold this pressure.
Hey Ted. That's scary, hot coffee. You should have told me. I'm sorry. Do what you want. But now I'm nervous.
I think we can just pick her up. She's got a destination here.
Hi people, by the way. You're awesome. Good morning.
We stopped at 4:52. And did you end up assisting to carry Riley out of the river?
Yes.
Where'd you bring her?
Just up to the paved road there by the squad cars.
What'd you do after that?
I retrieved the medical equipment from my squad car and provided it to the officers who were tending to her, the other subject that was stabbed next to that was sitting next to my squad car, and then I headed into the river.
And we're going to play from about the 8-minute mark. 7:59 is the timestamp.
We have to get your butt up a little bit here. EMS, come here. Yep. Way up? Yep, we're going. Area. There's like 2 more people. One is probably already dead. Okay. Ready, Chase?
And the guy is still walking up the river.
The suspect?
Yes, he still had a knife out. He was still stabbing people.
4502 dispatch, we just received information. Suspect still has the knife and heading upriver on foot.
He lost so much weight in there. He's probably happy about that. Probably got in shape. I mean, if he gets out of all this.
4502 dispatch, I'm just getting with those 6. It does appear that EMS is clear to get up here. Just make sure they know the suspect's still large.
If he gets out of this, he might be able to sue those people, a civil lawsuit on those people that punched him.
Officers up there at our entry point. If we can get a boat, that'd be great.
Take that dude's bar.
Yep.
Or sending him over there. You know.
We need a seal? Yeah, I need okay, yep.
We stopped at 10:50. That first victim you stopped at and dropped off a chest seal,
yeah.
Did you later learn that was AJ, or don't you know?
I don't know.
Okay. You know who that is up in the background there?
Which?
On the bank to the right, that kind of obstructed by other people, but...
The person that's being tended to medically and CPR is in progress. I don't remember his exact name, but I believe his first name was Isaac.
Okay. What did you do after this point?
I went up to the group that was doing CPR on him and then assisted with that.
Did you eventually assist getting people off the river?
Yeah, when the paramedics arrived, they came up the river, then I assisted in getting him out of there.
How did you get Isaac off the river when you had to wade up like that?
Yeah, backboard was placed on inner tubes and then floated down the river.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Shaughnessy?
Just briefly, so it appears initially you're in kind of responder, trying to assist mode. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, I'm assuming you're training. You're not. I don't want to say you're not interested, but you're focused on kind of what's going on, and the investigation can kind of happen at a later point.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. At some point, your report indicates that you make it to the village park. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So from what we saw there in the times, how much later or how much time passes until you make it up to village park?
Oh, I don't know the exact time. It's not immediate. It's a significant time, but I don't know the exact time.
Okay. And we heard on the tape that you're getting information as it's kind of coming in. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When you go to Village Park, are you then starting to maybe switch over from emergency situation to kind of investigative situation? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you make contact at Village Park with a gentleman by the name of Eric Williams. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And does he come up to you or do you go up to him? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you make contact at Village Park with a gentleman by the name at Village Park with a gentleman by the name of Eric Williams. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And does he come up to you or do you go up to him?
I had directed him out of the crowd to come talk to me. There was a group gathered together.
Okay. So did you have some information that he might have information?
I had information that the people in the group may have information, but as to who knew what and who was where, no, I didn't have that until I started talking to him.
Okay. And he had provided you at least some brief information about kind of what was going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he had provided you information that he was with Mr. Miu, right?
Yeah, in the same group, yes.
And he had provided you information as to kind of what Mr. Miu was doing
Yes.
previously, right?
Yes.
Okay. That he was looking for a phone, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At that point, do not take this as critical. At that point, you don't have any other information as to what had actually happened. Is that fair? What I mean by that is, I know you saw people that had been injured, but how they were injured, the circumstances surrounding that, you didn't have that information, right?
Some of the witnesses on the scene had mentioned stabbing, that's what had happened, but other than that, no.
Okay. And you locate tell me if this is fair, you locate various pieces of what may be physical evidence in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a shirt and a pair of swim goggles?
Yes.
Okay. Are the goggles like you would see, are they snorkel goggles or are they goggles like a swimmer who's competing?
I don't remember exactly what they were.
Okay. After your interview with Mr. Williams, and you're walking kind of the river, is that your involvement in the case?
Yeah, that's the involvement, yeah. I was, well, I had been given a ride back, and that's when you said, when I assisted with finding the evidence in the river, the T-shirt, the goggles. So there's that space between Village Park and where the incident actually had occurred, where I initially responded to. So I had gone from there back to that spot, and that's when I assisted in that searching where I found the T-shirt and the swim goggles.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So after that's done, your involvement in kind of what happened here has concluded, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you.
Mr. Anderson, anything else?
Nothing else.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Okay, what did that accomplish?
Who is the next witness?
Anybody know what the hell that just accomplished, having him there? Maybe they just have to have him there because he's the responding officer. He probably has to be there. Every court case that he's involved with. What?
Sergeant Duran, please come forward.
Thanks for having me, Coffee.
Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Keep saying it though, I'm gonna think you're advertising. It's gonna get kind of...
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Trying to steal my people, Coffee.
Mr. Smithstead.
Will you state your name for the record, please?
Chase Durand.
How do you spell your last name?
D-U-R-A-N-D.
What do you do for a living?
Patrol sergeant with Sheriff's Office, St. Croix County.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
About 10 years.
How long have you been a sergeant?
About 5 years, I believe.
Can you briefly describe your training to be a police officer?
Basic recruit school, 720 hours. And then attended several other FTO through the department, and then several other schools following that, SWAT school, boat patrol, several other trainings.
Do you have any EMT training?
Yes.
Was that included as part of your law enforcement training or something you did separately?
We receive a basic first responder level training in the academy, and then through our emergency response unit, we receive follow-on medical training from our tactical medics assigned to our unit, and have attended a 3-day trauma care training.
Were you working back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Did you get dispatched to the incident on the Apple River?
I did.
What information were you given in the initial call?
It was aired to us from dispatch that there have been several people stabbed on the Apple River, and dispatch said it was near the 64 bridge in Somerset Township.
Where were you located when you first got called?
I was in the Holton area.
About how far away?
I'm sorry.
About how far away?
9 miles.
Did you drive over to the area where the caller was coming from?
Yes, I responded emergent, and the area I'm familiar with, there's a private road underneath the bridge with no off-ramp on the highway there on 64. I parked up on top of the overpass and then went down the embankment to the river.
When you arrived, were there other officers on scene?
I first saw Officer Farrell, or Sergeant Farrell from Somerset PD.
Do you remember any other officers you saw?
Once I got upriver, when we waded to the river, and then came across Officer Stumo at that location where the 2 victims were in the water still.
All right, so before you get into the river,
Well, tell some of your people to say hi then,
in some of
Coffee.
the activities that were going on shore?
Yes. When I first arrived and we went down the embankment, I came across, it was hectic and there was a lot of people
boss you
near
around,
the
Coffee.
bridge.
He
There
was
was
like to
one
run
male
shit. End up
subject
getting smacked in the
who was able to
mouth.
walk, who had
Sorry,
observed
it's
a little bit of
MJG
stab
ain't
wound.
all lyric.
And
It
I was
was
directed
viewers.
with Officer Sergeant Farrell to several other
Bitches try to
another
run things,
female
end up
went
getting
in
smacked in the
that
mouth.
had
I'm not like that though.
wound to her left
It's a
side.
joke.
We used my soft stretcher to, with help of bystanders, to evacuate her out of the water up to the road.
It's from
where
the
I
song
passed her off to another
Pimps.
officer, deputy arriving.
And after you did that, did you enter the river?
Yes.
At that point, had you been given any information as to who the suspect was or what they looked like?
Once I entered the water, people were yelling that it was a guy wearing scuba gear and he went back upriver.
You didn't have a physical description?
At that time, no.
Were you wearing a body camera at the time that you responded to the river?
I was. On my first arrival with the first 2 victims I came across, it wasn't recording, and then when I checked it going upriver, I had to open up, it was our old body cam system, I had to open up the phone app and activate it. It wasn't turning on with the button.
All right. So if I understand you, part of what you did isn't on your body cam?
Correct.
Would that have been the activities that you were involved in with Sergeant Farrell?
The initial response with the first 2 victims you located, and then once I entered the water to go upriver, that's when my body cam turned on.
Can I approach the witness, John?
Yes, you may.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 43. Can you tell us what that is?
Flash drive.
And how's it labeled?
Durand evidence with 43 on the,
Does it say BC at the top?
sorry, Durand BC video.
And BC stands for?
Body cam.
Now I'm going to ask, move for admission of 43 and ask to publish.
Any objection to 43? Exhibit 43 is received. Go ahead and play it.
Sorry. That insults all the female viewers. Bro, that was the first rap album I ever had, actually. It's a Memphis, it's old as shit. It's like, bro, that's got history right there. It was also the name of the first rave I ever went to, Coming Out Hard.
I'm going to just
the title of the
give a
album.
warning that some of the images on this body cam are
That one, we got
graphic,
history,
so anybody
bro.
who may be concerned may want to leave.
So, members of the jury, what you're about to see
I know I'm
is
talking over a lot
difficult.
of shit, but right now,
It is evidence. You may consider it. Watch as much as you can. If you need to avert your eyes for a moment, you may. But I ask that you pay as close attention as you can because this is evidence in the trial.
wouldn't be
Mr. Smith.
talking over a witness or something. This guy, He's a copper. He's not saying much anything yet. I've been paying attention, dude.
We're going to start at the 29-second mark. We're ready.
Fucking defense is always slow with the projector.
Yep. Okay. What does you see where the suspect was?
Hey, viewer discretion is advised. Twitch, go away if you're squeamish. Facebook, all the platforms that are like that, go away. Don't hurt me. I give a warning, okay? Warning, warning, warning.
Okay, we're right here. You're right here. We're right here with you. Okay, we're right here with you. You hear me?
49 to 19.
I know, AJ. I know, AJ. We're right here. All right.
Go ahead for 19.
We're here for you. We're here for you.
Do you want me to go upriver and start coming down, or I'm at the bridge right now?
You squeeze my hand. Good job.
You want to start looking for the suspect. I'll work on a description. I heard one person say scuba gear.
You're doing so good, AJ.
What? Uncomfortable? No, I don't. I'm not even thinking about it.
We're doing CPR.
Hold on to me.
Dude, I've had huge channels restream me during.
Do you know who it is?
No, it's just some rando on the river. He looked 5'9", 5'10", Russian-looking guy.
He went somewhere over there.
What was he wearing?
Hey, you see him?
Hey!
I think they just went after him. I think he's up there. You get out of there!
Get out! Get out!
Hey, where you guys going? What? We need to know what he looks like. We got a lot of cops in the area. What does he look like?
I don't fucking know. 36 to 19.
Hey, we got a K9 coming. We can't track him if you guys tear up the whole central. 36.
What's our furthest downriver casualty point?
64 bridge.
10-4 believed to be going downriver. I can head straight down there.
Negative. Suspect went into the woods at the initial location, quarter mile upriver from the 64 bridge.
10-4. Did he go off on the north or south bank?
South bank. The cider cars are on.
Chase, do you want me to continue up to you, or do you want me to take my squad up the road further into the woods?
Yep. Up the river. They're crushing. Eric, just go to the woods. We need this EMS here. Get these people out of here.
You're fine. Look at me. Look at me.
10-4. I just talked to rescue. They're working on getting the boat into the water and up to you guys.
You keep holding on. You hear me? Okay. Great. Can one of you hold his hand?
21 to 29.
Careful, please be careful.
The road is up along the riverbank. If you can get guys,
You need to wash it out, buddy.
head that way and possibly. The road isn't that far from the river.
Just hold that there, okay? Just leave that there.
AJ, you hold on, okay? Okay.
10-4. You'll have to squeeze past their slots and stuff. Copy, I'll point that way.
What the suspect wearing? Swim shorts, clothes?
Swim shirts and a t-shirt. A white t-shirt. I know, he had a t-shirt off and a pot belly.
Older man, he's in his 50s, 60s. He just has a knife.
46 to 29. Good.
AJ.
I'm just coming through the ridge.
That was hold pressure on his stomach.
Perimeter.
Hold what? Pressure.
Yep, I'll go to the end of the Sunrise Trail and we'll link up there.
8819 dispatch. Suspect information.
8819, go to the suspect.
Being told a white male, swim shorts, shirtless, armed with a knife, possibly 50 years old. This person described him as Russian looking.
10-4, do we have a color on those swim shorts?
Negative. Can't get that yet. Also, 2 of the friends of the person ran off into the woods are looking for the suspects. We have some other people contaminating the area.
For adult male, approximately 50 years of age, shirtless, wearing unknown color swim shorts, with a knife, and 2 friends of victims are out looking for the suspect as well. 1608.
8019 dispatch.
8819.
Disregard. Where did the suspect go into the woods at?
I didn't see that.
This way. We have a canine coming.
Get stabbed.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I know.
I saw him before the fight started.
I have a rag. I don't know how much it's going to help,
And then he
but if
punched
it's going
one
to
of the
help
girls in the
anybody,
face.
hold on.
Okay.
If you want to apply with another rag.
One here, one there.
And that dude hadn't actually seen Tony, who the guy said he punched one of the girls in the face, didn't actually see him punch one of the girls in the face. He just heard about it.
8829.
And he heard from the kids that it was a slap.
They don't know. No one knows. They said this region. They don't know exactly where.
I have these 2 trauma bandages. I got a tourniquet and some quick clot Z-fold.
His guts are hanging out. The other one, I haven't been over to that one yet.
Let's throw that on his head.
44-89, I don't know those broads. We're just getting out of the 6. Where do you need us?
I think 29 up the road here farther. Try to set up perimeter.
At the end of Sunrise Trail here, it's pretty thick. I'm not going to be able to see much down here. I would say go to the highway and start working on that way.
Hold on, we're up there somewhere.
10-4, we'll be running the highway.
Take it off.
I think so.
26 dispatch, 10-3, know if you cover stuff.
My hand, AJ. Here we go. You're doing so
26
fucking good, man. Hold on to me, okay?
8819 to the dispatch.
You too?
8819.
Our 2 most critical patients are up here, upriver. Is this?
No. You guys see him?
8819 has 2 critical patients upriver. Do you have a team to go extract them?
I didn't catch that. We're a quarter mile upriver from the bridge. We can see the squads. 1, no vitals. CPR in progress.
10-40-19. I believe I have EMS in the area.
Do we have any helicopters en route for Lakeview or Lifelink?
Affirmative. 2 helicopters at this time. 8821 dispatch. 21. Well, the 10th mile upriver from the bridge. We have a male suspect with a abdominal stab wound and a laceration to the leg. We have another male subject with a lateral slash across his abdomen. And we have 1 subject with a stab wound to the chest. CPR in progress. 10 for 3 victims, 1/10 of a mile upriver. Leg stab, open abdomen, and a chest stab. CPR in progress.
Tell me I'm annoying. I know I'm annoying. I know.
16, 88, 19.
Go ahead.
Do we need additional agencies to assist with perimeter?
Yes. And I don't know, State Patrol's helicopter was in the area from Minnesota. I don't know if that's something we can utilize.
There we go. Don't you let go of my fucking hand. That is it. Hey, you keep talking. You keep talking.
Hey, 16 dispatch. If Richmond's available and see if Polk County can send some deputies on.
Keep talking. Keep talking. You're doing so fun.
Effort, Richmond first, copy.
Keep going. All right? You got this, baby.
Sergeant Rand, were you able to watch that as we all watched it?
Yes.
At some point in your body cam, did you run up into the woods?
Yes.
What was that all about?
There was movement up in the woods, people yelling at somebody. I ran up there, determined those two people that were going to go try to find the suspect. I told him to come back due to us having canine coming, not to mess up the scent for the dog and then confuse the perimeter or any type of aerial drone or helicopter assets coming to assist searching.
Did you know who those folks were up in the woods that were looking for the suspect?
No.
Did you see yourself on your body cam saying that they were friends of the victims?
Yes, through the yelling in the crowd, I determined there was some type of relationship with the people.
But as of today, you don't know if they had any connection to these victims?
I don't know their exact connection.
And when you went up into the woods, you asked one of the people up there what the victim or the suspect looked like?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He didn't know.
So it appears that from your body cam, at least, that you were coordinating the response to this incident?
Yes.
Is that part of your duties as a sergeant?
Yes, it is.
At the same time, were you trying to get any info you could gather about who did it?
Yes.
And you were able to get some bits and pieces of that information?
Yes, there was a lot of information being thrown at me, or people yelling, but the one person I had talked to in the yellow shirt had the most amount of information about the suspect.
Were you also in the process trying to set up a perimeter to make sure that the suspect didn't get away?
Yes.
At some point, did you call for a State Patrol helicopter?
Yes, when I was in Holton, I had saw that Minnesota's State Patrol helicopter was over Stillwater prior to coming to the call.
And what was the purpose of calling the State Patrol, Minnesota State Patrol helicopter?
Their air assets have thermal cameras. Wisconsin's airplanes do not.
Did the Minnesota State Patrol helicopter respond to the area?
I do not know.
Nothing further.
Mr. Shrophecy?
Good morning, Sergeant. You had indicated that on direct examination that you saw those, as you said, people that were friends with, you said friends with victims who were up in the woods, right?
Yes.
And you asked them, now, they tell you what they're doing, right?
Yes.
They say to go find the motherfucker, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you took that to, tell me if this is fair, you took that as they wanted to go see if they could locate where this person was, right?
I interpreted it as they're going to look for the suspect.
The way they said it, did it make you think that they were angry?
His
objection relevance.
Sustained.
You say one of your tell me if this is fair. One of your concerns about them running up into the woods was that you were sending a canine, right?
Yes.
Was another one of your concerns what might happen if they run into him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you tell them to stop?
I asked them to come back, yes. I don't remember my exact words to them, but I asked them to not go into the woods.
Okay. And they tell you they're going to look for them, and then you come back down into the river, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that were up in the woods, did you see any of them with a weapon, a baseball bat?
No.
And you were initially told that this suspect was wearing, and I think you said scuba gear?
Yes.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
I interpret it as some type of swim mask, and unknown what past that, ranging from a snorkel and a mask to scuba tanks and that type of gear.
Okay. And it looked like to me the people that were, some of the civilians that were tending to a person that we know as A.J. Martin, told you that the suspect had gone up into the woods. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would you describe that situation, you've been an officer for a while, would you describe that as a pretty hectic situation?
Yes.
Right. And you're getting a lot of information kind of thrown at you at once. Is that fair also?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you're getting different descriptions of the suspect in scuba gear and then he's got on shorts, so you're getting all kinds of things thrown at you. Is that reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. Are you having some, I don't want to say difficulty, but are you trying to process what's happening in terms of the information you're getting?
I'm taking all information in that is being yelled by people in the water, bystanders, and disseminating out to the rest of the officers on scene and dispatch what seemed to be the most accurate information I was getting.
Okay, and in terms of making that determination as to what's the most accurate, what are you basing that information on in terms of what's true and what's not true?
People that said that they saw the actual event happen versus ones that saw the aftermath of what happened.
Okay, and so the people that are telling you what happened were, in your mind, the people that were near the people that were being tended to? Is that fair?
Some people...
In your honor, no.
Overruled, you can answer.
Some people that I had asked in passing by, they said they didn't see it actually happen. And then the people that were tending to and in the area, the man in the yellow shirt was giving me the most information that had detail.
Okay, and so those people that were giving you that information, that was the information that you were trying to relay out. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so then did you relay out that the suspect had run into the woods?
Yes.
The fuck, Bill? Where you at?
Do you
Man,
know now whether or not that's true?
Whatever, Bill.
I do not.
You're ignoring Ted like that. Cold blood. It's been 5 minutes. You're still ignoring you, Ted. How does that make you feel? I know how I feel when I talk for like an hour and no one said anything. No, you don't. No, you don't. Never mind.
Sergeant, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. Everyone okay? Continuing?
Oh, that was a boring one.
Need a break?
All right. What? Break?
Let's continue. Mr. Smestad, who's next?
Levi Stumo.
Last name again?
Levi Stumo, S-T-U-M-O.
Dude, I'm really not looking forward to the Spanish witnesses.
We're making sure he's here.
It's going to be like worse than watching a UN meeting. Because at least during a UN meeting, they translate at the same time. It's going to be them saying something, and then the translator speaking, them saying something, translator speaking, isn't it? How's that gonna work? Hopefully it's not that, dude. And she just has like an earpiece. It's like the UN. We're in Wisconsin, dude. Bro. What could they possibly have to add to it that's going to be that relevant?
We're calling all our officers to come in early. He's going to be here in 5 minutes.
All right.
5 minute break.
We'll take a break. 5 minutes. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
You're in the waiting circle. What the hell's that?
We are in recess.
Did you tell me he just happened to come back right after I talked to him? Bill just happened to come back right after I talked to him? Or it started spinning after that,
Good
maybe.
morning again from our Fox 9 streaming center. I am Paul Bloom. You are watching the Apple River stabbing trial, our gavel-to-gavel coverage on our Fox 9 digital platforms. You've heard now another short recess here. The state running now ahead of schedule as it relates to laying out their case and calling their witnesses. And unfortunately, as the way the calendar works, some of these witnesses thought perhaps they were coming later this afternoon, tomorrow. But now the state trying to expedite their case presentation, given how quickly the questioning is going. We're now through 21 state witnesses. Sergeant Chase Durand of the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office, your last witness on the stand, and you can really feel now this case has turned away from that immediate encounter on the river between the tubers, now on to the response. We heard today from a nurse.
I went off on you for not responding
just
to
by
Ted.
sheer coincidence, and rushed to aid
And then you
those
disappeared
injured, specifically
again.
Isaac Schuman, and her wrenching testimony about attempting to revive him with chest compressions, and her, frustration, emotion that she was ultimately unsuccessful, and then into law enforcement there with the Village of Somerset police sergeant, and then the sheriff deputy from the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office, the Village of Somerset, the smaller community that the river runs through, the county, obviously the larger law enforcement agency that sort of was called in, presumably as mutual aid. We also, of course, have now heard from the 911 call. So again, sort of as we move further away from the actual confrontation itself. With that all in mind, I did want to make a point. We did cue it back up for you. We did put some editing on this to help you maybe see it better, but as you watch some of the body camera footage with us this morning, you may have noticed our camera in the courtroom was not always on the screen displaying that body-worn camera, and it is a human behind that one television camera that is in the newsroom, or excuse me, in the courtroom. They have to decide what exactly to point their camera at. There's just that one feed that we all are plugged into, and unfortunately at times the camera lens was pointed elsewhere. That being said, you certainly can hear the audio of law enforcement arriving to this scene of desperation. The river, it's in a rural pocket there of St. Croix County, Wisconsin. There are people injured up and down the river. There is clearly confusion, as you certainly heard in that cross-examination, about who the suspect is, where he may have gone. Did he flee into the woods? Arriving officers just did not know. But we have edited together from, what was that, Sergeant Farrell, his camera, body-worn camera that was presented in studio, or in the courtroom. Again, our apologies there that our camera did not roll on the entirety of the video. But with that, let's take a look back as we again remain in recess for the court proceedings.
We have to take the river down.
He punched me
We got someone who can't move.
Yep, come on up.
We got
Come on,
someone who
you
can't
come up
move.
here.
Go help him. Please.
Yeah, we got one.
Where'd the suspect go?
I don't know. No, but we got. She got stabbed. Her right there. She got stabbed. Okay. And there's two down there yet too. It's shallow water. So you just step in.
We're going.
Shallow.
We're going.
It's shallow. Y'all can step.
And the guy is still walking up the river.
The suspect?
Yes, he still had a knife out. He was still stabbing people.
4502 dispatch. We just received information. Suspect still has the knife and heading upriver on foot. 4502 dispatch, I'm just getting up to 06. It does appear that EMS is clear to get up here. Just make sure they know the suspect's still at large. We got officers up there at our entry point. If we can get a boat, that'd be great. Yep. Okay.
And again, listening in to Sergeant John Farrell's body camera footage there. Unfortunately, at times, as we noted, and we do apologize, the television camera inside that courtroom was not always pointed at the camera. I am seeing some movement in the courtroom, so I do kind of deciding here to juggle back and forth. I am joined now by legal analyst, a local criminal defense attorney, and a friend of mine, Debbie Lang, who's been following the court proceedings this morning from her office. Debbie, I understand we might have some technical issues, but I know we were texting as we listened into Sergeant Duran get cross-examined there. It was the second body camera footage that was shown. You saw a real direct purpose from the defense on the way they were questioning him. Could you explain?
You're cutting out a bit, Paul, but I think I got the question. So in terms of the cross-examination of the second officer, Sergeant Duran, the defense specifically was asking him how he was determining what happened. And they led him down questioning where they talked to him about he was trying to base it upon information he received from people close by, close to the incident. And then the defense attorney asked, well, did you determine later that you'd heard he went into the woods, but that didn't happen? Was that true or not? I believe the reason that they're doing that is because in Wisconsin, under self-defense, the jury is to put themselves in the shoes of Mr. Miu. So they are to put themselves in the shoes of the defendant. So they want the jury, and they're going to use these questions later to point to the fact that they shouldn't discredit other people because they were further away and may or may not have seen things, but they need to focus on what the defendant had perceived and what was going on in that close circle at the time. So don't discredit the wife or other individuals who were further away. Focus on what was occurring close and near. And that's what law enforcement was looking for as well.
Dude, look at this little dinosaur shadow she has here. Isn't that cool?
interesting. Again, I know we're having some technical issues. I'll try to keep my questions short and direct.
I think it's going to an apartment building.
It does show that was body camera. That body camera footage does show the confusion of the moment, does it not?
Oh, absolutely. That body camera footage is showing the chaos. It's showing all of the people that are yelling and screaming. So I anticipate the state will then use that to try to discredit some of those witnesses in the defendant's group. To talk about, why didn't you go over there? Why didn't you go to render aid to any of these individuals? Instead, you stayed not too far away. You saw the chaos. How could you miss it? But yet, you didn't do anything. So the state is definitely going to be pointing to that and using that body camera footage to say to the jury, the defendant knew what he did. He didn't go over and talk to the police. He didn't go to help anyone. He instead floated back down the river. So both sides are going to be using this to help their arguments in closing as well as in questioning of the remaining witnesses.
But yeah, he was still, there was a mob there and they were still all hysterical. He doesn't know if somebody else is going to have a weapon and start stabbing him next. He's got to get the fuck out of there, right? That way, there's no more people getting stabbed. He only stabbed people that came at him, dude. He didn't go after anybody to stab him that I saw.
Debbie, can you explain to our viewers what we're watching in terms of the turning of the page, if you will, in the state's case presentation, getting away? Oh, I'm going to have to pause. You'll come back at lunch and continue, but I obviously have plenty more questions for you. Just Judge Waterman is back up on his bench. They are standing in that courtroom right now for the jury. So I think we do believe it's another member of law enforcement, perhaps more body-worn camera
bail because he was of course he's a risk to the public, man.
Back here during the lunch
they
break.
don't know the whole situation.
Right, we're back in session.
He could go get all stabby again. They had to keep him locked up.
Mr. Stumo, please come forward.
Like you said that yesterday. You can't just randomly stab 5 people and expect to get bail. You're a public danger at that point.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Especially with all these kids say that he punched her.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
But they didn't even say that in the beginning.
S-T-U-M-O. And did you previously work for the Somerset Police Department?
Yes.
You employed by a different law enforcement agency currently?
Yes.
So back in July...
Dude, shooting one cop is different than stabbing multiple kids. You know what I mean? Like, think of the constituents of that mayor, the city, you know, that kind of thing. They're not going to be able to. All the parents in that fucking city don't know what really happened. They're going to assume this dude's a mad psycho man that's stabbing people. If he lets him out on the streets, they're all going to be like freaking out on him, the mayor, right?
The 30th of 22, were you dispatched to the stabbing on the Apple River?
Yes.
You brought this to my attention yesterday, Bill, and it made sense.
Area?
I did, yes.
And did you arrive with some other officers?
Yes.
Do you recall who they were?
Sergeant Farrell and another deputy.
And of the 3 of you, do you know who the first one to head upstream was, upriver?
Are you referring to after getting onto the river itself?
Yes.
I believe that was me.
And did you have body camera on at the time?
I did.
Let's have a...
Oh, and just people care more about children than they do cops nowadays. This is how it is. It's probably always been like that.
Anyway, what's the mark as Exhibit 42? What's that labeled as?
Stumo body camera.
Judge, want to admit and publish portions.
Okay. All right, 42 is received. Go ahead and play the portions you wish to show.
I'll just do it. While I'm doing this, did you, after you were at the scene of the stabbings, did you go out to another location also?
Correct.
What was the second location?
The Village Park.
What did you end up going there for?
To assist with apprehending the suspect if he was located at that location.
And Village Park, is that the exit for the tubers?
Correct.
All right, can we have the screen? Looks, I'm on 1 minute, 54 seconds. If we would have watched earlier, just be you driving to the scene?
That is correct.
We'll be working on getting the investigators out. 10% handles ready to. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. That's wrong. Idiot 30 dead trip. Dispatch sunrise. Access is open. The sunrise access.
While this is playing, is this that private road for?
That's wrong.
Oh.
Idiot 30 dead trip. Dispatch sunrise. Access is open.
Well, this is playing.
While this is playing, is this that private road for an old campground?
Open down to the river.
Yes, it is.
That's for 5054. Dispatch from the on scene, just underneath, getting flagged down by people.
We have to take the river down.
He punched me in the face. I don't know what the fuck. I got someone who can't move. Go help him.
See that?
We're going to help.
I think she's lying.
His guts are out in the fucking open. Okay.
She's already trying to cover for her brothers for starting the whole fucking thing. For no reason, she brings up that she got punched when there are people fucking with their bowels coming out of their stomach. Like are you kidding? No. She's lying, dude. Why would she do that? You know what I mean? Why would she have made her getting punched when she had no visible sign, no bloodiness, no bruising, no redness, no swelling? It's all bullshit, dude. Wow. The girl punches the biggest victim. See, somebody else in chat brought it up because it's bullshit.
It's 30 seconds. I'm gonna jump ahead.
I think it's clear that the defendant punched first. No, it's not. No, it's not clear. It's clear that they're trying to like pass that off as what happened because they thought on their toes and they're like, dude, we started that and we got to make it look like we didn't because holy shit, that escalated too fast. That's what just happened, dude. Why would she have done that? Why would that have been her concern when she comes up the embankment? Oh, I got punched. There are people dying, literally, like.
I'm gonna play from.
No way. There's no way. Seconds. No busted lip. No blood back in the eye. Nothing. That was very telling that she did that. For me.
From here to his chest. His guts are exposed. The other one is slit stabbed in the chest. One stab in the kidney area.
3 down there?
And they didn't even stick around for it. She didn't even try to help the guy that's like, you know, fuck. She cared more about getting punched in the face? But they were trying to help though. That's all they wanted to do was help.
The other person, their lung is popped.
Okay, how deep? Not deep?
It's bleeding bad. The person's balls are out. He's about to lose consciousness.
All right.
They're doing CPR on the one whose lung is popped.
Right here.
The one.
Is he on the other side of the river?
No, on this side. Right down here. Right there. Look, they're right next to each other.
All right, you want to help me out here?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna pause at 5:36. That gentleman you just made contact with, did you have any idea who that was at the time?
I did not.
I just want to write down, look like 1557 on the bottom in there.
Correct.
Why do I hate him coming in uniform?
That would be 357, is that right?
Correct.
And, okay. I'm going to continue playing.
Where's the guy?
Right here.
Okay, where's the stabber?
I don't know. I've been asking questions. Nobody knows. Yeah. Y'all got into it. What you just said. That's the higher depth is going to be off Sunrise. Yeah.
Can't go fast.
This actually is useless footage. They're only doing this to show the jury how crazy it got, or whatever.
I'm pausing at
there was
6:41.
There was brutality.
Screen down.
Because they're not even playing all the videos.
I don't have anything else.
They cut them off like halfway in.
Mr. Nelson?
Sir, the video showed you getting out of the car, walking toward the river. Is that right?
Correct.
And there's a blonde woman in a blue bathing suit, correct?
That is correct.
And you body cam captures her, correct?
Oh, yes, this is good.
And as you know, body cams, you're actually able to like take a screenshot of that, correct?
Correct.
And on the body cam, the blonde girl in the blue swimsuit, her face is fully visible, correct?
Oh, they fucked up.
I believe so, yes.
Prosecution fucked
Were you
up.
ever asked to take a screenshot to zoom in on her face?
No.
Did you ever do that?
No.
Do you aware if anybody else ever did that?
No.
Did you ever come back and have contact with that blonde woman in the blue swimsuit?
I don't believe so.
And again, there's a lot going on, correct?
That is correct.
She wasn't, she didn't have any injuries that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Had she had injuries that you observed, you probably either would have told somebody else, tended to it, or tried to document them in some way, correct?
That is correct.
That's what you're trained to do as a law enforcement officer, correct?
That is correct.
In that moment, again, I don't mean to imply I'm critical of you, it's just you didn't have any awareness that she had an injury, correct?
Correct.
You didn't observe one, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You, at some point, and it's not on the video, it stopped, but if we continue on in the video, you move forward, continue up the river, is that right?
Correct.
And as you go up the river, you have contact with a married couple, who's rendering CPR aid to one of the people who's injured, correct?
That is correct.
You've now come to know that that's Andrea and Robert Baldoza?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, did you see, you were speaking with them, correct?
Correct.
Hey, Mark.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldoza?
Correct.
And did you observe him pick up a snorkel and/or goggles?
I don't believe so.
Were you the one that collected those?
No.
Did he tell you about those?
No.
Did you make any observations of the snorkel or goggle?
I did not.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldozo about his knife?
I did not.
You want to ask you a little bit about the search for the suspect, okay?
Sure.
You heard different things, or let me take back. You were a part of that, correct?
Correct.
At some point, right?
Correct.
At first, it was all about rendering aid, correct?
Yes.
Taking care of people's safety, right?
Yes.
And making sure you could secure the safety of everybody else, considering you didn't know what was going on, right?
Yes.
You at some point learned that there were citizens that were looking for the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And you came to learn that at least one of those citizens had a bat, correct?
I apologize, had a what?
Had a baseball bat?
I do not recall at this time.
Okay. When you were at Village Park, were you aware of that? You didn't remember that guy looking around for Mr. Miu with a bat?
I do not remember.
You certainly remember that there were non-law enforcement citizens that were looking for Mr. Miu, correct?
Correct.
And did you, you didn't know what their intent was, correct?
That is correct.
You, as a law enforcement officer, wanted to secure the suspect, correct?
Correct.
Both to keep everybody else safe from the suspect, correct?
Correct.
As well as to keep the suspect safe from everybody else, correct?
Yes.
You certainly don't want a lynch mob going after somebody, correct?
Correct.
And that was probably one of your concerns, is that the temperature on that river on that day at that time was extremely high and intense, right?
That is correct.
Lots of strong emotions, correct?
Yes.
And when you have, and there were strong, intense emotions coming from numerous people, correct?
Yes.
And you, as a trained officer, were concerned about how those strong and intense emotions from numerous people could kind of escalate each other, correct?
Object to relevant speculation.
Sustained.
You have concerns about the suspect's safety as well as everybody else's safety?
Objection asked and answered.
You didn't state it. Did you help in eventually finding and handcuffing Mr. Miu, correct?
I assisted with the very end portion of that, I suppose. Yes.
And he was, fair to say, compliant with law enforcement's requests, correct?
Correct.
He didn't resist in any way, correct?
Correct.
At the time, I would imagine you didn't know whether he had a weapon or didn't have a weapon, correct?
That is correct.
I would imagine when, at some point, if you find out somebody has a weapon, that changes things from your standpoint, correct?
Correct.
Would it be, again, I'm trying to summarize me quick, you're thankful that he didn't have a weapon when you had contact with him?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Did he have a weapon when you had contact with him?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did he have a phone when you had contact with him?
I do not recall.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Anderson.
When we're responding to this incident, what was your primary concern?
My primary concern was the victims on the river.
The stabbing victims?
That is correct.
Were you looking to see if other people had bruises or scratches or slight swelling or anything like that, or not paying attention to that kind of thing?
Only what was immediately directed to me.
So significant injuries?
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson? Thank you, Officer Stumo. You may step down. Who is the next witness?
Ben Trevian.
Deputy Trevian, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
You swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Will you say your name for the record, please?
Deputy Benjamin Trebian, last name Trebian.
And what do you do for a living?
Patrol deputy with St. Croix County.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
About 4.5 years.
What are your general duties as a patrol officer?
Patrol, take calls, respond to calls.
Were you on duty back on July 30th of 2022?
I was.
Were you one of the many officers that got dispatched to the stabbings on the Apple River in Somerset?
I was.
What was the information you were given initially?
I was given that there was multiple people that were stabbed on the river. I was sent a photo, was asked to respond to an area and set up a perimeter.
What was the photo you were sent?
Male, 50s, he was described as Russian, wearing camo swim trunks.
Who was supposedly the photo of?
Nicolae Miu, or the suspect in the stabbing.
Thank you. Were you given a specific assignment in relation to your response?
I was just tasked with responding to perimeter. I set up on near I and 170th and was moving there.
All right. At some point, did you get called away from where you were trying to establish a perimeter?
Simon's medicine. I'll be right back.
And before we move on, when you say you're establishing a perimeter, what are you trying to do?
Just contain the suspect into a certain area.
At that point, had a suspect been located?
Not at that point.
At some point, you moved away from where you were assigned to establish a perimeter?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I responded. We were advised that possible suspect was seen at the tubing exit. I responded to corner of Sunrise and Parent Street in Somerset, where I then ran down to the tubing exit.
All right. Were other law enforcement officers there by the time you arrived?
Yes.
Were you wearing a body camera that day?
I was.
Were you recording your actions at that time?
Yes.
I can approach the witness, Judge.
Yes, you may.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 47. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my body cam flash drive.
Is it labeled?
Yes.
What's the label say?
Tribune PC video.
That's your name?
Yep.
All right, go for admission of 47 and ask to publish.
Any objections to 47?
No, Judge.
It is received. Go ahead and play the portions you wish to show.
This particular segment, Judge, is the whole video. It's less than 2 minutes. We'll start from the beginning and play to the end.
Tell us when you're ready.
It's 2 minutes, 8 seconds, Judge. We're starting right at the beginning. We're ready.
Camera recording started.
Our current witness says that the male appears to be wearing a camel-colored shirt.
Okay. Yes. I'm talking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it's just being detained at this point. Okay. Yes.
Right. What are we checking? Checking. Only checking.
36 dispatch, believe we have the suspect detained. I believe we have him detained at this time.
No weapons or anything like that.
36 has the possible suspect detained at 1649. Everybody hold where they're at. We need a photo so we can confirm this.
I got it.
I'm coming up on across the bridge right now.
Like I said, you're just being detained at this point, okay, boss? Okay.
I got a photo on my phone. I'll be there in a second.
Yeah. Chain matches.
Yep,
Shorts.
What's your name? Nick.
Nick what?
Nick Miu.
Okay.
Why? What did he do?
This way.
Bring over my squad. Double lock at this point.
All right, we'll worry about it over here.
Yep. He's got a silver chain. It matches. Silver blockchain.
Same shorts.
Yes. So, let me double lock this quick. Like I said, sir, you're just detained at this point, okay? We'll explain anything in a second here. The same as well. You got some pretty good markings on his hand, too. Alright. So let's take a picture of that. There, that's done.
8100.
Deputy, was that your body cam, or a portion of your body cam from that day?
Yes.
When you made contact with Mr. Miu at the park, did his clothing match what his clothing was in the photo you were sent of the suspect you were looking for?
In the photo, he was just wearing shorts at the time. And the video there, he's wearing a camo button-down shirt. He's got glasses and a hat on.
When he was first detained, did you know for sure that he was the person you were looking for?
Not initially when I observed him, but once we pulled up the photos and confirmed the markings, then we did.
Did you have to remove his hat and his glasses to confirm that?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated in the body cam that he had some markings on his hands?
Yes.
Can you describe those?
Just cuts and nicks on knuckles and on his hands.
Did you take some pictures of those?
I did.
Yes, you may.
Deputy, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 40B. Can you tell me what that is?
Pictures of Mr. Miu's hands that I took.
How many pages?
2.
How many actual photographs?
2.
Is that what you described as the markings that were on his hands?
Yes.
Are those the photos you took that day?
Yes.
Permission of Exhibit 48?
Any objection?
No objection.
48 is received.
Ask for permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
I'll do it on the Elmo.
Try, clear it. We'll start again.
I can.
No, it's working now.
I'll say for the record that's page 1 of the exhibit. That's page 2. after Mr. Miu was taken into custody, did you have any more involvement in this case that day?
Once he was taken into custody, I then searched his person, didn't locate anything on his person. I also assisted with canine search of the area of where the stabbing took place, and evidence collection at that point down by the river there.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
I want to ask you some questions of there at Village Park, okay? Yep. Village Park is where the exit is for the river, correct?
Yes.
Pretty much everyone who gets on the river gets off at Village Park, right?
Yes.
Today or on this day, there was some exceptions that people were diverted over to another place to exit, correct?
I don't recall if there was a secondary point to exit.
And I wasn't trying, like, there was an ambulance that came, people exited where the ambulance was.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
There was a small group of people that exited there. Fair to say?
Yes.
When I say small, it might be multiple groups, but it's like less than 50 people. Agreed?
Maybe.
Okay. Were you there at that point where the bridge goes over, Highway 35, 64 goes over, and where they brought the people with injuries out? Were you there ever?
Not later after, with helping with evidence collection.
Okay, but not until, by that time, I would imagine the people that had exited in that place were essentially had gone. Fair to say?
Probably.
Okay. You didn't observe them at least, correct?
I did not, no.
You don't have a memory of it at least?
No.
So at the exit at the Village Park, you'd gotten a description of the man that you were looking for, correct?
Correct.
And it was based upon this photo that somebody had provided and distributed around, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that photo may have also been distributed to some citizens, some non-law enforcement people, for all you knew, correct?
I can't say that for certain.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of that now?
No, not until you said that.
Okay. And in addition to the photo, you had somebody's physical description, correct?
Yes.
And when you get a physical description, you in that position, you have you rely on it, correct?
Yes.
It may or may not be accurate, right?
Potentially.
Yeah. It may or may not be helpful, correct?
Possibly.
You're not there to judge the accuracy of it. You got that information and you're going to process it for whatever value it's worth, right?
Correct.
So in this situation, somebody said he looks Russian, correct?
Correct.
What does a Russian look like?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Was that helpful to you in any manner?
Not particularly.
Okay. When you were there at the Village Park, do you gain knowledge that there was a man with a bat looking for Mr. Miu?
I remember hearing about that, yes.
Yeah. And in fact, that man with the bat had confronted Mr. Miu just before the arrest, as far as you know. Is that right?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know?
I do not recall if he ever approached him.
Okay. Were your handcuffs placed on Mr. Miu?
I did not place the handcuffs, but I was there, yes.
Somebody else placed the handcuffs on him?
Yes.
Their other set?
I'm sorry, what can you...
Somebody else's set of handcuffs were...
Dude, hold on. You hear that Russian thing? That was something. He said something without saying it right there. The fact that they made it a point to be like he's Russian could mean that they were automatically prejudiced against him. And that's why they came over with a little more animosity, starting shit, because he looked like he was Russian, and they're yeehaw Americans. They're like, fuck Russia, man. Something, maybe. I don't know. That was interesting that they even said that. But anyway.
Mr. Miu?
Yes.
At some point, were you there to see that pair of handcuffs taken off and another pair of handcuffs put on him?
Yes.
And during that exchange, from from Mr. Miu's one set of handcuffs being taken on to another set of handcuffs being taken on. Do you remember the talk at that point in the presence of Mr. Miu about there's a guy looking for walking around with a bat? Do you remember that?
Maybe. Okay. I don't know if that's what we were talking about at that time, but.
Do you remember that during one of the body cams?
Yeah, I remember hearing about it. But.
Okay. And do you remember how Mr. Miu reacted in your presence when he heard that there was a man on the river looking for him with a body cam? Do you remember his look of surprise?
I do not know.
Do you remember his look of shock?
No, I don't.
Do you remember his look of fear?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. So were you the person that essentially, for lack of a better term, identified Mr. Miu, like, we think it's him?
We saw him, yes, and then looking at the photo that we were sent, we confirmed it, yes.
Okay, and I understand you're using the word we. You're the one here talking, so I'm not going to use the we. I'm just talking about you. Agreed?
Yes.
You saw him, and you're like, I think that's the guy.
Correct.
And at the time that you saw him, can I get exhibits? I think it's 110 and 111, maybe 112. All of those, if I could. When you saw Mr. Miu, he had on a hat, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the day on that trip he had a hat on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Miu, you saw him with glasses on, correct?
Sunglasses, yes.
Do you know if when he started that trip he had sunglasses on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Miu, he had a shirt on, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if when he started that trip he had his shirt on?
I do not.
He also had shorts on?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the trip he had shorts on?
I don't for sure, but I'd assume so.
And when you saw him, he had a necklace on, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the trip he had the necklace on?
I don't.
And then when you saw him, he had shoes on, correct?
Yeah, sandals.
And do you know if he started the trip with those shoes on?
I do not.
Essentially, those are the 6 things that you saw that he was wearing at the end of the trip when you saw him, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what of those 6 things he was wearing at the beginning, correct? When you saw him, you saw the necklace and the shorts. I'm sorry, the picture showed him with necklace and shorts, correct?
Correct.
You were still able to say, when you saw him wearing all 6 of the items, you were still able to say, I think that's the guy, correct?
Yes.
And when you and other law enforcement officers said something along the lines of, come with us, right? You verbally told the person who we now know as Mr. Miu to, like, stop, something along those lines. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when he was given that verbal command, he complied, correct?
Yes.
He was very, as we saw through it there, very cooperative, correct?
Yes.
I think the first words out of his mouth were something like, I'm sorry, something like that?
I don't recall. That's what it was.
And then you had close contact with him, correct?
Yes.
And you were a trained police officer. You're trying to both make sure everybody's safe as well as at some point maybe do some investigation, collect evidence, correct?
Yes.
It's all going on at the same time, right?
Yes.
So at some point during that, you make observations of his hands, correct?
Yes.
And when you made those observations, you made a point to document it, correct?
Yes.
Because that's what police do, right?
Yeah.
When they see evidence, they make sure they document it, correct?
Yes.
Can you imagine a world in which if you saw a mark on his hands, you wouldn't take a photo?
Objection, Your Honor, is relevant.
Sustained.
It is relevant because
a photo of his hands.
Yes.
Everything's relevant.
Evidence of potential evidence of crime.
You would agree
it's relevant because they didn't take a picture of that girl's face, apparently.
Hands, you don't know how he got those, right?
I do not know.
They would be consistent with somebody perhaps falling in the river and having their hands hit the bottom of the river.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation irrelevant.
Sustained on foundation.
Have you seen people with marks on their hands before?
Yes.
Have you seen people fall in the river before?
Yes.
You've seen people's hands hit rocks and dirt and ground before?
Yes.
Would you say what you observed on his hands are consistent with someone obtaining those marks from falling in the river and having their hand hit rocks and dirt and ground?
Potentially.
As a law enforcement officer, I imagine you have times where you deal with people who have drank alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes that's relevant evidence that you want to, again, document, correct?
Yes.
Some of those things that you would document would be something that you smell, right?
Yes.
Or some of the things that you document might be the speech that you hear that somebody says, correct?
Yes.
Because if somebody's intoxicated, they often smell of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
If somebody's intoxicated, they often have slurred speech, correct?
Yes.
When you notice those things, you might document them in a report, correct?
Yes.
And then you might do further investigation to try to collect additional information to confirm your observations, right?
Yes.
That might be simply to ask somebody a question, right?
Yes.
Might be to give somebody a chemical test, correct?
Yes.
Irrelevant.
It's very relevant.
Overruled. Can we get to the point?
Yep. And if you have that observation, sometimes you don't only document it, you might give it on to somebody else that you're working with, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you passed none of that information on to anybody else. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you didn't document anything regarding any particular smell of alcohol or signs of intoxication or alcohol use, correct?
I did not know.
And you didn't document those because when you were in close contact with Mr. Miu, you had no evidence, no reason to believe that he'd been consuming alcohol to the point that it would have been relevant evidence for you to collect, right?
My contact with him, I didn't notice any signs.
Sure. But you were certainly, and appropriately so, in your role as a law enforcement officer, you were right there next to him, correct?
Correct.
For at least several minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad?
Deputy, was part of the other information you had, in addition to what he looked like on the river, the picture, were you told whether he was alone or in a group?
I don't recall that.
When you made contact with him at the Village Park, was he with other folks?
Yes.
How many?
Roughly 12 to 15 maybe.
Had you ever been given information to look for a group of 12 to 15 people that he might be in it?
Not that I recall.
Is it fair to say there was a number of law enforcement officers located at Village Park when Mr. Miu came up from the beach?
Yes.
Did you see him approach any law enforcement officers?
I did not, no.
Did you see officers approach him?
When we approached him, yes.
This is in a situation where you surrendered?
Yes.
Did you, once he was detained, Mr. Nelson had asked you some questions about his, I guess, his expression. Do you remember any shocked expression on his face?
I do not know.
Do you remember, what do you remember about what his face looked like?
That he was kind of in a trance, didn't really say anything. I just remember him saying his name, and when he was told that he was detained, he said yes, and kind of in a trance-like state almost.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Your experience as a law enforcement officer, I imagine you've dealt with victims in the past, correct?
Yes.
Victims of violent crime, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes when you've dealt with victims of violent crime, you've seen them in ways that you observe to be expressions of shock, right?
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but just like shock as in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And sometimes in those observations that you've seen of people who have been victims of violent crime, that can be expressed in a manner of like a trance-like state, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And that's what you saw from Mr. Miu was consistent with that shock-like trauma, correct?
Shock or something similar.
That's all.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step down. Who is the next witness?
Sure. No, sorry. Yeah, Mitch Thomason.
Deputy Sheriff.
Do we have to talk about his body cam?
Yes.
All right. Members of the jury, I do need to speak with the attorneys about a matter, so we're going to excuse you to the deliberation room. I hope this won't take very long, but please be patient. Of Deputy Thomason's body camera footage. Mr. Anderson, you've received a copy of that letter?
Yes.
Who's arguing the motion?
I can.
Okay. Are you intending to play the portions that he's objecting to?
Yes.
All right. What's the basis?
So Miranda only applies if it's a question likely to elicit an incriminating response. They said, you're under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide, okay. And he says, okay. That's it. They're not interrogating him. They're not asking him questions about the incident. They're just asking if he heard what they said. He says, okay.
Mr. Nelson?
Respectfully, I disagree with that recitation of the facts. It's a very short video, and I don't see any reason why Your Honor couldn't watch it right now. They do tell him he's under arrest. They do say, okay, and he doesn't respond. They then say, we're next going to essentially bring you to the police station, and there's going to be an investigator there to speak with you. And then they ask the question, all right. And it's to that question that he responds, okay. So it is not in response to the information that he's being charged with a crime. It's in response to a question about what happens next and where you're going to go.
So you're objecting on Miranda grounds?
I'm objecting on relevancy. I'm also objecting on Miranda.
Okay. What's the relevance?
So he's acknowledging he's hearing what the officers are saying, and then he acts surprised in his interview, like he didn't know somebody died. There's a lot of that's going to be argued in closing. The chaos at the scene, all the victims there, everybody else seeing what's going on. That will be one of our arguments. But then also, he's told he's under arrest for homicide, and then told there's going to be somebody's going to talk to him. He acknowledges he hears them,
okay,
and then he acts like he's surprised in the interview.
Judge, if I may?
Yes.
If the state wanted to introduce testimony from a law enforcement officer that said, I told X to Mr. Miu, I think they get to do that. It's the response that we're worried about. And so if they call the officer and the officer says, I told him he was under arrest for X and Y, there's no, I don't think what happened next is the cutoff, but I think they get to do that. And I think that addresses whatever relevancy there is to it without having to get into Mr. Miu's response.
I guess I don't understand what the prejudice is.
Well, by the same token, what's the relevance?
I think I just outlined it. That's our position.
There's the prejudice. I mean, they don't want that to come in because it's obviously harmful.
But why? I haven't heard it articulated why it's prejudicial. Not wanting it to come in isn't prejudice.
So a couple of things. I don't have to prove it's prejudicial. You have to prove it's relevant. If it's relevant, I can then argue it's unfairly prejudiced. That's not my argument. I'm saying his answer is not relevant. If you want his answer in, which is what you, I think, are trying to do, that's a different relevancy analysis. And first, that's a Miranda violation. Second, I think his answer is, the probative value is outweighed by the probative value of his answer is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So the question, I think, really is, what's the relevance of his answer? Not his being told the information. We get that. We concede that.
So if it has any tendency to make it more or less likely it's relevant to be excluded, this prejudice has to substantially outweigh the relevance by statute. And I still haven't heard an articulation on how it's prejudicial.
Okay, let's turn this a different way. What about the Miranda analysis?
It's not a question likely to or meant to elicit an incriminating response. It's just...
But you're using it to prove he's guilty. So isn't it an incriminating response?
It turned out to be, but at the time, they're just asking if he heard. But it's only useful to the state because then he later acts like he didn't know somebody died.
He hasn't earned his rights yet, though. It can't be used against him.
Isn't to the information about his arrest. His answer is in response to their telling him they're taking him to the police station where he's going to meet with an investigator.
I saw the video once during motion practice, so I have a vague recollection of the sequence, but if it's short, let's take a look at it so I can make a fresh decision. Tell us when you're ready.
Yeah, the bald dude is the same lawyer. He's the only one that's the same, though, from my understanding. Like, Carver has had 3 different lawyers, and the bald dude is one of them. He even had a senator as a lawyer. A sitting senator. Right? When he's still in office, did I? Might even still be in office for South Carolina. Wouldn't it?
All right, I'm ready.
Nothing that's going to poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way. So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for a homicide and attempted homicide. And that's all we're going to discuss with you right now. More than likely an investigator will come and talk to you at the jail. All right? Okay.
Further thoughts? Anything else?
No.
All right. The video, in my judgment, has evidentiary value to a point. If it is the state's contention that Mr. Miu acted like he didn't know what was going on or acted surprised during the jail interview, I think it's relevant to show that he had advanced knowledge about the circumstances of his arrest. So clearly the portion of the video where he's being taken into custody, the deputy tells him the reason for it, I think is relevant for that purpose. We can see on the video, Mr. Miu appears to be alert. He appears to be paying attention. So I think that will feed into the state's argument. That much is relevant. The portion where Mr. Miu acknowledges what was being said had to do with the investigator coming to see him. That does not have the same relevance that you're describing here, because it has nothing to do with Mr. Miu being told about the charges. He's being told about something else, which is not relevant to the jury's task. So I'm ruling a portion of the video after the reason for the arrest is announced is irrelevant. I don't know what mark that was in the sequence, so we'll have to go through one more to identify exactly the point where it's going to stop.
Okay. Screen up. Oh, can we get the screen?
Yes.
He's under arrest. Have we done that yet? Last I heard was nothing that's going to poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way. Absolutely. So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay?
Oh, it wasn't Kyle Rittenhouse. It was fucking Murdaugh. It was the Murdaugh trial where that dude had a fucking senator, South Carolina. I'm tripping, dude. That's why I was confused. Anyway. Bruh.
You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. And that's
the point.
2036. Obviously, if it's a second or so off, as long as I'm not getting the part that Your Honor said, I can.
Continue playing. Let's see how close it is.
That's all we're going to discuss with you right now. More than likely an investigation.
So
236.
236 is the spot.
You can't let him get the head nod in, though.
All right. Anything else we need to address?
Right.
We made for Sheriff Knutson, given Your Honor's order on the suppression motion, we actually clipped it, so we didn't, because that one happens really fast, the follow-up. So we clipped it down to 23 seconds. So I was just going to play that to make sure that Your Honor agrees it's in line with the order, defense does, so there's no surprises.
You've seen the clipped version?
I've not.
Okay, let's play it then. If Knutson is next, let's play it. We can roll right into the next witness.
But
we actually are doing Thomason first, so it'll be Thomason, then Knutson.
Okay.
But Kyle Rittenhouse did have a different lawyer that was the main guy named Mark Richards.
And I imagine their defense doesn't want a suggestion that there's more than this body cam, so I was just going to ask, is your body cam on this flash drive? Ask to publish, play it, and not go into detail or ask if it's only a portion, etc.
Sounds fair.
Okay.
This guy, remember him? This is one of the lawyers that you got from Kyle.
And just for the record,
but this was
has
the main
full
dude.
one on there, but actually want to pull up the
He
screen.
was the
so we
super
can see
arrogant
it.
one. He's always sitting like this. Remember that shit?
The reason we have both of them on there is because in the event Nicolae testifies, the rest could potentially be used if your court, Your Honor, agrees that it's not coerced. I don't think we've ever. It was mentioned in briefing, but I don't think there's ever a ruling on it. But
just so my understanding is, when that exhibit is marked and that exhibit is published, we're all agreeing that for now, it's the digital file titled 23 seconds for court.
Correct.
Agreed.
Agreed.
That's my understanding.
We can have the screen back.
Good play.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody, I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
Well, that's not a good look. That's not a good look. Holy shit.
Seemed like
Bro.
Cutting off.
I hear somebody got
Feels
stabbed.
natural.
What do you know?
That portion of the video is consistent with the court's ruling, so other than our previous objections, I understand and don't add any more.
I agree. The 23 seconds portion is consistent with my ruling as well, so that will be admissible and played to the jury when the time comes.
As long as we're outside of the presence of the jury, when Mr. Thomason is called, I understand this, they're going to play this clip. Mr. Thomason has another video. I don't know if the state intends to call that portion of the video. I intend to play a portion of that video in which the presence of the baseball bat is discussed in front of Mr. Miu. So as long as we're out, I don't know if they're going to have an objection. If so, I just wanted to let everybody know right now. It's on exhibit number, or it's on previously marked discovery video number 105 at approximately the 3-minute mark. I'm happy to.
Yeah, jury's not gonna like that if they get to see that shit.
Exhibit here, so We didn't have advance warning that they wanted to do that, so I have not watched that portion recently.
So I don't know how long their direct is. If we can deal with it now, we can sort it out over the lunch hour, whatever Your Honor wants to do.
How long's your direct?
I'm doing it, Your Honor. It's not might be. The portions of the video that I was planning on playing are very short, obviously.
So we'll probably get to your cross.
Okay.
How much cross do you have? Do you have a lot of cross?
It depends on your definition of a lot. But no, I don't think so, Judge.
Okay, so potentially we could get to your portion of the video before noon.
Yes, potentially.
Right, let's take a look then.
Hot cross buns. Hot cross buns.
I am.
Whoa. My lady buns.
Started at 2:55, just so I know exactly what it's. I think it starts at the 3 minutes.
Sweet.
Turn it on. When the jury's out, you can.
Oh, come here, big boy. Have some buns. I made them for you.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
Sorry, could you play it from the 2:50 mark? Apologize.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
I would want to play to 3:05.
Mr. Smestad?
I don't object, Your Honor.
All right. That solves it.
They're trying to prove that somebody else there had a weapon, maybe that caused. Maybe he saw the dude with a bat in the corner of his eye or something before. Oh, I figured it out.
All rise for the jury.
Yo, but he did try to lie though. That's kind of sus. And he put his shirt on.
Turn the mic if Mr. Smestad's going to do the exam.
He tried to conceal his. Oh, fucking God. It's like a hit and run, dude. He'd hit and run that shit. I don't know, man. Why would anybody think that they would be able to get away with that? Small town like that.
Please be
I'm
seated.
just gonna float down the river and leave now.
Members of the jury, thank you for your patience.
That was
We are
stupid
ready
of
to
him,
resume.
dude. But
Mr.
he's in
Smestad,
shock.
who is the
He's in
next
shock too.
witness?
So,
Thomason.
oh, you
Deputy
do dumb
Thomason, please
shit.
approach.
He probably went from fight to instantly to flight with the
Please
adrenaline
raise your right
flowing.
hand.
It's
She
just
will administer
it's
the
human
oath.
nature to want to run after that.
Yes. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
It's instinct. It goes back to us being cavemen, man.
Mr. Smestad.
Can we state your name, please?
Mitch Thomason.
How do you spell your last name?
Thomason.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
How many years have you been a law enforcement
Especially if
officer?
there's somebody with a bat
Over
there.
20.
What are your duties as
When I hit him.
the lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Department, generally?
Supervising the patrol unit.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you get called out due to the Apple River stabbing incident?
Yes.
Were you out in the field doing work?
I was not working that day. I got a page out for our SWAT team was paged out for that incident.
As a lieutenant, is that something that you're typically involved in?
Yes.
All right. Did you get dispatched to a particular area?
The page had the initial incident location. So when I responded to the sheriff's office to grab our drone. And then while I was en route, after I got the drone, while I was en route to Somerset, the updated location of near the rapids is where I responded to.
And when you say the rapids, is that by Village Park?
Yes.
You said you were off duty, but when you responded, were you in uniform?
Correct, yes.
Carrying a sidearm?
Yes.
Where did you first go?
I responded to basically the east side of the river underneath the walking bridge, which is accessible by vehicle by turning off a Main Street or Highway 35 to the south and following a trail.
Had you been given at that point a picture of what the suspect looked like?
Yes.
Do you recall, as you sit here today, what he was wearing in the photograph that you were given, or the picture?
The initial description was a 50s something, white male, no shirt, swim trunks with a gold or a necklace chain. The picture was similar to that.
At the time that you arrived to the area, had the suspect been taken in custody yet?
No.
Someone likes the smell of it.
Did you use caution when you approached?
He doesn't normally.
Did you draw your firearm?
I did.
Explain what happened once you got to the Village Park area.
So I parked my squad, exited. I had my handgun drawn but pointed down. There was a group approaching me, walking on the footpath. What struck me as odd is one of the people in that group was wearing a long sleeve button-up shirt, hat, and glasses. Didn't fit in with the rest of the group. I could see just a little bit of a necklace. I felt that was possibly the suspect that we were looking for. However, I knew a large portion of officers were coming down behind me, so I passed that group to make sure there wasn't, just to rule out that there wasn't anybody else that matched the description. And then behind me, I heard someone yell, "That was the person."
Was the defendant part of that group that walked past you as you were going down?
Yes, he was the one wearing the button-up long sleeve shirt, hat, and sunglasses.
Did he make any attempt to flag you down or talk to you?
Nobody did. Nobody looked at me as I walked past with my gun drawn.
How many seconds after you walked past did someone else, some other law enforcement person, recognize him?
Probably within 5 to 10 seconds, because at that point it was a civilian with a baseball bat that yelled, "That's the suspect," or "That's the guy."
Did you see the civilian with the baseball bat?
Yes.
Did he attack the defendant in any fashion?
No, he just pointed at the subject.
At the time this happened, did you have a recollection of how many law enforcement personnel were in that general area at the Village Park? I mean,
everybody was still responding as the suspect was taken into custody. It was one of our deputies, Deputy Ben Trebian, and a Polk County deputy, and then I was standing there. So in the immediate area surrounding the person himself was 3 of us, but it was constantly people showing up, so I don't know a static number of the initially.
once he was, we'll strike that. Were you wearing a body cam that day?
Yes.
Was it recording your activities at Village Park?
Yes.
Did you at some point make contact with Mr. Miu after he had been arrested or detained?
Yes. After he was handcuffed, I escorted him to my squad, placed him in my squad, grabbed my transport belt, just knowing with the incident that this would be a timely process, and then switched out his handcuffs with a transport belt so his hands were handcuffed in front of his body instead of behind, and then placed him in my car.
Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yes.
Mr. Smestad.
Lieutenant Thompson, are you aware that your body cam is located on a flash drive that our offices have been holding on to?
Yes.
If I told you it was marked as Exhibit 9, would that make sense to you?
Yes.
We're going to be playing a portion of your body cam from Exhibit 9. I'm not going to ask you questions about it. I'm not going to have you comment about it. We're just going to play it, okay?
Okay.
And we're starting at the 2016 mark.
Want to advise him he's under arrest? Have we done that yet? Last I heard was
Nothing that's going to poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way? Absolutely. So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. Okay.
Is that your body cam?
Yes.
That's your voice in the background?
Correct.
And we stopped the judge at 2036.
Thank you.
After informing Mr. Miu what he was charged with, nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Thomason. Morning.
Morning.
I'm going to ask you some questions about your arrival at the Village Park where the exit is there, okay? You observed, let me, can I get that exhibit 110 again? 110? Yes, please. 11 maybe, both of them? When you observed, we saw the video here, just a 20-second clip when you were, do you remember what he looked like there?
Yes.
He didn't have sunglasses on in that picture, correct?
Correct.
He didn't have a hat on in that picture, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 110, and it's been published before, okay? I want to ask you some questions about that. Permission to publish that? You've seen this photo before, sir?
I don't think so.
And I know that, Elmo, there's a bit of a glare. Are you able to see it, or you want me to give it to you in your hand?
That's fine.
Do you see to the left there a person you now recognize as Nicolae Miu?
Yes.
He's in that photo wearing the shirt that he was wearing when you arrested him?
Yes.
He's wearing the necklace that he was wearing when you arrested him?
Well, without confirming it, but it appears to be the same, yes.
He's wearing a necklace? Agreed?
Yes.
He's wearing sunglasses, agreed?
Yes.
He's wearing a hat, agreed?
Yes.
And I think you can even see like the sandals, agreed?
Mine is cut off on the bottom, but...
Miss, you see it there just on the bottom?
It appears so.
So in the photo, Exhibit 110, he appears to be wearing the same 6 items of clothing that you saw him wearing when you saw him walking up from the river. Is that right?
In a different manner, but yes.
The shirt was buttoned up, correct?
Yes.
But other than that, it's the same clothing, correct?
Yes, that appears.
And obviously, he has a different expression on his face at the beginning of the trip than he does at the end of the trip, right?
Correct.
You, when you're back to the village park where the exit is, okay? When you approach there, you said you drew your gun out, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that's for lots of reasons, but particularly safety. Agreed?
Yes.
Your safety first, correct?
Yes.
And then the safety of everybody else around there, correct?
Yes.
Whether they be victims, witnesses, suspects, citizens, you're concerned about everybody's safety, correct?
Yes.
And that's why at that point, even though there's not an immediate threat to you, you have your weapon out, correct?
Yes.
That's what you've been trained to do sometimes, correct?
Yes.
Be prepared, correct?
Yes.
Did you, in that moment, you had information, correct?
Yes.
Did you have a particular fear, or is this just, in that instance, were you fearful? Is that why you drew out your weapon?
If I understand correctly, I wasn't responding to how I felt being in danger. I was responding to what the information I was given and to conduct my job properly.
There might be danger. The safest thing to do here is to have my gun drawn.
Yes.
And when it was drawn, again, I'm just trying to gather the facts, not being critical. Do you understand that? How, when you draw it, do you know, we've all watched shows, and so sometimes I see somebody pointing a firearm, sometimes I see them holding it down by their side, sometimes it's with one hand, sometimes it's with two hands. As you come down and you make visual assessment that Mr. Miu is there, you don't know at the time that he's Mr. Miu, but now we do. I want to ask about how you're holding the gun then. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Can you tell us that?
Yes, it was pointed down towards the ground.
Okay, one hand, two hands?
One hand.
And then as you had it, one hand down towards the ground, you're walking past people, correct?
Yes.
And one of those people that you walk past is Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And about how far are you? 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet?
I'd say within, let's call it 8 to 10 feet.
Okay. And do you see him standing, walking, jogging, running? What do you see him doing?
So the group that he was with, there was maybe 1 or 2 people between him and I, but they're all walking straight from where I came from, past me and all looking straight ahead.
Okay.
I look at them, see him, and then I'm scanning the area.
So Mr. Miu was with other people and they were all walking at the same pace, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say it would just be a normal human walking pace?
Yes.
You, when you walk past, your thoughts are, that might be the guy, correct?
Yes, similar.
Yep. But you also knew that other law enforcement was coming, correct?
Yes.
And in that moment, you made the choice, not critical again, just you made the choice to say, I'm going to keep walking to see if the guy might be down the river, and we'll let the next group of law enforcement deal with this person that might be the guy. Fair to say?
Yes, so my decision was predicated purely on the fact that I knew more officers were arriving.
Yes.
If I knew I was down there by myself, what I believed him to be more than likely the suspect, I would have taken him into custody right away.
Sure. Or I imagine if you believed that he was in that moment posing some sort of immediate danger, you'd address that, correct?
Correct.
But for what you were like, that might be the guy, your danger assessment wasn't heightened based upon your observations of him, correct?
I was not being attacked or threatened to be attacked. I think that's what you mean.
Just, you didn't find a reason at that point to say, even if I think that's the guy, I need to address him right now, right? I'm imagining that's because you're like, in that moment, even if he's the guy, you didn't think he was so dangerous that you needed to address him.
Well, based on what we're told, there's the danger of what was reported.
Absolutely.
But I also need to make sure that I don't mistake somebody else and get ambushed or miss a potential another suspect. So that's why I was looking just to double check, if that makes sense.
doesn't, but I'm not a law enforcement officer and it doesn't need to, so I appreciate that. There's lots of factors that you're considering, correct?
Yes.
In whatever reason, in that moment, you decided to walk past him and let the next group of officers deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then they did deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then you turned around and observed that, correct?
I turned around and assisted.
And by the time you turned around to assist, they were dealing with it, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Miu was not running away, correct?
Correct.
He was cooperating, right?
Yes.
Well, from what you saw, he complied, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you decided, you saw that he was cuffed with his hands behind his back, correct?
Yes.
That can be an uncomfortable position for some people, agreed?
Yes.
And because of that, you were like, this might be a long time, I'm gonna go get, what'd you call it, a belt?
A transport belt.
What is that?
It's a name for it, but it's a Velcro belt, has a D-ring in the front, so then the handcuffs go through the D-ring. So basically, for any extended period of time that someone's restrained, their hands can be in front of them, but then they're secured at their belt line. So if someone wanted to resist or try to do something, their hands are locked at their waist, but it's a more comfortable position for a longer duration.
And you knew essentially he was going to be placed inside of a squad car where he would be sitting down, correct?
Yes.
And sitting down with your hands cuffed behind your back can be painful, correct?
Yes.
So that was the purpose, and you're putting him in this belt is for safety and comfort, right?
Safety and then comfort, just knowing that the investigation might be lengthy.
Sure. I mean, and I'm not critical of your considering both. I just want to make sure that it's not just safety, agreed?
Correct.
It was an additional, you're wearing these things out and saying, I got to do this, got to make sure that he's comfortable and can sit there that long, correct?
Yes.
During that time, when you go get your belt, you come back, you're up close with Mr. Miu, is that right? You assist with putting the transport belt on him?
Yes.
You're like in his personal space, correct?
Yep, correct.
And in that time, he doesn't do anything to you, correct?
No.
You agree?
Yes, correct. He did not do anything to me.
That was a poor question on my fault. And because of your job, you have to be essentially in his personal space, right?
Yes.
And when you were in his personal space in that setting, I'm sure you're trying to both keep everybody safe, right?
Yes.
And as part of that, you want to make sure that the person whose space you're in is comfortable, correct?
It's one of the considerations.
Yeah, you don't want to get in somebody's personal space without kind of making sure it's safe for everybody, right?
Yes.
And part of that is you're making that person feel safe even though you're in their space.
Correct.
And you did that, right?
I believe so.
And you were safe, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Miu didn't do anything to you, agreed?
He did not.
And when you're in that space, you have an opportunity to make observations of him, correct?
Yes.
Including to smell, correct?
I can, yes.
Yeah, because sometimes in cases you've involved investigation involving matters of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you can use is your nose to smell if it seems like somebody was consuming alcohol in some way, correct?
Yes.
And if you gather that information, you document it in some way, correct?
Yes.
And you might pass it on to another person, correct?
Yes.
And you might do further testing, correct?
Yes.
You didn't document, pass it on, or do further testing regarding Mr. Miu's alcohol use, agreed?
I did not, no.
And the reason you didn't is you had no reason in that moment to suspect that he was somehow intoxicated, right?
Yes, and there was also not a detail that I was concerned about or part of something that I would have been a part of at that point.
Sure. But obviously, if you smelled it, you'd have noted it, remembered it, told somebody, right?
Yes.
So what we can gather from your not noting it, telling anybody, is you didn't smell it.
Correct.
During that process, there's also you gained information about there's a citizen out there with a baseball bat, is that right?
Yes.
And this is the citizen that essentially pointed out Mr. Miu to law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And do you know if that citizen, we understand he wasn't attacked. I'm not trying to imply that. Do you know where that citizen was in relation to Mr. Miu?
His group hadn't approached that citizen, So, but they were walking in towards that direction of where the citizen was, but that citizen was also near law enforcement as well.
Was that citizen approaching Mr. Miu?
I heard him yell. When I turned, he was just standing and pointing. And then I was only probably 20 feet away.
Did you come to learn that that citizen's name is Carl Schilling?
I never spoke to the citizen or identified him. Somebody else did. So I don't know who he was identified as.
Okay. There was information exchanged between amongst law enforcement in the presence of Mr. Miu about this guy with the baseball bat. Is that right?
I guess I don't know.
Okay. On your body cam, there's a time when I think we hear you and others talking about the baseball bat while Mr. Miu is right there. Make sense?
Okay.
Let me just play that, all right? I think it is Exhibit 9 at the 248 mark. Permission to play Exhibit 9. I actually paused it at the 247 mark until the 305 mark. Oh, I'm not hooked up. That's why it's not working.
Bruh.
Sorry about that, yes. Gonna press play, and then I'm gonna ask you some questions about this.
But bear in mind, lunch is here, so.
Okay.
Bro, fucking judge, you can't wait a minute?
I'm pressing pause because I didn't have the volume on. Pressing play.
Continue to staging point 22. Westfield Hospital.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting.
They do have an operating room in Eastville.
Yep.
I just played from about 247 to 305. That was your body cam?
Yes.
And that was you again doing the transport belt on Mr. Miu?
Yes, I was securing the handcuffs.
And that was Mr. Miu looking around, correct?
Yes.
While the police were talking about the guy with the baseball bat?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Mestad, anything else? All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You are free to go. We're going to break for lunch. Same warnings as before. Please, no independent research or investigation. Do not speak with anyone, including yourselves, about this case. Do not read any media accounts or social media reports or posts about this trial. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
We stand in recess.
What time do you want to start? 1. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Carl. What was up?
I was just going to let you know, the call for the last one.
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center. You've, of course, been watching the Apple River stabbing trial. Nicolae Miu on trial for a count of first-degree intentional homicide, 4 counts of attempted homicide in the July 30th, 2022 deadly deadly stabbing encounter along the Apple River in St. Croix County, Wisconsin. We are taking our lunch break with the courtroom out of session. The court appears to order lunch for the jury each and every day. Lunch has arrived. They are on break now until 1 o'clock. Just as soon as we see movement in that courtroom in St. Croix County Circuit Court, we'll of course take you right back there. An interesting morning as the state continues to go through at a very enhanced clip, faster than they even expected, of witnesses. And now what we would best describe as pivoting away from the encounter, the young tubers, Nicolae Miu, what happened in the water, the 3.5-minute cell phone video in the river shot by Juwan Cockfield, and now pivoting, as you can see, to the law enforcement response to the scene, to the nurse who ran to help, to the body camera footage of Nicolae Miu's arrest. At this point, I want to bring in criminal defense attorney Debbie Lang. She is joining us all morning long. She's been following the testimony with us, watching our live stream from her law offices today. I know you're busy, Debbie, so thank you for joining us. And I want to start, you're a criminal defense attorney. I know you really appreciate what the defense is doing. Even with these law enforcement witnesses, you can see them with all of their questions. Aaron Nelson trying to build their case, trying to support their client's explanation of the events through their questioning of these law enforcement witnesses.
Absolutely. One of the most significant questions that I heard asked was that the defense attorneys asked Deputy Trebian about his observations in the past through his training and experience. Specifically, they asked him if, in fact, quote, victims of violent crime often present in shock or in a trance. And they did that because Deputy Trebian specifically said that the defendant appeared to be in a trance when he first observed him. And so the defense circled back on that statement that the deputy said, a trance, and instead spun it to victims of violent crime often appear and present in a trance. And that's because they are, of course, pursuing self-defense here, and they want to present their client as the victim of these 13 individuals that attacked him.
And if I remember correctly, Debbie, I think the state objected to the question initially, and the judge overruled that objection. Because just watching here in the courtroom, I was kind of had my prosecution hat on and was thinking, ooh, I wouldn't let him answer this question, but the judge allowed it. Is that your memory, that there was an objection before the deputy answered, or am I incorrect in that?
I don't specifically recall if there was an objection to that question or not, but I'm certain that the answer was allowed when it came in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, other elements I see in that in terms of the body camera and perhaps what the defense wants to get out of that, people wading through the water. There is some depth, issues of how deep the water is. I know they didn't specifically ask that question, but as I'm watching that footage, I think of that. We heard about, we got video there, and at the end, this guy who was, quote, looking for the assailant, if you will, the suspect, Nicolae Miu, with the baseball bat, Carl Schilling. Why do you think that's important as we get ready to likely hear directly from Nicolae Miu next week?
That dude was there already.
I think that the reason the defense is asking about the baseball bat may be twofold. Number one is that they want to present that he was frightened and that he had reason to be scared. And so that's number one. But also number two, in that body cam footage that they had played, when the baseball bat is brought up, you can see Nicolae Miu turning his head and looking around. And so the defense may be arguing that he's not focusing on what law enforcement's actually saying. And that becomes very important because, as you noticed, the state played a 23-second clip where an officer tells Nicolae Miu that he's being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. The state wants that in because they have indicated, and they stated it in their opening statements as well, that when Nicolae Miu is questioned later, he acted surprised to learn that someone had died. So they want that 23 seconds to show he was told homicide. That means someone is deceased. The defense may be pointing to that clip saying he was distracted, there's a lot going on, and law enforcement with their guns drawn had also indicated that there's a civilian with a baseball bat that's in close proximity. And so I suspect that the two sides are going to use that clip differently, but that would be why I believe that the defense wants to talk about the bat.
Interesting. I know, Debbie, you and I have talked off camera about some of the difficulties perhaps in the defense case as they assert self-defense, that it was justified, that he had to protect himself from that group of 13 or so tubers that are on the river at the time as in that escalating confrontation. And one of the challenges as a defense attorney, perhaps if you were, hired or brought in to represent Miu, is just perhaps his reaction in the aftermath of walking away, throwing the knife into the brush, going back to his group, not saying anything to anybody, sort of flowing down the river. He's not running, but he certainly isn't saying, yeah, it's me. He seems to, be a little bit evasive as he's first brought into custody. How are you seeing that now as you start seeing the body camera and the law enforcement testimony come in? What do you make of Miu in the aftermath? Shocked, stunned, baffled? Is he a victim of violent crime? How do you see what we've now watched on the body camera as it relates to Miu's exit from that deadly encounter?
The defense is definitely trying to use that body camera to minimize the thought that Mr. Miu was trying to evade law enforcement or to disguise himself. You've now heard the defense ask multiple law enforcement witnesses very specific questions about what Miu was wearing: hat, glasses, necklace, shirt, shorts, sandals. And then you've also heard them specifically ask, look at this photo in the beginning, before the incident, before entering the river. Is he wearing those same items? And they went through hat, glasses, necklace, shirt, shorts, sandals. They're doing that because he didn't switch clothing. He didn't take off a necklace. He didn't put on someone else's hat or try to change shorts. So the defense is trying to present that he simply redressed. He put on the same clothing that he had on in the beginning. He's not trying to invade law enforcement by disguising himself. You heard questioning about the pace at which he was walking. He was walking with a crowd. He wasn't running. So they're trying to minimize what the state is absolutely going to point to in terms of his conduct after the incident.
Debbie, what's your gut here? Is this case charged differently if he just, stays in place? I mean, maybe that's not possible with the potential reaction from the crowd, but is more forthcoming? I understand he doesn't flee. He's not in the woods as maybe as some witnesses at first suggested. But if he turns over the knife, he says he did it, he was scared for his life. I did it. Is this case charged differently? Did he bring some of the significant charges upon himself by his reaction?
I think the state would have had to pause significantly if the facts were different here. My opinion is that the state is going to focus on not only his conduct after the incident, but his statement. In opening statements, they essentially presented that he lied to investigators during that questioning while in custody. And so that's going to be very important. And I believe that the state is going to be relying on that. And that is the most detrimental piece of evidence that exists for the defense. Because the video alone, there are definitely arguments that the defense is making and will continue to make based upon that video. But Mr. Miu's conduct thereafter is that which the state is going to have to try to hang their hat on in terms of self-defense. The state is also charged intentional homicide and attempted intentional homicide. They have not charged unintentional. So under the laws in Wisconsin, the state is going to have to prove that Mr. Miu intended to kill. And that's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for them here. Obviously, using a knife and stabbing or cutting an individual in the torso area would have a higher likelihood of causing death than, for example, cutting them on the arm. So I believe the state will be focusing
that depends. You cut somebody in the armpit.
Where the wounds
that's an
were,
artery there.
The individuals
so,
who were cut, showing
not necessarily.
those scars to the jury. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point additional charges are added here before the case is taken by the jury, because Mr. Miu didn't repeatedly go after an individual or these people. He didn't cut or stab anyone repeatedly, jump on top of them and try to do that. If those facts were there proving intent to kill, would be much easier for the state. Here, they have a deadly weapon consisting of a knife, but they don't have those repeated actions. So that's why I wouldn't be surprised if they throw in here unintentional homicide before the end of this trial.
And those are what they call lesser included, that the state can rework the criminal complaint before the case eventually gets to the jury, right? The sort of the lesser included murder counts.
That's correct. If the evidence presents in such a way that lesser included offenses could be raised by the state and presented to the jury, the state can do that at any point before the jury takes the case for deliberations.
As it relates to the matter of self-defense, your criminal defense attorney had on, the way the testimony
says they can do that.
You
know what, Judge?
Say anything, didn't
we want to do a different one
in
now.
That encounter, that the stabs were subtle. He did not pronounce that he had a knife. He did not warn. Do those facts concern you from the defense perspective?
Not necessarily, and it's because of how quickly everything took place. Additionally, Wisconsin's law differs from that of Minnesota for self-defense, and those distinctions are important. But here, there are so many individuals that are involved in acting aggressively towards the defendant. So here we have not only the women, but we have the young men. We also have the other adult males coming from the other party as well. And everyone is quite aggressive or forceful towards Mr. Miu. It's not until someone lays hands on him that he then responds. There's a question as to, did he punch, did he slap, or what happened in terms of the contact with Ms. Cohen, but there's no question she didn't fall down. It's not then until someone strikes Mr. Miu with such force that he lands on his back in the water. Then we have someone else placing hands on him. There's pictures of stills of an individual who they're claiming was the deceased, Isaac Schuman, with his hands up about the neck area of Mr. Miu as well. Defense is going to argue that that's an attempt to strangle him. So these are all things that the defense are going to point to say that Mr. Miu was attacked, and that his actions of being attacked by so many different individuals so quickly and so consistently, he didn't have time to say, hey, warning, warning, I have a knife. So I'm not overly concerned as a defense attorney with the fact that he didn't verbalize that, merely because of how quickly this happened and how many people were involved.
And just want to reset now for our viewers. We are at the lunch hour of the Apple River stabbing trial, about 12:17 here in Minneapolis, Hudson, Wisconsin, Central Time Zone. We have this lunch break until 1 o'clock. Joining us for her expert legal analysis is criminal defense attorney here in the Twin Cities, Debbie Lang. Debbie, this is your first day joining us. I've tried to get some different voices here with us so our viewers can appreciate different perspectives on this case. It does appear all signs are pointing to Nicolae Miu taking the stand in his own defense. Aaron Nelson certainly hinted, if not blatantly, told the jury that he will eventually tell you, the jury, his perspective on this. As an attorney, as the way this evidence has come in, do you believe Miu has to take the stand to explain to the jury what happened in his eyes?
100% yes, absolutely. There's no question in my mind. Additionally, the defense attorney did say in opening statements, you will hear from Mr. Miu. When a defense attorney makes that statement, there's no question. The defendant is going to take the stand. And in this case, it is very, very important because with self-defense, in Wisconsin, the jury instruction is that the jury has to consider the position from the defendant's shoes. That differs from Minnesota, which is a reasonable person standard in a similar circumstance. In Wisconsin, the jury will be told to put themselves in Mr. Miu's position under the circumstances that existed at that time. So they've seen the objective video footage. They need to hear from Mr. Miu what he was feeling, what he was perceiving, what he thought was happening. That is critical to this defense. So there is no question in my mind we will be hearing from him.
What does that process look like, Debbie, as a client whose basically life is at stake? I mean, it's not a death penalty case, but it is a life imprisonment if ever convicted on that top count of first-degree intentional homicide. Is he sitting with his attorneys each and every day, just sort of prepping? We know the state's case is moving along a little faster, so it could be as soon as middle of next week that they have the case, and it would be his opportunity to do that. How are you sort of readying? Remember, this is a guy, I mean, you can see he's lost a lot of weight. The color has been removed from his face, just from photos and earlier video. He's now divorced. His wife divorced him in the last month. I don't know where his mental state is, but what does these next few days look like as you get Miu ready to take the stand?
Yeah, his defense attorneys definitely have been and will continue to meet with him. It's not necessarily an everyday action, however, because the reality is the defense attorneys are focusing on the witnesses that are coming now. And Mr. Miu won't be taking the stand, of course, during the state's case in chief. The defense will be calling him. So they have a pretty good idea of when that will occur. And so they know it's going to be next week. No defense attorney wants their client to come off scripted. That is one of the worst things that can happen. They want him to be genuine. Of course, he needs to be honest. He needs to tell his story. And so they'll work with him, but they're not giving him a script or telling him he has to memorize the answers to these 100 questions. They're working through the narrative with him. And as they go, they're also going to be taking bits and pieces of information that they heard through other testimony to then weave it into Mr. Miu's testimony when he takes the stand. They'll also practice with him cross-examination, because that is completely different, as everyone has seen. Generally speaking, when an individual is testifying on direct examination, or the first attorney that questions them, the one who called them, they're asked open-ended questions. So more of the narrative is coming from the witness. Whereas on cross-examination, which is what the state will do to Mr. Miu when he's testifying, the state's going to be asking very tight, leading questions, just as the defense has been doing at this point for all of the state's witnesses. So a lot of those yes or no or correct type questions, where it's really the attorney that's telling the story and trying to get affirmation from the witness on the stand that that information or that story is correct.
One thing I want to do, Debbie, we talked, or we have in these question and answers, and perhaps when you respond to my question, we can roll the video over your response, talking about that cell phone video, the 3.5 minutes or so shot by Jawan Cockfield that captures, you know, the entirety. I mean, it's not, he doesn't see everything in the full real time, but certainly captures the 3.5 minutes before, immediately after, and then those 20-25 seconds where the stabbings occur.
Check this out. I think that the divorce, it wasn't. I think they did it for monetary reasons, because they didn't know how long he was going to be locked up. And as you can see, it's been, what, 2 years now. It relieves her of the liability of his debt, doesn't it? But if they're married, she would be liable for his debt while he's locked up, right? She didn't really testify against him, though. She was brought up by the prosecution, but she didn't say anything that would hurt the case any. She didn't. She said she still loved him and everything, dude. Weren't you here? It didn't seem like she hurt him at all for the case. She was actually protecting him.
So with that in mind, one thing that I haven't talked about on this live stream yet is that the defense before
she said all good things about him, dude. She said he's everything. You heard the recap? Well, the recap you saw, it wasn't good enough, because she definitely was looking out for him the whole time, saying only good things, nothing bad at all, doesn't have a temper, only trying to help people. He just wanted to find somebody's phone for him. You know, no. I think that they did it for monetary reasons. She still loves him. She said that. I still love him.
in mind, one thing that I haven't talked about on this live stream yet is that the defense before this trial had moved to end that video at the 2:25 mark, so basically cutting off the last 50 seconds. They'd asked the judge, saying once the stabbing occurs, everything else afterwards is, you know, can be prejudicial, it's emotional, the stabbing's over, the crime, the alleged crime has occurred. Don't let the jury see that. It will only serve to hurt our client. And in the alternative, if you're going to rule it all comes in, mute the last 50 seconds, take away some of that, oh my God, you know, what have you. The river obviously runs red with blood in the very last shot. So you could clearly see why the defense wanted to do that. In the end, the judge said no, the entirety of it comes in. Could you perhaps, you know, explain what effort the defense would have been going after to try to end that video a little early?
Certainly. So the defense's concern with the end of that video is the fact that you're hearing people screaming for help. You're hearing the screams and the pain of the individuals who in fact were struck and injured. The defense's position is that there is no probative or helpful value in that for the jury. It's more prejudicial. It's more emotional. That portion of the video is simply trying to incite the emotions of the jury. So to have them make an emotional decision versus actually looking at the facts and the law. Additionally, Mr. Miu there is obviously walking away. He's not part of what is happening at that point in time. And so for the defense, they want the jury to focus on what happened when Mr. Miu was there, again, for self-defense, putting themselves in his shoes, putting themselves in his position. He's not there at that point in time. And so I could see why the defense made that motion to have it excluded because of the prejudicial aspect, because it's ripe with emotion because of all of the screaming and the cries.
Who else thinks that the wife?
We sort of saw that same, you
they
know,
only got a divorce,
not necessarily game plan,
for
obviously
financial,
video, but they want to limit some of the body camera footage today. You know, certain questions, or end it a little earlier. Is that also part of what they see is fair and creating the scene, but not providing, you know, prejudicial
because I'm a genius, you little shits.
Would have to process through their
You'll
brains.
come around.
Yeah, so some of the evidence that the body cam evidence that they addressed today had to do with when Mr. Miu was handcuffed. And first,
well,
he
you
was
only
told
said it
what he was being
because I was
arrested
thinking
for.
it already.
Homicide and attempted homicide.
Yesterday.
Then what happens is the detective, excuse me, the deputy that's on
got
scene
it out of my head.
tells him that a detective will come to the jail to visit him, and Mr. Miu responds to that. The deputy states, I'm paraphrasing, but that a detective will be at the jail to see you, all right? And Mr. Miu says, okay. So the state wants that in, again, because they're going to be pointing to, he heard, he understood, he should have known that someone was deceased. So when he acts surprised later, it's all an act.
So right now you're being placed
Defense wants it out, and their position was he was responding to a direct question from law enforcement.
For homicide?
Not having to do with understanding what the charge was, but actually that the detective would be coming to the jail. He said, all right. He acknowledged that. The defense wanted that out for a couple of reasons. Number one is, at that point in time, Mr. Miu was in custody, and he was asked a question, also known as being interrogated, and he hadn't been Mirandized. So everyone knows from Hollywood and TV that Miranda are the rights, you have the right to remain silent. Those rights don't have to be read by law enforcement right when someone is placed under arrest.
But don't they have to be read before they use anything you say in court?
The law requires that Miranda be read when an individual is, one, in custody, and two, being questioned or interrogated. So the defense focused on that law to exclude the response of, okay,
why wasn't it excluded?
They did that because they're likely going to argue that Mr. Miu, again, wasn't paying complete attention, and he didn't absorb what was said when he was told.
I wasn't in here. I wasn't in here. Did they let him nod or not, y'all? When he said you're being arrested for homicide, he was outside of the car. She's talking about a different incident. When he was inside the car, they were saying that you're going to the jail now, blah, blah, blah. But before that, there was that other one that they were trying to get thrown out where, but they allowed some of it. They cut it off before he shook his head, right? And the civil lawsuit, if anything, it's going to be with him against the bar owner, dude, and his group of people that started the whole fucking thing. What? They started before the head shake? Okay, yeah. Because they didn't in the court. Like, I mean, when they were going over it, they let him shake his head. And I was like, oh, dude, they better not let him shake his head. So okay, that's good. Because he did seem like he was fucking out of it. Kind of just like, like homicide. Okay, yeah. You know, like it was probably, dude. I can't imagine the amount of adrenaline you have flowing through your body, coursing through your veins, with something like that happening. I can't. I don't think I've ever been that like freaked out. Probably no. So I can't imagine. I can see why he was like staring there blankly. It's good that they let that out, but at the same time, like, why was he, dude? Why did he say that in the car? Like, they allowed that in, though. No, they did not allow that in either, did they? Where he was like, "What? People? I heard y'all think it looks like me. Did they allow that? Because that's messed up. If he like, would shock make you? I mean, I guess fight or flight. You're trying just to fly and not get caught at that point. So, I mean, it makes them look bad, but it's probably still human nature, right? To try to like be like, oh no, I didn't do that. But if you were to do that same thing in a car accident, it'd be considered a hit and run, and that'd be a charge. So that's interesting, right? That's not particularly a charge to do what he did, but it would be in a vehicle interaction. Isn't that weird?
Homicide and attempted homicide. The judge ultimately ruled in favor of the defense.
Right? Like if you act like you didn't do like a violent crime on somebody, that's not a crime in itself. You flee a violent crime and act like you didn't do it, that's not a crime. But if you flee a violent crime or you flee a car accident and you say you didn't do it, that's a crime. No, you can flee a car accident and say you did do it even, and that's a crime. But you can flee a violent crime, and that in itself isn't a crime. How is that not a crime to flee a violent crime, but it's a crime to flee an accident? It should be for both, right? It should be an extra crime to not sit down right after you stab somebody and wait for the cops. It's a crime if you don't identify yourself in public. I mean, kind of. They got to take you in jail and fingerprint you, right? What do you mean?
Stopped the video before the question was asked regarding the detective coming. All right. He says, okay. So the jury hasn't seen that. That was excluded because the judge found he was in custody.
Okay,
he was asked a specific question.
So they did
He hadn't yet
exclude
been
that
Mirandized,
too.
And the judge also felt that there was not value in having the jury hear that question and the response.
Thank you for that answer. And
that's a big deal, dude.
Don't know in
that's actually huge that they didn't see that. Him acting like he didn't know what was happening.
Not the very next witness, Scott Knudsen. He will be this afternoon. But it is him having an exchange with Nicolae Miu in that car, where he then sort of says, "Oh, I heard there's a stabbing. I heard the person looks like me." The judge, the defense has asked to keep it all out.
Our laws are so precise, man.
I forget exactly how that ruling came down, but it is something to look towards this afternoon when we come back again for 1 o'clock, the top of the hour here at about 12:28 now.
If you're in an accident, identify yourself before you leave.
Recess at the Apple River stabbing trial with criminal defense attorney Debbie Lang here in the Twin Cities joining us with some analysis. One other point I just want to make quickly, more from my reporter perspective, as it relates to his upcoming interrogation and where perhaps his story goes off the rails. He lies.
Thanks for clarifying, Mark.
Nelson, his defense attorney, described it during openings about the knife. It was his knife. He had it in his pocket. There were no other knives on the river that he allegedly, that he had said he had taken off of somebody. They moved to get rid of the top his entire interrogation pre-trial, arguing that while he was Mirandized, there was some
2 hours is enough.
confusion or non-clarity around whether he definitively asked for an attorney. And there are some references like, when am I going to talk to an attorney? Do I get to talk to an attorney? But he never asserted 100% that he wanted to speak to an attorney then and there. So that whole interrogation will eventually come in. I know the defense fought that. I don't know if you're familiar with the ins and outs of the argument. I know I didn't get you the paperwork in advance of your interview here, but that is a legal issue that Judge Waterman did have to rule on as we look towards what we assume will be Nicolae Miu on the witness stand next week.
No, absolutely. The defense has to try. They had to try to keep that out, because that certainly is the most damning piece of evidence against their client. So I absolutely understand why they
He
would
knows
vigorously
that I love
argue
him
to try
and that
to
I
have
don't
that
want to
excluded.
believe.
Once the judge ruled it's coming in, the defense then, and they did it here, they took it head on. They said in opening, he lied. Because trying to dodge that, any jury is going to see right through it. So they need to take it on, address it, acknowledge it, and then have Mr. Miu talk about why. Why did you lie? Why did you say what you did during that interview? Because if they don't do that, all the jury is left with is that this guy lied. So they're definitely, again, going back to that Mr. Miu needs to take the stand, and that is a very important piece here, because his interview is going to be damning to the defense and very valuable to the state.
That was stupid. How stupid can you be, though, bro?
You know, the defense team has really grilled the tubers on their memories of changing stories and evolving stories and why they said what they did in the immediate aftermath, or why they didn't mention
it. Must be just like it's ingrained in us now. Don't get like, if you get arrested, don't. He shouldn't even have talked to the cops. Honestly, he would have been better off, as usual, not talking at all. Zero talking. Lawyer. I need to talk to a lawyer. Boom. They wouldn't have any of this on him, dude. So remember that, kiddos. Lawyer. Don't fucking lie. Nothing. Lawyer. That's all they needed to know. You want to talk to me? Lawyer. Boom.
That or the other.
Figure it
Let's
out.
just remember, at some point, assuming you guys take this in, he will then face the same type of questions from the other side. I mean, his defense will likely.
What an idiot! How are you going to go stabbing 5 people and then not just say lawyer?
Will likely be on the other side of that as people watch. You know, these young tubers. You know, admittedly, some of them drunk, high, what have you. Miu will eventually have to answer those questions should he take the stand at some point. With that, Debbie, I'm just wondering, as you assess how this morning came in, we started with one last tubing witness. You know, in that whole Carlson group, if you will. We actually have a graphic of the various tubing groups to try to keep our viewers' minds around who we were talking about.
A little retarded.
We saw perhaps the last Riverside tuber take the witness stand. Janelle Duxbury describing her, you know, what she saw that day. She was right next to her dear friend Riley.
How can you think that, though, dude? You got all these people that see it go down, and you think you're going to get away with it? You got, like, everybody's got a phone in their pocket now, man.
Is the idea now that it really
and the dude was there filming the whole time. He walked right up to him.
So the so-called tubers, and are we now sort of on in its entirety to law enforcement response, maybe medical response? Is that how you see the way the prosecution is likely trying to lay out their case?
Yeah, I think they laid it out in a way that we often see, and that's a chronological order. And in this situation, law enforcement arrived later in this story. And so it was a wise decision. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to bring in some emotional testimony at the end, just to essentially loop back. But throughout the testimony today with law enforcement, it's still emotional. There are still graphic videos that are being played. You know, the nurse testified, and that was extremely difficult for her, even with her medical training. So the reality is that emotion is still going to be there. The investigator who interviewed,
to be honest, Homie was a little retarded for even walking that close to that group. Honestly, like he had to have been able to tell if they were inebriated, dude. Like if I were that dude, I would have been trying to stay as far away from that group as possible. Honestly, because I'm not trying to fucking have to deal with the cops over some dumb shit. You know what I mean? Over some, like, it could have been much less than that, and the cops would still get involved, you know. And then I got to sit here and do all that dumb shit over what? Just because I wanted to argue with some drunk ass teenagers? Oh hell no! I find out that there was a drunk ass teenager in my chat, and I get rid of him as soon as possible. Get him away from me! Get away from me!
That's going to be important testimony that the state's going to use. But I think in the end, they may try at the very end to just try to loop in someone emotional one more time. But they've definitely done a good job of presenting.
And it has a lot to do with how reckless they can be and get away with it. For instance, I remember I visited LA years ago from Colorado, and I had to fly. So in doing so, I also had to take the blue line from Long Beach, which goes through Compton. And there were hoodlums on board, spitting and on the ground and just being super arrogant and getting like, I don't know, just be arguing, or not arguing, but cursing loudly, and just, it was gross. So I asked the person, like, do you mind not spitting on the ground? You know what I mean? And before I knew it, I had like 3 teenagers up in my face, acting like they were gonna kick my ass, dude. And I was actually nervous. I haven't ridden the fucking blue line since then, dude. Actually. So I can see how he could have gotten very intimidated by a bunch of football-sized teenagers that are 17, actually surrounding him and shit, because I was scared and I wasn't even getting hit. I was like, oh fuck, what have I done? I should have kept my damn mouth shut, dude. So ever since then, I kind of stay away from teenagers, dude, because they're reckless now. It's not worth it. They're willing to do the dumbest shit now because they know they'll get away with it. There's no respect anymore. They feel like adults have to earn their respect. Their parents are teaching them this shit. Their parents are teaching them, no, you don't just automatically respect a cop. You don't just automatically respect an adult. There's a lot of parents doing that shit. They got to earn your respect, just like anybody else. Like, what? Hell no. It didn't used to be like that, dude. Youth used to respect the adults because the adults had to fight wars and shit. They kept us who we were as a country. And that goes for all countries. In some, it's still like that. You look at Ukraine. Do you think the youth are disrespectful to the adults of Ukraine right now? Because here's the thing. They don't have... 18-year-olds aren't drafted into the war in Ukraine. They just recently reduced it from 27 to 25. Draftee age. Stuff like that, man. The reason why kids used to respect adults. We haven't been to war in too fucking long.
I'm going to call out the tubing group one more time. I think you can kind of watch it in tandem while you talk to me.
But there
is one last young man in that tubing group, Peliquin. Owen P. there. He's between Jawan and Ryan. Ryan was the first witness. Jawan is a young man who was videotaping on his cell phone. Owen P. We've heard the anguished testimony of Isaac's mom that day. Well, who called her? Owen Peliquin. Owen Peliquin has not taken the stand at this point. The rest, obviously, Isaac tragically dead here, but Landon has...
Well, the reason why he went in front... Bill, I don't think you guys know enough about this case. Yeah, he put himself by running at him, for sure. For sure. He put himself by running at him. He shouldn't have fucking ran back at him. But what we're missing there is everything that was said and the interim between the first video and the second video. There's no telling, because they went from calling him a raper, screaming raper and all kinds of shit on the river, to who knows what. And the part that's missing before he charged at them again. Where did they go after they said that? What worse did they... Nobody seems to have heard what the kids said except for the kids. And they're all fucking lying already. So who knows what the heck else they said to piss him off, to make him that mad. To where you would run at him. And then the only reason he went in front of the rafts, or the tubes, is because he dropped his snorkel and shit when he ran up on them. That's why he was hanging around and for the rest of the time after running up on it, because he dropped his stuff in the water and he couldn't find it. And you can see him going directly to he went directly to in front of the tubes and started looking in the water for it because he was hoping to get in front of it before it got to him. And they just kept badgering him. And then that fucking group came over and they made things way worse. Because they were screaming in his face and shit, and they were adults, drunk as well. It's mine. It's him. Oh, it's fucking Simon, dude. It's always Simon.
Alex Vang has been called. We haven't yet heard from Owen Peliquin.
I can't. It's not my life.
Closer,
I'm just passing through Simon's
case, but obviously one name and face to keep an eye on as the trial proceeds and the state continues to present its case in chief. And the other name I just want to mention to our viewers, because I know you guys are all following it so closely, Brand throughout this.
And where they exited. So that's definitely important law enforcement testimony that's coming. So it really depends upon, the state's strategy. If they want to do that first and then go to the interrogation, I suspect that they might do it that way.
He makes you want to put him out the room.
I would just mention is we don't have any access to, advanced information.
So he's been laying here for 2 hours fucking straight the whole morning surrounded.
They have a translator in place. So
before I go on stream, everything is Simon.
There. So if they are trying to package up law enforcement, perhaps we get to the interrogation later today. But thank you so much, Debbie. We'll see you a little later. And finally, before we wrap it up, again, we're going up towards the top of the hour. It's 12:36 here in the the Central
20,
Time Zone as we await
40-second
the afternoon
intervals of meat
case
time.
presentation, witness testimony in the Apple River stabbing trial. We are that's expected at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock.
What?
What we have
You're-
done is
what,
given all the
dude?
body camera
Fuck
footage
off.
that came in through the various law
Fuck
enforcement
off.
witnesses we heard from today. We've gone ahead and
Fuck
edited
off.
a thread, if you
You're
will,
saying that?
that just takes you to the scene that afternoon.
I give the
It
triple
will be
fuck
sound
off.
fully up. You can watch it here now for the next 25 minutes or so.
He's standing where his bowl goes,
Judge
his food
Waterman
bowl.
returns to his bench and the parties are back in court. We will get you back out to the St. Croix County Circuit Court live for every single moment, gavel-to-gavel coverage here on the Fox 9 digital platforms. But for now, here's some of that body camera footage displayed in court today for this jury.
We have to take the river down.
We got someone who can't move.
Yep, come on up.
We got someone who can't move. Go help him. Please.
Yeah, we got one.
Where'd the suspect go?
I don't know. No, but we got. She got stabbed. Her right there. She got stabbed. Okay. And there's 2 down there yet too. It's shallow water. So you
Yep, we're going.
Shallow. It's shallow. Y'all can step.
And the guy is still walking up the river.
The suspect?
Yes, he's still had a knife out. He was still stabbing people.
502 dispatch just received information.
Hey.
The suspect still has the knife.
He actually stopped me. I mean, just staring. I'm so yeah. I want to know what they said in between those 2 videos, dude, because whatever it was threw him into a fit of rage.
Dispatch, I'm just getting the 06. It does appear that EMS is clear to get up here.
But just screaming raper and pedo to somebody in front of his wife and friends might be enough to throw somebody in that, because like those are his co-workers and shit, dude, and now he's got to like defend some random group of people calling him a pedo. Like now everybody's gonna be wondering why is he being called that? What did he do over there?
Okay. What is the suspect was?
The knife should have been brought out. What do you mean? He got hit 3 times by an adult that was trying to knock him out. And he just went through quadruple bypass surgery less than a year ago or something like that. In the hospital for 3 weeks. He only had the knife on him because they asked him to bring it down to cut the rope. He actually went back to the truck to go get it because someone asked him to go get it. He just happened to have it on him still.
We're for 19.
I don't think he didn't take the knife there to cut somebody.
I'm also looking for the suspect.
He provoked
I
him.
looked on the description. I heard one.
No, he was just next to them, and they started calling him a fucking pedo and shit out of nowhere because they didn't like that he wasn't answering them quickly enough about why he was
You
there.
guys see what happened? Who did it? You know who it is?
No, it's just some random on the river. He wouldn't go. 5'9", 5'10", Russian-looking guy.
He went somewhere over there.
Where's he wearing?
Hey, see him?
Hey!
They just went after him. I think he's up. You get out of there.
Get out!
And it's that dude that is partially the reason why it all happened, because he sent his goons over, and his goons ended up escalating the situation beyond repair.
What does he look like?
And I don't even think his goon got hit. That chick, there's no proof of it. There's no video. There's no mark on her face. This dude got set up, man.
10-4 believed to be going downriver. I can head straight down there. Negative. Suspect went into the woods at the initial location, quarter mile upriver from the 64 bridge.
But he did pull the knife out when they approached him, but he was surrounded. He was surrounded at that point, and he didn't menace anybody with it. You're allowed to pull a knife out, but if you go, I'm gonna cut you with this, that's a menacing charge, and that's actually illegal. He didn't menace anybody with it. He just had it out just in case. That's not illegal. If anything, it should have been a deterrent for everybody just seeing it in his hand.
21 to 29. Careful, please be careful.
you up along the riverbank, if you can get guys, head that way.
Nobody was paying attention to the guy's hands.
Okay, you hold on, okay?
I bet they do from now on.
Copy, I'll put it that way.
What does suspect wearing? Some shorts, clothes?
Shirt and a t-shirt. White t-shirt. Oh no, young t-shirt off a belly. Older man, he's in his 50s, 60s. He just has a knife.
46 to 29. I'm just coming through the ridge.
Right, hold pressure on his stomach.
Perimeter.
What? Pressure.
Yep, I'll go to the end of the Sunrise Trail and we'll link up there.
8019 dispatch. Suspect information.
I don't even carry a knife on me anymore, dude. I ended up getting a menacing charge by pulling a knife on somebody. I thought I was.
15 years old. When this person described him as Russian.
I thought I was allowed to do that. Say, hey, get it back. Don't stop. Get back. You can't do that.
Negative. Can't get that yet. Also, 2 of the friends of the person ran into the woods are looking for the suspects. We have some other people contaminating the area.
And he only stabbed one kid. The other 2 are adults, right?
Disregard. Where'd the suspect go into the woods at?
And that one kid must have came at him, dude.
I know.
After he had already stabbed somebody, I think that he was one of the ones that came at him again.
One here, one there. They don't know.
I mean, hell, think of yourself. You're over here stabbing people to get them the fuck away from you because you feel your fear for your life. Are you gonna be thinking that, oh, that one's a kid?
I think 29 up the road here.
Motherfuckers are running at you. They're gonna try to disarm you and maybe stab you with your own knife at this point.
Hold on, wait up there somewhere.
Fight or flight's a tricky thing, man.
8019 to the dispatch. Our 2 most critical patients are up here, upriver. Is this?
No. You guys see him? WD-19 has 2 critical patients upriver. Do you have a team to go extract them?
I didn't catch that. We're a quarter mile upriver from the bridge. We can see the squads. 1, no vitals. CPR in progress.
Jeffrey 19. I believe I have EMS in the area.
That wasn't butterfly knife.
Helicopters en route for Lake 2 or Lifelink.
Lock blade.
Affirmative. 2 helicopters this time. 8821 dispatch.
It's not a butterfly knife.
About a 10th of a mile upriver from the bridge. We have a male subject with an abdominal stab wound and a laceration to the leg. We have another male subject with a lateral slash across the abdomen. And we have one subject with a stab wound to the chest.
That's just one animal! That's one animal!
What do you mean the cops acted like they did nothing? Who did nothing? The kids?
I know. 168019.
Go ahead.
Do we need additional agencies to assist with perimeter?
Yes.
Carry one.
Typical helicopter was in the area of Minnesota. I don't know if that's something we can utilize.
I used to carry this one. Benchmade is what I pulled on somebody.
Hey, 16 dispatch. If nurse one's available in Polk County, I can send some deputies on.
Keep talking.
And for nurse one, cars copy.
Keep going. You got that thing.
Take the river down.
He punched me in the face.
I always have pepper spray on me though. I don't go anywhere without pepper spray. Sometimes 2 of them. I usually have either this one on me or a bigger one. And there's one on my keychain. Hey, Bubba.
To his chest, his guns are exposed. The other one is stabbed in the chest, one stab in the hip here.
3 down there? We got 3 individuals down the river. Significant stabbing.
It's so easy to stab. Like, you don't even really need that sharp of a knife, dude. That's what's wild about it. You know what I'm saying?
The lung is popped. Okay, how deep?
Scary.
Not deep? It's bleeding out. The person's balls are out. He's about to lose consciousness. All right. We're doing CPR on the one whose lung is popped. The one Is he on the other side of the river?
Oh, no, right down here. Right there.
Do more people die from stab wounds
All right,
than
you want to help me out here?
gunshot wounds still?
I'm gonna pause.
Where's the guy?
Oh, right here.
Okay, where's the stabber?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
Or is a 22 handgun taking the lead? Guns. Yeah, guns actually are the highest, it seems. Didn't it used to be knives, though? Dude, it's guns by far.
Here's wearing a camel colored shirt.
I'm sorry, yeah. No, it's
Just being detained at this point, okay?
Yes.
What are we checking? Let me check.
Basic dispatch, believe we have a suspect detained. I believe we have him detained at the time.
No weapons or anything like that.
36 has a possible suspect detained at 64.9. Everybody hold where they're at. We need a photo so we can start this.
I got it.
I'm coming up on the cross bridge right now.
Like I said, you're just being detained at this point, okay, boss?
Okay. I got a photo on my phone. I'll be there in a second.
Yeah. Chain matches. Shorts.
What's your name?
Nick.
Nick what?
Nick Miu.
Okay.
Why? What did he do?
This way. Double lock at this point. All right, we'll worry about it over here. He's got a silver chain. It matches. Silver blockchain. Same shorts. Yes. So, let me double lock this quick.
Number.
Like I said, sir, you're just detained at this point, okay? We'll explain anything in a second here. You got some pretty good markings on his hand, too. All right. So let's take a picture of that. Yeah, we're on his thumb.
Advise him he's under arrest? Are we done that now?
So right now, you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide.
Dude, Simon, go on. Fuck.
Focus your
What are
attention
you
on
doing?
I did.
When you
Shit.
arrived to where Isaac was, did your nurse training kick in?
Yes, so he was lying on his back. His eyes were open but not blinking. He was not breathing. So I started chest compressions right away and continued that for a long time.
Did you make a primary assessment of his wound?
I saw that there was a large cut. At first I thought he had been impaled on the set of roots and branches that were hanging down just prior to that. But then I looked and it was a slash mark, not an impale thing. It was a long and thin and clean cut.
Where was it located on his body?
On his left chest, upper chest, kind of his ribs.
All right, so what?
I asked, I was doing compressions, and people were screaming and it was making me lose count, so I think I yelled out to somebody, shut up or stop screaming, so that I could count. There were other people around. I asked for somebody to get me anything that I could use as a chest seal, a Ziploc bag, anything to put over that wound. I didn't want any water or anything getting in there, but I looked down at Isaac and there was some vomit coming from his mouth at some point, so I asked the kid up front to turn his head, which he did, and the kid splashed some water, which got in his eyes, and I said, don't splash water in his face anymore. And it just continued forever. It felt like forever that we did compressions. I kept asking, where's the rig? Why isn't it here yet?
What rig do you mean? What do you mean?
Ambulance.
Do you have an idea now, as you sit here, how long you performed chest compressions on Isaac?
I said 45 minutes because I think that's, I thought that's what it was, but somebody corrected me later that it wasn't, it felt like forever.
You don't see him being aggressive, true?
True.
Okay. He doesn't verbally say anything that you would describe as being aggressive, right?
Correct. He said nothing at all that I heard.
Okay. And you don't see him doing anything physically that you would consider to be aggressive either, right?
Aggressive, no, but the way he was standing there and just, it was a very expressionless, hollow, almost like a demonic look in his face. Like I don't know how else to describe it other than his eyes did not look human. Very daunting.
Simon, you're fucking harassing me at this point, dude.
You would agree at that point there's approximately 13 people around him, yes?
It had to have been somewhere around that number, correct?
And the goal, according to your statement, was to build a wall, right?
Correct.
Okay. You have no idea what's happening, do you?
Not a clue.
Okay. And you say that Dante runs up to Mr. Miu. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, does he have any information as to what's happening?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Face sores with the black bra, the lip piercings,
Without
very
having
classy.
any information as to what's happening in that situation, right?
Correct.
And you don't hear anybody yelling anything prior to you going up to build that wall, right?
I could hear the commotion, but I could not make out distinct words.
Okay. And you don't know if Mr. Miu's with any other group, do you?
I do not.
Okay. You see him alone, though, right?
What appeared to be alone.
Okay. And you say that today you say Maddie goes up and is yelling at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is that what you remember telling the police?
I guess I honestly don't know if I had told them that or not.
You go up to build a wall. Why?
Because there was a very clear confrontation between the group of children and then Nicolae, so at least to divide the conflict was at least my idea.
So you believed at that point there was a confrontation that was taking place, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you hear Maddie yelling at him, is that right?
I do. Yes.
And you hear she's swearing at him, true?
Yes.
Okay.
I said, hard for me to trust someone with meth holes in their face. Just is.
Good afternoon again as we hit the 1 o'clock hour Central Time here in our Twin Cities Fox 9 streaming studios. The Apple River stabbing trial, our gavel-to-gavel coverage. We'll take you into our camera in the courtroom on the state seal there. St. Croix County Circuit Court is what you are looking at. It is 1 o'clock. That is roughly the time Judge Michael Waterman had suggested the court would resume. We're obviously keeping all eyes on that courtroom as soon as the camera pulls down.
All eyes on
see
me.
The judge and the parties get into that courtroom. We will take you out there live. You've been watching, again, as I signed off about a half hour ago, some of the body camera footage from today, as well as some of the witness testimony. The nurse, Andrea Baldazzo, who was on the river when she came across what she thought initially sounded like a party. She was with her husband. She's a trained nurse.
It's from earlier.
Nearby Minnesota, and was out for a day on the river. Quickly realized people were in medical need. She talked about her nursing instincts kicked in and rushing to the side of the river there to try to tend to Isaac Schuman, providing chest compression. She thought for 45 minutes. Clearly it was not that long before paramedics arrived, but in her mind it was forever, and they were going, trying to revive the young man. At one point, the anecdote I remember was they were singing or humming Baby Shark to one another to stay on.
Knives are
pace,
used.
Trying to get the young.
Shut up, Dilbert. Sorry, Mr. Dilbert. Knives are used in 3 times more murders than rifles, hands, fists, feet. Are used in nearly 2 times more murders than rifles. What? No, hands, fists, and feet are used in nearly 2 times more murders than rifles. And knives are used in 3 times more murders than rifles, but not more than handguns.
He recalled. And as I take you to that
Handguns were
moment,
used in
102, Judge
62%
Waterman,
of
he has
homicides
been
from
punctual all this
2015 to
week.
2019.
His trial is moving along. The state has said, in fact, we had to wait a few minutes during this morning to get their witnesses on time because
59% in 2020, it went down.
Longer to be presented. They're already talking about perhaps resting their state case by Monday or Tuesday of next week. This case is moving along. Michael Waterman on the bench here. We are in session.
You are 4.5 times more likely to die when shot by a larger
All 14 members
caliber
are present.
pistol
The
round
attorneys are present along
than a
with Mr.
small
Miu.
caliber.
We're ready to resume the
So you don't want to
afternoon
get shot by
session.
357
Mr. Anderson, who
Magnum,
is
40
the next
caliber,
witness?
44 Magnum, 45, 10 millimeter, or 7.62.
Terry Anderson, you said?
Yes.
But a 25, a 32, and a 38. It's not so bad.
Mr. Anderson, please retake the witness stand. You're still under oath from this morning.
I don't know if you get shot in the head, though. It's like it bounces around inside your skull if it's a 22. And a lot of assassins use 22s because they're so quiet.
Carl Anderson.
Thank you, Judge.
May begin.
May I approach?
Yes.
I mean, James Bond had a 380. That's pretty small.
I'm handing you what's been marked as
PPK.
Exhibit 41. Can you identify what that is?
It's the
Walter.
CAD report, the command
PPK.
log for the incident.
What is a CAD report?
It's a record of the location of the incident and then any notes that the dispatchers would make regarding what's being said on the radio or told by callers. And it's a log of the change of status for any units or officers that are involved with the incident.
So if an officer says, I'm on scene, that gets logged in there, things like that?
It does, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 7?
Dude, what? You can't say pedo.
Does the CAD log on that page have the time for when the suspect was detained?
1649.
See? This is what it looked like.
4:49?
4:49 p.m.
The James Bond 380 Walther PPK.
And could
It's
that
kinda
be
cute,
off
huh?
by a little bit?
It could be.
And can you just explain that?
So it's noted on the audio recording of when it was said, but if the dispatcher was busy at the time when the
R.I.P. to Sean
transaction
Connery,
occurred
bro.
on the radio, there might be a delay depending on what all that dispatcher's doing. It could be a few seconds to maybe 15 seconds, maybe in that area, depending on their activity load, because they're multitasking.
Thank you. Judge, I moved to minute 41.
This is some boring testimony, bro. Come on, bro. Bro! Jabba the Hutt. I remember Howard the Duck. I've actually taken the song from that and putting Jabba the Hutt to it. Remember? Howard the Duck. It was about this duck. I don't know. That was a cool movie. If you haven't seen Howard the Duck, you probably won't like it now as an adult. Be real about it. You had to have seen it as a youth, probably. But if you had seen it as a youth, you'd probably still reminisce, maybe like it as an adult. None of you have seen Howard the Duck?
I'll withdraw moving to a minute.
All right. Thank you. You have more questions for Mr. Terry Anderson?
I do not.
All right,
That's
Mr.
it.
Nelson, do you?
Oh.
All right, you're excused. Who's next?
Sheriff Knutson?
Really, none of you? Simon.
Sheriff, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Everybody, come.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Scott.
Whoa! You fucking scared me there, bro. You're a little mini lion. Are we good? I was genuinely scared. I thought he was about to come at me. Gotta be. I mean, it's still. He was still a feral cat when I found him, and who knows? He might get a little crazy as he gets old.
A number of administrative duties, as well as overseeing the jail, tending to the courts.
Do you typically get involved yourself in patrols or investigations, or are you more administrative?
Not often, more administrative, and ensuring cases are assigned out.
Do you work Monday through
It
Friday?
was a
business
movie,
hours,
though,
essentially?
bro.
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Do you get called in often too?
I do.
Did you get called in to the Apple River stabbing?
I did.
And where did you respond?
From my residence right in the Somerset area.
And did you go to the scene of the stabbing or somewhere else?
I originally went to the bridge, the Sunrise Bridge, which was very close to the scene of the stabbing, the closest access point.
Okay, but hold up. Is it any more weird with Alienation? Wasn't there an alien in Alienation? You know, those aliens, they would get drunk on rotten milk. Remember that weird shit? Didn't one of them have a relationship with a human? Because Howard was an alien, right? He came from some duck planet. Did he go back there? I can't remember how it ended. I think he went back. I'm sorry, I gave it away if you haven't seen it.
Park where the exit is?
Yes.
All right. And what was the overall response, law enforcement response for this case?
There's a large response from not only internally with Sheriff's Office and coordination with getting people called in, but also surrounding communities. It was outside of the village limits, the original incident, so Somerset was involved. Richmond was coming over. I believe I was on the phone with Washington County, just trying to get staff and resources to come our way.
And were helicopters called for also?
Yes, I believe there's a helicopter en route as well.
And was that specifically a law enforcement helicopter?
Why is this
Yes, I
relevant?
believe it was a Minnesota State Patrol that we were trying to gather.
Why is any of this relevant?
What's the point of the
His
State Patrol
guilt?
helicopter?
At that point, we weren't aware of where the suspect was and that he was not in that area. So because of the wooded nature of the river and the long banks, that a bird's eye view was going to help us tremendously.
We don't even know if that alien had a vagina, though. Oh, because it looked more human, it wasn't as weird. So you're here. Okay, it had the brain of a human, though. It pretty much was a human, except for some little quirks, and it looked like a duck. But internally, it was the same as us. It was just it was a duck form of us. I didn't think it was that weird. It was just an alien. It was kind of like, okay, well, this is happening. I wasn't really expecting that scene probably at the time, but at the same time, it was no worse. It was like, I kind of looked at it like it was a cartoon as a kid. Because, dude, I watched rated R movies when I was young. Whatever that does to the brain. I'm the cable guy. So Howard the Duck was pretty soft compared to like Nightmare on Elm Street and Jason or whatever, Friday and Halloween, all that crazy shit. I had older brothers, man. So.
And was the sheriff's office trying to set up a perimeter?
Yes.
This dude's boring, so I'm kind
been set up,
of doing him on double.
From the hideaway on 170
as
towards
much
Nicolae.
as possible.
And at some point, did you hear that the officers believed they had a suspect in custody?
That is correct, yes.
And did you respond to the area?
I did.
And did you end up making brief contact with Nicolae Miu?
I did, yes.
And were you wearing body camera?
I had my body camera with me, yes.
Judge, I'd move to admit and publish the body camera.
What's the exhibit number?
7.
The objection to number 7?
No.
7 is received. Please play the portion that you wish to play.
It's the whole video, Judge. Oh.
But it wasn't a duck, though. It was a human, like in a duck outfit. That's what it seemed like more. It was a human on the inside. It was even a human size. Like a dwarf.
Okay. What's the temperature? Temperature okay in there? Okay.
I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do. All right. Yep. So we're working through that now.
Oh, this is fucking so bad for him. So the jury just saw that, right? He's lying. He's lying right off the rip, bro.
23 seconds. I'm asking if I play.
But at the same time, he's just Miranda writing himself pretty much before he's been Mirandaized. He knows his rights, so he's not going to give any information that he doesn't have to. Which, I mean, they don't necessarily have to use that against him, but some might think that that's morally wrong for him to do that. But the way our judicial system's set up, we have to do that in a way. He should have just not. He should have just stared blankly forward. I forget. That's what we got to do nowadays. You know what I'm saying? If you get ever hemmed up, don't fucking say shit. Just sit there like a retard. I'm serious.
Turn down. I'll let you do it one more time since the audio is.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not planning on ever getting in trouble. I'm not trying to jinx myself right now, man. I've been in enough trouble. I'm just saying, dude.
Right? Okay. What's the temperature? Temperature okay in there?
Hey,
Okay.
I hope that never happens.
And I fit the description. Yes, you do. All right. Yep. So we're working through that now.
I just have one more question. So if earlier the jury saw a body camera
right?
of Nicolae being told he's under arrest for homicide,
No
was that actually
talking
after
to
this
the
contact?
cops.
Where he's transferred from one squad to another in the parking lot?
No, not transferred from one squad to the other. That was after this contact.
Gotcha. Okay, so this happened, then transferred squads in parking lot, told he's under arrest, happened after your contact.
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify because we went a little out of order with testimony. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
I don't think they're going to allow that.
You're familiar with the Apple River?
I am.
I think we've seen some maps and talked about Village Park. Are you familiar with Village Park?
Yes.
That is essentially the designated exit spot for tubers, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Miu left the river at the designated exit spot for tubers, correct?
I would believe so, yes, from where he was standing.
You didn't personally observe it, but you saw him there at Village Park, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see him get out of the tube and walk up, but that's where you first saw him, correct?
That's where I first made contact, yes.
And obviously you're not aware of any other evidence that he exited somewhere before that, correct?
No, I'm not.
All right. As the sheriff, I would imagine you are aware of cases in your county, correct?
Most of them, yes.
Yeah. And some cases maybe draw your attention more than other cases, correct?
That's correct.
Certainly this is a case that you were aware about from the get-go and you've paid attention to, correct?
Correct.
Because that's your job, right?
Yes.
It's your responsibility, correct?
Correct.
Obviously there's investigators and other law enforcement officers that are assigned specific tasks, right?
Yes.
But you, as the sheriff, ultimately you supervise all of that, right?
Yes.
So I would imagine you are occasionally updated about the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Updated about evidence gathering, correct?
Yes.
There might even be times when you meet with the investigators to talk about what the status is about some piece of evidence or what other evidence you might want to collect or other things of an investigative nature, correct?
Yes.
Because as law enforcement, there's lots of things you want to do. I understand there's safety and there's all of that, right? Correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to put that aside for a second, okay? Talk about the investigative role of law enforcement. Are you with me?
Yep.
And in that role, it's essentially your role and responsibility is to collect any and all evidence that you can that you have reason to believe might be relevant, correct?
Correct.
And that's something that there's policies on in your department, correct?
Evidence collection, yes.
And I'm sure you played a part in those policies. They've changed over the years that you've been the sheriff, right?
Yes.
And
I'm not checked on relevance and foundation for this witness.
I'm unclear what the relevance is. Where are you going?
Well, let me...
Actually, why don't you come on up? You tell me.
How close this gets to milking like him. I didn't put very much in the prompt. I'm just seeing if I can put a bare minimal and it still pop up with something that looks correct.
Objection overruled. You may continue.
And I don't want to get into the particulars about policies, but in general, there's policies. You
That's
play a
what it gave
role
me?
in forming those policies about making how investigations go and how evidence is collected, correct?
Oh, that'd be good.
Correct, and best practices, yes.
Yeah. And probably even before you were a sheriff, but certainly since you've been sheriff, the value of evidence from phones has increased, correct?
Yes.
You're certainly aware that lots of information can be gathered from somebody's phone, correct?
Correct.
And you, as a standard in your office, I'm sure it's, your officers, deputies, investigators, they collect phones, correct?
When applicable, yes.
Yeah. And when applicable, they then do a forensic download of that phone, correct?
Yes.
To gather anything and everything that they can from that phone, correct?
Yes.
In this case, you were, again, I don't want to get into the details of what somebody told you, just your general awareness about a particular part of the investigation, okay? You were aware that there was going to be a factual issue in this trial about whether Madison Cohen was or wasn't punched. What happened to Madison Cohen, correct?
Close.
If that's the lady that was punched.
Well, that's a factual issue that the jury's going to decide, but you understood that there...
I don't know the name.
That's all you meant.
That's what I meant.
But that there was a witness, let's put her name aside. There is a witness that was there, and you're aware that there was a factual issue about whether that witness
Yeah, you just made
did
that.
or did not get punched or slapped or pushed, or how there was some contact with her. Agreed?
Yes.
And you're aware that as part of that investigation, there was your department was trying to see if there was or there wasn't a photo of her face that might document an injury, correct?
That sounds familiar, yes.
There's been
Half the stuff on screen doesn't appear in chat.
that I
What do you
want
mean?
to give you a chance to see if you have a rebut to that, right? There's been testimony that perhaps a phone was offered up to the sheriff's department with a piece of evidence, and the sheriff...
Overruled.
And the sheriff's department said, no, we don't want that phone. We don't care about that picture.
Can we approach? Yes.
Let me start over. There is a witness whose name is Quentin Carlson, and he testified that it was his understanding that there was a photo taken of this witness, Madison Cohen, and that the phone that took that photo was offered up to your sheriff's department, and your department said, nah, we don't want the phone, we don't need the photo, we don't want anything to do with that. Are you aware that any such phone was offered to the sheriff's department?
I'm not aware of that, no.
I would imagine, had a phone been offered up to the sheriff's department, the best practice, the policy would have been for them to collect the phone, correct?
best practice would be, if applicable, yes.
Certainly if somebody in a homicide case said, I've got a photo of the injury to one of the victims, that would be applicable, right?
Yes.
And so in that scenario, the best practice, the policies that you've helped write and establish within the county would be for your sheriff's investigators, members to collect that phone, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, they did collect a phone, right? Or you may not know. I
don't know.
Okay. You would, if they did not, that would surprise you, right?
May or may not, depending upon everything surrounding it. There was a lot of evidence that was collected. I don't know where this one you're referencing fell in.
Okay.
Or at what time.
Maybe I should just ask you this. Based upon your position as the sheriff, do you have any reason to believe that it's true that a piece of evidence in a homicide case was offered up to the sheriff's department regarding alleged victim Madison Cohen, and that your department just dismissed it and said, we don't want it? Do you have any reason to believe that that's true?
I have no reason to believe or not believe it. That's all news to me. I don't know.
Dude, why is he playing hardball?
Move on to a different topic
This
now.
fucking guy. What do you mean? You don't expect your people to do their job, you
You've
shitbag?
had lots of different roles
Fucking
within the sheriff's
hell.
department or as a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes.
That was a little weird.
Lots of people you.
Why
in
does the whole
sheriff's
town
department, you
seem to be
started out
in on
the
this
road,
shit?
you
This could be a movie,
moved up
man.
in ranks, and now you're the sheriff, correct?
Correct.
As part
We
of
don't like
that
Romanians
training,
around these bars.
You have training to and experience to detect alcohol, right?
Correct.
The use of alcohol by people, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly know that sometimes whether somebody has or has not consumed alcohol, that's going to be important and relevant to an investigation of a crime, correct?
It very well could, yes.
And so when you're in those situations, even if you're not looking for it, if you happen upon evidence of alcohol consumption, you would note that, correct?
Yes.
If you were arresting a suspect and you were in their personal space close enough to them to smell alcohol, you'd have made a note of that, correct?
Correct.
Or if you heard slurred speech or something along those lines, you'd have made a note of it, correct?
Yes.
Any sign of intoxication, you'd make a note of it and you could figure out the relevance of it later, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes, if you made observation of it, you might decide to do further investigation, give a test of some sort, whether it be a chemical test or a field test, correct?
On this objective, these are cumulative.
It's not cumulative with this witness.
What's that?
It's not cumulative with this witness.
It's not, but we've heard this before. Let's just cut to the chase.
You agree?
Can you read your question again?
And there's some times where if you did note something that you smelled or you heard or some other observation, you might continue and do further tests, either a field test or a chemical test, right?
Based on the crime, yes.
In this case, you had contact with Nicolae Miu, correct?
Yes.
We saw the video where he was sitting in a closed, in a back of a squad car, correct?
Yes.
Closed space, right?
Yes.
Hot day, right?
Yes.
And you were there to check on the temperature for him, right?
Correct.
And when you opened the door, you had a brief conversation with him, correct?
Yes.
And then later at a parking lot, sometime later, you also were there when he got out of one car and got into another car, correct?
Yes.
And you had contact with him there, correct?
Yes.
Throughout all of those contacts, is it fair to say that you didn't see any signs of intoxication?
I did not detect any, no.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Nothing else.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. You may step down.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't get it in time. Let's see. I tried to.
Who is the next witness?
Hold on, see if I can get it back up. See how close this one's gonna be. Oh man. It didn't. Oh, fuck you, man. I said Rebel Flag patch on the shirt. They put it in the background. Do this again. it kind of like put it in the background. You can barely even tell it's a rebel flag, dude. That's not. Dang it! And he's supposed to be on the stand, and it's supposed to have a buzz cut. Yo, AI, you're not actually. The other one looked way closer. The other one was actually like, whoa, we're getting too close. We're the future. Alright, who's next?
2016.
Where'd this guy come from? Holy shit, he teleported.
Please face the clerk. Raise. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Mitchell Sheppy, SCHAEPPI.
And how are you employed?
As an investigator at the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
Since 2016.
And were you one of the investigators assigned to this case?
Yes.
Did you also respond to the scene on the day of the incident?
Yes.
And at some point, were you alerted by other officers that a knife was located?
Yes.
Did you respond to the area where it was located?
I did.
And can you just kind of tell the jury what you came upon?
Yep. So when I was notified of where the knife was located, me and my partner walked through the river back to the scene. When we got there, we noticed officers from the Richmond Police Department up on a ledge and pointed down to where a knife was in a muddy section of the shoreline. Just above that shoreline, there was sort of a wall that had dried dirt on it and some green moss. The knife was located, laying there closed on top of the muddy portion of the shoreline.
And were the officers who alerted you to it, were they still standing there at the scene where it was?
Yes.
And did it appear the knife was undisturbed, meaning no footprints leading up to it or anything like that?
Correct.
And you said you took photos?
Yes.
Permission to approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Can you just look through that and then identify what they are?
These are photographs of the knife and the area around the knife as I walked up to it.
Judge, I move to admit and publish.
Any objection to 50? No? Okay. 50.
Please show them digitally. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. And just before we go into these, did you take pictures from different distances and also of around the area where the knife was?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready. So what are we looking at in this photo?
That's a picture from me out in the water. As you can see, the officers from the Richmond Police Department are up there, and that's the overall area of where the knife was located.
I'm going to zoom in and see if you can see the knife in this photo, just for context on the location. Is that it right there?
Yes.
The branch on the zoomed out picture is almost pointing to it?
Correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Just a different angle of the knife itself and the area around it.
This photo?
This photo is to show the undisturbed nature of the sand.
Same thing, other direction?
Correct.
What's this photo?
It's a photo of the knife.
What are you trying to document here?
In that photo, I'm trying to show the vertical facing wall and how the dirt on there is not dry and the green moss that was on the knife as it was laying there. I'm trying to show the vertical facing wall and
not a good sign.
How the dirt on there is not dry and the green moss that was on the knife as it was laying there.
And can you, now I'm back at, for the record, the digital file, and this one ends 1938-46. Can you elaborate on that while looking at this photo?
Yes. So as you see, the knife here is what I observed is the dirt on top, what I believe to be dry dirt, different than what's wet on the bottom.
Different than Joe dirt.
When that, I concluded to believe that the knife was tossed or placed up against the back wall before it fell there.
The dirt the knife is sitting on, was that, and that's a hypothesis, you don't actually know that, fair?
Correct.
But the dirt it's on is wet, is that fair?
Yes.
The bank behind it was dry?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So it's kind of hard to see terrain in photos, agreed?
Yes.
So, obviously not to scale or anything like that, but if this is the river, can you just, is this what kind of the, why don't you describe the refrigerator?
So if this was the water, the river, where the knife was located would be right here on the washout. The vertical rock wall that I was just trying to describe was right here, and this is where the officers from the Richmond Police Department were standing up top.
Okay. And can we have the screen back, please? Close up of the knife?
Correct.
Then, is that you holding it?
I don't know if that's me or Deputy Kelly at the time.
That's actually probably not you, huh, given where it's coming from?
Correct.
All right. And was the knife, you can mute it. Was the knife secured? Was the knife secured as evidence?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I provided the knife to Deputy Bolt, who was up top. He put it in a paper bag and walked the knife back to land to the evidence collection point and secured in a vehicle.
And who was the evidence tech for this case?
Deputy Kelly.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
I'm handing what's been marked as Exhibit 64. What is that?
It's a list of the evidence collected in this case.
And is that this knife on that list?
Yes.
And how, do you use some sort of numbering system to differentiate between evidence items?
Yes.
What evidence number is the knife?
Number 10.
Okay.
You haven't watched it? Well, go watch it because this is the perfect time. About to pass out with the knife discovery.
Judge, I'll offer 64.
Any objection to 64?
No.
The exhibit's received.
Like if you really wanted that knife to be hidden, you would have thrown it in the river probably, and not
Permission to approach?
into the bank. They're trying to argue that he was trying to hide everything, but
actually.
Maybe he just didn't want some bloody knife on him anymore. I didn't get enough breath before I did that. I wasn't ready. I did it at the end of a sentence. I should have. We're ready? No.
What is that?
This is a box containing article number 10, which is the knife.
Can you open it up for me? You can put on gloves.
They're opening the box. I want to hear it. Yo, remember that lady earlier that kept doing that lip thing? Hey, the fuck?
Judge, while he's doing that, I'll move to admit Exhibit 10 and publish.
Oh, what about the dude that was blinking like 100 miles an hour?
Body Exhibit 4, sorry, evidence item 10.
Why does everybody in Wisconsin have a tick?
Once he opens it and it's confirmed, no.
Okay, let's wait.
Oh, I want to see if it's serrated or not. I bet it is, dude. The way it was able to just easily go up like that. Either it's extremely sharp or it's serrated, right? I don't know, man. Holy shit, that would suck. Why you don't hit people that you don't have any reason to hit? They might try to take your intestines out. I can't imagine it, dude. Think it was either nervous or lying.
Is it sealed all around with evidence tape?
Yes.
All these people have been caught lying, dude, multiple times. So it's hard to, man. I don't even trust the cops of this city anymore.
That is article number 10.
I think it's just in their blood out there.
To its submission? No. All right. Exhibit 4 is received.
The adults are lying, the kids are lying.
Take it out of the box.
Yes.
Can you bring it over and set it under the Elmo here?
It's what we do around here. What? We'll give the program. Ain't nobody telling the truth around here. Apple River gang, baby. We the Apple River boys. All we do is lie.
Can you open the blade also?
I'm lying about that? So you don't know what to believe, boy. Not around me. Oh, hell no. Oh, no, not serrated, just extra fucking sharp. He must sharpen that thing.
Thank you.
He must.
You can put it back in the box.
It was not dull. Wait, does he get that back? If I think he does actually, because Kyle Rittenhouse got back his rifle, but then he had it. Wait, no, did he? Who had his rifle destroyed? Was it him or?
Mr. Strophecy?
Was it the court?
Investigator, did you have an opportunity to watch the video of the incident?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay, so to be fair, on the video, you see Mr. Miu walking in the direction.
Judge, I object. Can we approach?
Yes.
The lawyers agreed on it to destroy it.
Objection overruled. You may answer.
So investigator, it's shaky? You tell me.
Sheppy.
So you said you've seen the video. On the video, do you see on the video where Mr. Miu walks over toward the area where the knife is found and then walks kind of away from that area?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, if I can, about another part of the investigation that you did. Okay?
Okay.
You are an investigator, right?
Yes.
Do you also do forensic downloads of cell phones?
No.
Do you collect those cell phones to be forensically downloaded?
Yes.
Okay. And can I ask you on September 2nd of 2022, do you remember being brought into a meeting with Investigator Williams and Madison Cohen and her mother? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you write a report on that?
I did.
Okay. And there was, in terms of what you recall, there was a hope of trying to locate a potential photo of Madison Cohen on her cell phone, right?
Yes.
All right. And if you recall, there was a question on whether that could be done because Ms. Cohen had told you that it was deleted, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she had said, I've taken my phone and I've deleted that off of my phone.
Yes.
Okay. Do you, as you know what type of case it is in September, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ask her at all, why would you delete you're the alleged victim of a crime, why would you delete the picture in a case like this? Do you ask her that?
I don't recall.
If you would have asked her, would that be in a report that you prepared?
It should, yes.
And she's with her mother in this interview room, right?
Correct.
Okay. And once she says, meaning Ms. Cohen, once she says that it's deleted, you explain to her that there's potential ways to recover information that's been deleted off of a phone, right?
Yes.
And you explain to her that there can be what is known as a forensic download of a phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what that would be, kind of in layman's terms, is whether it's your department or some law enforcement department, has the ability to kind of go through someone's phone, finding information that the user believes they've deleted off of the phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you explained to Ms. Cohen that it was possible, if she would provide her phone, for your department to do that forensic download, right?
Yes.
Okay. You ask permission for the phone to do that, and she provides you permission. Is that true?
Correct.
You review the download of that phone. True?
Yes.
Your review of that download, and let me ask you this, you really try to you tell her, and you want to narrow the time frame that we're dealing with here, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there might be, somebody might have 10,000 photos, but the forensic download can narrow it down to a specific day, right? You can search for a specific day, right?
Through the entirety of the download, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed the forensic download information, and would you agree?
I guess I'd just object on, I don't think that's been asked yet.
Well,
let's get the question out first.
Okay. Would you agree your report indicates I did not observe any photographs that appear to be taken of Madison's injuries during the time frame?
Correct.
Okay. So based on the information that you have, it wasn't deleted, right?
Object on foundation, speculation. Can we approach?
Yes.
How y'all doing today? Dude, I'm reading some trippy shit over here that alcohol, like, I'm really flared up right now. Since I stopped drinking, I haven't drank anything in a little over a week, and like, I'm just really flared up and trying everything I can to make it go away. And just on a whim, I searched, my search term was alcohol helps with autoimmune disorder sores. And it says, while it may be hypothesized that alcohol could serve as an environmental inflammatory risk factor, recent evidence actually points towards alcohol's protective effects in several autoimmune diseases, including autoimmune thyroid disease, autoimmune diabetes, systematic lupus, erythematosus, rheumatoid arthritis, and it goes on. I was looking at the study here. It's a National Institutes of Health study on it, man. And I'm like, what the fuck? Dude, I don't need an excuse to drink right now, man. But at the same time, was it actually helping somewhat? Kind of weird. Yeah, so I'm gonna be reading into that probably a little bit. Pretty wild. Because yeah, like I said, I'm not feeling
Objection sustained.
The best
on
lately.
foundation. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. So, investigator, in terms of what you did, in terms of it says your review of the download. Can you explain what you did in that regard?
Yes, sir. So I don't have any part in physically downloading the phones. I don't have training for that. However, I am able to review what a person that is trained on that, downloading the data that's in there.
Oh, sorry.
And what does that consist of?
Can consist of photographs, call logs, social media accounts, text messages, etc.
Okay, so I'm going to try to make this quick and get rid of the stuff that doesn't matter. So when you're looking at this download, are you seeing photographs that you're not interested in?
There may have been in the consented time frame that Ms. Cohen had given me, but I'm looking for specific photographs of our conversation.
Okay, and that was, to be fair, that was in reference to these injuries that she said she had documented, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is there information provided in this, I'm going to call it download report. Is that fair? Is it like a download report?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there information in that download report as to whether or not, in this particular case, there were other deleted, I'm not interested in what they were, but other deleted pictures?
I don't recall if there were other deleted pictures in the consented time frame of what I was looking at.
Does this report, so this report indicated to you, or what was in this report is, there's no photographs that appeared to be taken from the injuries during that time frame, right?
Correct.
Is there information in there as to whether or not there were any, you don't know if there were any deleted photos from that time frame?
Correct, I do not recall.
Why not? Incompetent fucking police force out there, dude.
Based on your training and experience, whether or not deleted photos can be recovered?
I don't have the Celebrite training, but in my experience, I know that sometimes deleted photos and messages may be recovered in a download.
Small town police force, they don't have like.
Do you recall
the brains?
Speaking.
They're retarded.
With Madison Cohen and her mother about this injury that she said she had?
I recall the meeting, yes.
Okay. And the meeting is recorded, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you remember. If you don't, I can show the video. Do you remember Miss Cohen's mother directing a point on her face where she said she saw the injuries?
I recall that incident, yes.
Okay. And what she recalled, to the best of your recollection, is she was pointing to the left side of her face, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. How do you want to do it?
Oh, I'm drinking for health, man. It's medicinal, okay? Back off. It's for my autoimmune disorder. That's why I'm buzzed, baby. It tastes good. I've only taken about because I've been passing up some really good bottles lately that have come through. A couple of Russell Reserve barrel picks came through. The Weller Antique 107 I never tried went through. What else? For the past few days I've just kind of let go because Ezra Books Cast Strength for half the price. I've never tried, and it's a single barrel select by it's a select barrel by K by the place, and it's half price. But so those sold out. I would have probably gotten one of those because I was eyeballing them. But I've just been letting them go, man. I keep it straight, dog. I got credit, dude. I could just keep on racking up my debt to like $90,000. That's not hyperbole, okay? I got credit. I could ruin my life with as much credit as I have, actually. Well, at least for 7 years. I'm getting old now, though. 7 years, boy, that put me up there. I'm almost at the 800 club again. I'm still like 750 now, but I mean, if I keep at it, take out another loan, maybe I'll get back to 800. That's the thing. They want you to be in debt to get good credit. But I could take out the loan. Man, dude, I almost did it before all the rates got changed. I was approved for one, for a good one, for pretty low. Bro, I fucked up. Man, I didn't really understand the rates and all that back then either. About the Fed increasing rates and everything. I didn't understand at the time. It was all new.
So, just so I have it clear, you don't have a
No, I could go into credit card debt that much if I wanted.
of where Miss Cohen's mother pointed.
I have
on her own face that she saw
21K.
the injury to Miss Cohen. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay.
21K, man. That happened somehow. Yeah, I know. I'm retarded. I'm a little retarded. Chipping away at it, man. Drinking? That's kombucha. And it was on sale. It's the only reason why I got it. It was 1/3 off. It was one of my splurges. I'm really buckling down on my expenses lately, dude. Like, I'm watching what I'm buying. I'm trying to get stuff like eggs and oatmeal. You all see what I've been eating? Stuff that I gotta cook. It's much cheaper. I'm trying to drink more of these, and I'm not drinking a bunch of the
If I show you
the mineral waters.
photograph,
Those things are expensive.
a still of the video interview, might that help refresh your recollection as to where Madison Cohen's mother said that this occurred?
I'm just getting a little reckless. Homemade oat milk, okay.
Can you see that?
I can.
Okay.
I've been drinking oat milk lately. It's pretty good.
You'd agree that in that photograph she appears to be pointing to the left side of her face, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Your best car's 25. Yeah. Yeah, you could get higher than that, dude. I think mine's 32.
Further questions? Thank you for your time.
Mr.
Let
Anderson?
me see.
Did Madison's mother confirm she saw some sort of injury on Madison?
I don't recall.
If she was pointing to the face, is that what she'd been doing?
That picture, she was either pointing, scratching. It was on the left side of her face. Yeah.
Oh, you don't even know what the context of that is, just from that still shot?
I mean, no, but.
Okay. So, Madison, the forensic download, was it just photos, or was it the whole cell phone, text messages, photos, everything anyone has personal on a cell phone?
In my experience, that's what a forensic download is the entirety of the phone.
And you didn't do a search warrant, she gave you consent for that?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Mr. Prophecy?
You told her you could get a search warrant, though, right?
I explained I could apply for a search warrant.
All right. Thank you, investigator. You may step down.
32.7 is my most. 32,700. I got the 700 on the. Just a cherry on top. Just a cherry. You want a little extra 700? Here you go, little peasant. They haven't increased that one in a long ass time either.
Can I just make sure we have a...
Yes.
Well, I can see why it's a lot. But still, with inflation, dude, they should increase it.
Charles Coleman, Judge.
Charles Coleman?
I just got my Discover
Please come
increase.
forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Like 2,000, 3,000. It helps. I don't get it because I need the money for it, or like I'm gonna use the credit. It helps with the credit score to have a higher debt to available credit ratio.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Charles Coleman.
And how are you employed?
I'm the patrol lieutenant for the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your duties as a patrol lieutenant?
Administrative and supervisory in nature, make sure that our deputies have the training and equipment that they need. We oversee their regular day-to-day duties and make sure that they're providing the service that the county and our sheriff expect.
And do you also assist sometimes in investigations if there's short hands?
Yes, any major felony case or critical incident, I will assist with the investigation.
And did you assist in this investigation?
I did.
And what role did you have?
My main role was to forensically map the crime scene or incident scene on the Apple River.
And as part of, why don't you just tell the jury generally what that means?
When you forensically map a scene, you end up taking an instrument or a device out there, and you try to gather up all the physical evidence with the instrument to transfer over to a digital system, allowing you to view the scene days, weeks, or years later. The instrument is accurate and helps preserve the scene for you to see after the fact.
Once you have the scan, is it kind of like a video game where you can move around inside of it?
The scan ends up creating a 3D rendering, kind of like a 3D printer, only with data points. And then you can change the angle in which you're looking at that scene. So you're allowed to either do fly-throughs, like you said, still shots, or different perspectives at the scene.
And in order to, you did that in this case?
I did.
And where did you do that scanning?
The scan was at the Apple River near Highway 64 overpass and towards upstream, further into the river.
And did you prepare, as part of your testimony today, a PowerPoint to help explain that to the jury?
I did.
Judge, I'd move to admit that PowerPoint. Yeah.
What's the exhibit number?
Exhibit 51.
Any objection to 51?
No, Judge.
It's received.
Can we have the screen, please? What's in the image on this first slide?
The image on the slide is the Trimble SX10 total station scanner.
That's the device you used?
Correct.
And what are we looking at on this slide 3?
You're looking at a side-by-side comparison. On the right is the drone fly-through video. On the left is a similar fly-through that we did with the 3D mapping from the scene.
Where did that drone footage come from?
From Deputy Forrest Hendrickson and Sergeant Chase Duran.
So they flew the river, and is that a sheriff's office drone?
It is.
They bored out there, ain't they?
Oops.
Okay, next.
These are videos, right?
Correct.
And so what are you trying to document here, show?
Show the accuracy of the total station scanner compared to the drone video footage as an overview of the Apple River. The drone footage and the fly-through on the digital video are showing it going from downstream upwards upstream.
So you flying away from the bridge?
Correct.
And then what is this one?
It's a different video showing the drone flying upstream, now downstream towards the bridge. And on the left-hand side is a video fly-through from our forensic data showing the similar aspect.
Just trying to generally document the area of the river?
Correct.
Now, when the video stopped, do you see that shadow going across the river at the right image? across the water?
I do.
Would that be the bridge?
It is.
What's this?
This is a legend explaining any future still shots, explaining what each item represents. On the right-hand side, it's not easy to explain the cardinal directions of many of our still shots and photographs, so it's easy to represent what's upstream and what's downstream. If you compare it to pouring a glass of water, as the water fills up, you get more blue down towards the bottom, so the water is flowing downward. Each circle represents initial point either for contact, attack, or witness groups, as well as knife recovery location.
How about slide 6?
On the left-hand side, you have a drone still shot photo overview of the river. As you see, what the arrow downstream is at the bottom of the photograph. On the right-hand side is a still shot rendering with our forensic data utilizing the scanner showing the same viewpoint.
Slide 7.
Again, on the left-hand side is a still shot from the drone footage on the left side, excuse me, and on the right-hand side is a 3D rendered still shot using the total station scanner data showing the same perspective.
Same thing, but now facing upstream?
Correct. Upstream would be at the bottom, and the river is flowing downwards towards the top of the photographs.
Slide 9.
Again, an overview photograph from the drone footage on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is our forensic still shot using the data collected from the scanner. The water at the lower left-hand corner is upstream, and it flows downstream towards the bridge in the upper right-hand corner.
Slide 10, what are we looking at?
This is an overall still shot that we created with the scanner data. Included in this are locations of the initial contact. In the white circle, the yellow circle is the attack location. The pink circle is the Carlson tubing group, and the orange circle is the Miu tubing group. If you can see on the left-hand side of the middle of the river, there's a large white pole that extends from the tree line. That is the knife location. If we were to put a circle down on the ground, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the tree overhang from the 3D drawing.
That's so guy, man.
And so the bridge would be above this area of the river?
Correct. The bridge would be further forward on top of the photograph.
And I'm just going to end the show quick so I have my pointer here. Is this what you're talking about, the vertical line of the knife location?
Correct.
I'm just going to zoom in. And do you go through in later slides on how you estimated these locations?
Yes, with the assistance of Investigator Schultz, we were able to take direct data points utilizing a prism pole. He had an estimated location of each incident, and so we took direct shots to create that circle.
Similar diagram, but looking upstream now?
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
On the left-hand side is a drone photograph. On the right-hand side is a similar perspective using the forensic data. In this still shot that we took, we included the initial contact location, the Carlson group, Miu tubing group, and the right-hand side you can see the long pillar where the knife location was at.
So that orange circle in the background to the right, in the scan, it looks like a kind of a green spot it's on, but that in the left, would that be that sandbar?
Yes.
Same diagram facing towards the bridge?
Correct, different perspective.
Same thing?
Same thing, different perspective.
What are we looking at on this slide, 15?
On the left-hand side, we have a more focused still shot with the forensic data. With the instrument, we're able to get accurate measurements, and with this, we were able to determine the width of the river at different points along the river. As you can see on the left-hand side, the lower portion, it's 155 feet, approximately 155 feet across, then 150, 147, and then 155 feet across. On the right-hand photograph, you see a more overview of more of the river, and again, the measurements are included there: 155, 150, 147, 155, and the river narrows to 123 and 110.
What
and
the
those are all in
fuck is
feet.
going on right now? Like,
And
why is all this relevant?
Is this, the technology for this, is it similar to kind of the 3D scans maybe some realtors or construction companies use now?
So the Trimble SX10 scanner is a total station scanner
I'm gonna get
that
Simon's food.
utilizes
Come on, bud.
infrared laser
Hungry?
beams. It also takes panoramic photographs. And so you are able to take a scan in 360. Everything the infrared laser hits or reflects off of returns to the instrument. It creates a data point for that. It uses the pictures that it takes in order to create a color for each individual data point. It collects approximately 26,000 data points per second in the scanner mode. The instrument is good up to 600 meters, and at accuracy at 100 meters, it's approximately 14 millimeters. This instrument's used by land surveyors, building contractors, and in law enforcement, we utilize it for forensic gathering of scenes, whether internal or external.
Do you do anything to make sure that when it's giving you data points that it's accurately recording the distances?
Yes, we do a distance accuracy check at the beginning of the scan. We'll end up laying out a tape measure. We'll do a direct shot instead of a scan of that tape measure and measure it from there. We'll go into the computer software system, measure those two same points, and make sure that it's accurate.
So if you had this, oh, the screen. If you had this program open on your computer, could you click between two different points and get a measurement of the distance between them?
Any individual dot that's on that drawing, we could get an X, Y, and Z measurement for it. So measurement across, height, and slope.
And then in the next few slides, what are you showing?
So this is, since we're able to view from different perspectives, this is the perspective if you're standing near the Miu Group location by the island sandbar that you can see in the lower right-hand corner. The circle ahead of you is the initial contact location, and on the right-hand side, the purple circle is the Carlson Group.
I'm going to back up. I forgot to ask you a question here. I'm going to end the show so I can use my cursor.
Now, the witness has a monitor they can annotate.
Oh.
I don't know if both of you are aware of that or not.
All right. So in this slide, I just went back to 15. You have two dots representing where the Isaac's group was, right?
Correct.
And then for the Carlson's group, there's just one dot, but were they also drifting?
Yes, the location of the Carlson Group was based off of Investigator Schultz's knowledge. We took a direct shot of it, but it was the stationary location, not them progressing down the river.
And what are we looking at here?
So with our drawing software, we're able to put in mannequins or models. In this case, we were able to put a 6-foot-tall person into the river to show the perspective from Miu's group to what a person at that distance would look like. Again, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Again, with this one, now we have the yellow circle as the initial contact progressed further downriver to the attack location. The 6-foot-tall person is placed in the general area of that attack location.
Slide 19.
This perspective is from the Carlson group, and here they're looking across river, so to your left will be upriver, and as the water flows to the right downriver, you'll see their perspective of the initial contact and their perspective towards the attack location.
Slide 20.
Again, in the drawing, we just include a 6-foot-tall mannequin to show visual perspective of what a person would look like at that distance.
21.
This again is a 6-foot-tall person now near the attack location, as witnessed from the original location of the Carlson group.
And these approximate locations of the groups, did you get that from comparing it to the video of the incident?
I did.
So what are we looking at on slide 22?
So on the left-hand side is our perspective of the initial contact is facing upstream towards the Miu tuber group. This will show on the right-hand side the still frame extraction from slide 0196. I ended up cropping the perspective to compare to what the phone video looks like for that still shot and showing the background with the trees and where the Miu group is at, putting that approximate circle there.
23. Slide 24.
Again, to help confirm with the initial contact location based off the video still shots from the cell phone, 0462 is on the right, and on the left-hand side is our crop perspective from the initial contact looking at that same bridge.
26.
In this still photograph, we compared still shot 2961 and created the perspective on the left using the drawing software program. It's looking back upriver. On the left, you see this purple circle for the Carlson group, and you can barely see it in the middle, the outline of the Miu group in orange. We cropped up perspective to match similarly to the phone still shot, and in the upper left-hand corner you can see the light green grassy area just outside of the Sandbar Island area.
So just to simplify it a little bit, is it fair you're looking at the video and then trying to do a fly through of your 3D scan to find the same perspective of different clips in the video?
Do your best to go into the 3D drawing and zoom in or get to the exact perspective, and there may need to be some manipulation of just your viewpoint, not of the data, just of the view of what you're looking at inside the drawing in order to create the still shot on the left-hand side.
And 28, what are we looking at?
On the right-hand side is the still shot of the cell phone video 2995. On the left-hand side is the same perspective. This is now the attack location and showing the Carlson group straight ahead at that perspective. As you can see with the trees on the top of the photograph matching the rendered drawing on the left-hand side.
And can we activate his screen, Judge, so you can kind of trace what he's talking about the tree line?
There should be a
cursor on there, Your Honor?
Yeah, just use your finger.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm looking at here is the same tree line that I see here and then I see there to show the same perspective.
And then what are we looking at in slide 30?
This is an overview of the river. Upstream is towards the top of the photograph, downstream towards the bridges on the bottom. We have the initial contact location is the white circle, and a measurement between that circle and the attack location, which is in feet.
So about 62?
Approximately 62 feet, yes.
Same thing, but looking the other direction?
Correct. Now, the bridge is at the top of the photograph, and upstream towards the islands at the bottom.
Slide 32.
This is a overview, the distance between the attack location and the knife recovery location, which is approximately 114 feet.
Slide 33.
This is the attack location to distance to the Miu group, which is 233 feet, and the approximate distance from the attack location to the Carlson group, which is approximately 132 feet.
And that would be 132 feet from the ultimate spot, but if the Carlsons continued to drift downriver, they would have been closer, fair?
Correct.
Sustained.
Let me go back. So how many dots do you have for Isaac's group in this one?
2.
And what's the white dot?
The white dot's the initial contact location.
Yellow dot?
The attack location.
And then the pink dot for the Carlson group, what's that?
The initial location that Investigator Schultz told me where the Carlson group was at.
So no subsequent location of the Carlson group is identified in the diagram?
No.
And slide 34, what are we looking at?
On the left-hand side is a photograph from the drone footage. On the right-hand side is the still shot perspective.
And I'm just going to zoom in. Actually, let me focus you here. On the left, how about just on the left photo, what are we looking at?
So it's a photograph from the drone footage showing deputies or investigators there. I believe Investigator Sheppy's on the left-hand side, walking in towards the tree line location on the south shore.
To identify where that knife was found?
That's where I was informed the knife was found, yes.
And then the right, same location, but from the scan?
Same perspective.
And so the bridge from here would be to the right?
Correct, downstream.
Same thing, but now there's that white bar?
White bar signifying the location of the knife recovery. Now just a zoomed out perspective of the knife recovery. And then an overview of the knife recovery location.
And then the bottom left of that right image would be that sandbar?
I do.
Did the sheriff's office measure the water depth?
We did.
And so what are we looking at in slide 38?
So with direct shots, we're able to utilize a prism pole. We measure the height of the pole, and then the bottom of it, the instrument will measure where the sand ground is underneath the water, since the instrument does not reflect off water. So we're able to take direct shots in different areas of the river. And in this area, near the attack location, the approximate depth of the river was 0.83 feet, or approximately 9.96 inches.
And was this measured the same day as the incident or later, if you recall?
Approximately 1 month after.
Okay. So if the more rain, less rain, it could have been different?
Could have been.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Just right away regarding the depth, sir. You said the depth was measured 1 month later, correct?
Correct.
The date of the incident was July 30th, correct?
Correct.
And so August 30th, roughly?
September 1st.
Okay, so more than 30 days.
Correct.
32 days. 33 days. Somewhere in there?
Somewhere in there.
You would agree that you've lived in this area for some time, right?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with the river?
I am.
You're familiar with the trends of rivers in this area throughout the year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that, typically speaking, rivers' depth goes down between the end of July and the end of August?
Typically.
Did you do any investigation to determine whether or not the amount of rainfall that we had from July 30th to August to September 1st?
I did not.
So you have no idea, to some extent, how deep it was on July 30th?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe this would be a good time to break.
Sure, that's fine.
Taking a break in between examinations, but it is 2:30. Why don't we take 15 minutes? We'll come back at 2:45.
All rise for the hearing.
We are out of session until 2:45.
Judge, can we approach quick or we can talk? I'll just go let the court know about the rest of the afternoon.
Sure, what's happening?
So we tried to get in more witnesses. Some people aren't available, some have childcare. Basically, I think we have 2 more.
And good afternoon again from our
There might
Fox
not be
9
anybody else
streaming
today.
center. You've been watching the Apple River stabbing trial
Why did he
proceedings.
interrupt it?
Let's
Fucking
keep the
idiot.
camera on Judge Waterman just in case. It appears
sounds like
District Attorney Carl Anderson had a question.
Shut up!
Whatever Spanish-speaking witnesses they don't call tomorrow, they have no objection to our calling those Spanish-speaking witnesses out of order since the interpreters are unavailable. And our intention would be to call Ariel and Ernesto, 2 of the individuals that were here before and Your Honor ordered to show up on Friday.
Yes, we have interpreters available all day tomorrow, so let's get all of the witnesses done tomorrow who need Spanish interpreters.
Then my only request is this: we explain it to the jury that given the interpreters, and normally it'd be state defense, but
yes, I'll do that.
And just also, Mr. Anderson had indicated that he may have a potential problem with one of his medical witnesses next week, and if he needs to call that person out of order if he finishes and we start calling witnesses, we reciprocate.
Very nice. Excellent. Thank you. No recess.
And back again, some interesting, just a little bit, kind of just before their break there, some legal issues being discussed, which makes me quite happy that we have our criminal defense attorney, Debbie Lang, standing by. I just want to translate a little bit of what we caught in there. There are some Spanish-speaking witnesses on the witness list that the state has. They have lined up an interpreter to be here specifically on Friday, tomorrow. 2 of those names are, I'm going to forget the second one, but Ernesto, but they're in the Miu group. It's interesting that there will be a need for a translator. Ernesto and Ariel. Ariel is their phone, their cell phone that goes missing on that tube run for the Miu group that sent Nicolae Miu to put on his goggles and snorkel and go looking for that phone downriver, which would then subsequently lead to the encounter, the deadly stabbing there, the escalating confrontation. Interesting, I did not realize that they would need help translating. I don't know what that means for what their interactions would have been with Nicolae leading up to that point, but they do need translators. Good point. I'm being told in my ear as a reminder during opening statements. We learned that Nicolae Miu speaks several languages. So anyway, we'll see how all that fits in. It's just interesting to me that a couple primary players in the Miu group that set off what happened that day do need some help translating in court tomorrow. Debbie, I just want to pick up. I thought those animated graphics, perhaps not the sexiest of testimony, but I think it's important, right? I mean, those measurements, how far apart people are, where the knife is found, the large distance. I'm using the word large. I don't want to be seen that that's a factual point, but where the first point of contact is to where the attack ends up happening. I'm just curious, as you process those distances, what did you make of them?
So for me, the most important distance that I think that the defense that they're going to focus on is how far the Miu group was from the point of attack. You heard through the renderings and the discussions that it was 233 feet. If I were involved in this case, I would, on cross-examination, put that into yards, because a lot of people will understand that better. It's 77.6 yards. So in other words, 3/4 of a football field. Right. And so that's something that the jurors may be able to understand better than 233 feet. And for the defense, they're going to want to show that distance is significant because of the fact that, again, they're going to present that Mr. Miu felt he was being attacked and that help for him, in other words, his people, were so far away, 3/4 of a football field.
And it may help us understand exactly what Sandra Miu had witnessed that day when she testified earlier this week. The wife, the ex-wife, you know, that she saw him down on his knees, some people hitting him, but she didn't seem to process, you know, she didn't give us a sort of proximity, how far away she felt, but there on that graphic, we see it. So interesting. All right, so this afternoon's testimony, we heard from the sheriff there, that brief video of Nicolae Miu played. He's in the back of the squad car. The sheriff goes up to him to make sure he's okay in that car, that the temperature's okay. And that body camera footage is short. There's about 2 more minutes on that body camera footage, but the judge is not allowing that in because any subsequent interaction there, he was not properly Mirandized. Yes, he was in the back of the squad. You know, we would loosely sort of pronounce that he's under arrest, but he's not Mirandized, so any subsequent conversation is not allowed in. I do want to point out to our viewers that he does, you know, start up with some of the lies about what had happened. There was that sliver of body camera footage allowed in. Debbie, just your thoughts on, one, the judicial decision to keep the rest of it out, but then that little moment, do you think the state benefited from at least getting that in front of the jury?
Yeah, so to just rewind or summarize again, Sheriff Knudsen went up to the car and opens the door and asks him about the temperature inside the vehicle. At that point, Mr. Miu is not only inside the back of a locked squad car, but he's also handcuffed. So no reasonable person would feel that they were free to leave at that point. He was under arrest. He was being detained by law enforcement. So Sergeant Knudsen asks about the temperature, and the response that Mr. Miu then states without being questioned, he says, "I heard someone got stabbed and I matched the description." Sergeant Knudsen then says yes, and then at that point asks him a question, says to him, "Did you see a fight?" That was suppressed by the judge because at that point, Mr. Miu was in custody and he had not yet been Mirandized. It's clear that Sergeant Knudsen asked him a question that could lead to him giving incriminating statements. And so because of that, the judge ruled that at that point, the video needs to stop and the jury does not get to hear the subsequent conversation that occurs because Sergeant Knudsen continues to ask questions and Mr. Miu continues to respond. He has that right to remain silent. If he is in custody and being questioned by law enforcement, they need to then read him his Miranda rights first.
Interesting. Debbie, I want to hold on to you here. We have a little scene from the courtroom this afternoon I want to play for those who may have missed it in real time. This is where investigator Sheppy presents the knife to the courtroom. We have, he's asked, obviously he has to unwrap it or unpackage it from a box. He presents it to the jury. I do just want to play that moment and then ask you your thoughts about that on the back end of this.
Can you open the blade also?
Why didn't they zoom in on it? I want to see what kind it is.
Put it back in the box. Come in and see if you can see the knife in this photo, just for context on the location. Is that it right there?
Yes.
These obviously are subsequent, the photographs that were displayed where on the riverbank the knife itself was found. You know, Debbie, there's not any really evidentiary questioning there. I just kind of the moment itself as it's displayed, how it's presented. As an experienced attorney, your thoughts on what we saw right there?
It's important for the state to show the weapon that they're alleged caused these injuries. And there really isn't much of a question. This is the knife. They showed how it lay on the riverbank to indicate that it was newly placed there. This isn't something that had been there for weeks or months on end. We'll also hear testimony later, I believe, based upon the opening statements, that DNA testing was done on the knife, and that in fact there was blood from some of the individuals that were injured, and I believe as well from the deceased. And so it's important to show the jury that knife. It's important to open the blade, not just leave it closed. And again, here we also have indications from the video where it was in Mr. Miu's pocket. So it's important, but I agree it's not surprising that they did that. They need to show that it's a very important piece of evidence.
Correct, and I'm just curious as your gut instinct on how a jury might respond to the size. I know there's been some, back and forth with questioning about is it a pocket knife, utility knife, field knife, what's it called, how you want to, phrase it. Each definition might mean something different to a juror, but when you see it full blade out, the sharpness, it's there in front of them right there. Your reaction, your just thoughts on what you were thinking you were going to see. Is that about the size you expected and what you anticipated it would look like?
It is. Based upon the video and the positioning in his pocket, it's what I expected to see. In terms of the different terminology, how to describe it, I think here the jury has seen it, so you can call it what you'd like. It's a knife. It's the weapon that was used.
Correct. Let's talk about Madison Cohen, the testimony that came in about her. She's obviously not in the courtroom. I do want to mention to our viewers who may have been with us throughout, Madison Cohen is the only witness to take the stand who asked for and was granted the right not to be shown on camera. And the reason why she made that request, the state conveyed her request. The judge said she is considered a victim here, in quotes. There's no charge related to what happened to her, but she alleges she was hit, she was struck, and she asked earlier this week, I think it was Tuesday, she was called to testify. She's in this Carlson group of tubers. She asked to opt out of her camera testimony, so we do not have her testimony. She's the blonde in the front row, second, as you look at the screen from your right, sunglasses on, drinking what appears to be some type of can of alcohol. But she testified, and maybe a little under an hour, I would say, as we were watching it. But we don't have her testimony on camera. But what happens to her really ignites the physical confrontation. Are you able, based on what we heard from the investigator there and his meeting with her, and there was a photograph shown where her mom tried to place where her quote-unquote injury was, what we're thinking about Madison Cohen and how she fits into all of this case?
There's been a lot of discussion throughout the testimony about Madison Cohen and the alleged hit. Some have called it a slap, some have called it a punch, some have questioned if it even happened at all. And so you've heard defense talk about the fact that she doesn't drop her can, her beverage that's in her hand after the alleged strike by Mr. Miu. She doesn't drop it. So they're indicating that clearly she wasn't knocked out. She didn't fall down. She didn't even drop her beverage. Whereas when Mr. Miu was struck, he directly went down backwards into the water. There's also discussion about a photograph. So we can tell from investigator Sheppy's testimony that Ms. Cohen indicated that she had taken a photograph of her injuries, yet she didn't save it and she didn't give it to law enforcement, and it appears law enforcement was not able to recover it either. We also saw some body cameras when Ms. Cohen was exiting the river from the initial officers that arrived. She was walking up. We heard questioning as to whether those officers had noted any injuries and how important it would have been to document them had they been noticed. So the credibility of Ms. Cohen is certainly something that the defense is going to be questioning and has drawn into question. Unfortunately, we don't know what she said during her testimony. I think it's pretty safe to assume, based upon investigator Sheppy's statements, that she does allege that she was hit. She alleges that she was struck on the left side of her face and that a mark was left.
And we heard testimony from a couple of the other Carlson Group tubers. A.J. Martin, who was badly injured, recalled seeing her hair get yanked back and Miu sort of swing with her head, her head getting pulled back. Hit, couldn't remember, open hand, fist, whatnot. But that is not on Juwan Cockfield's video. The camera's moving at that time, so we don't quite know. I will say the Carlson boys, the two sons who were eventually stabbed, they maintain they reacted to their friend, a woman, being struck in that moment. Otherwise, they were not interested in a physical confrontation. But when Madison Cohen was struck, they sort of jumped in physically to protect their female friend. So still a lot to come on that end. Well, obviously, again, we expect Miu to take the stand sometime next week, where we would probably, get a better clarity, at least, on what he's going to say happened between him and Madison, and then her friend Riley, who was right next to them. Debbie, we obviously have to get through a little bit more on this, on the gentleman, on the lieutenant who provided the graphics. We talked about maybe getting to Brandy Hart and Nicolae Miu's interrogation late today. As we just look at this clock and sort of it's ticking towards the end of the court day, would you expect the state to try to squeeze in something so critical as Miu's interrogation, or are you now thinking maybe another day to get to the interrogation at the jail?
If I were the prosecutors, I wouldn't want that testimony broken up. And the reason that is I wouldn't want the direct testimony and then give the defense overnight to formulate and tweak their questioning. So strategically, if I were the state, I would not want to put on investigator Hart until I know for certain that her testimony is going to be able to span one day, and not give the defense that advantage of having overnight to prepare. Similarly, with Mr. Miu, the defense is not going to want his testimony direct before cross broken up over 2 days. So I think they're going to be very careful and strategic to try to get the testimony in certain blocks in one day.
What do you think? We stopped. We had a pause right there. So the defense is coming up. So this would be your turn at bat. We got Lieutenant Coleman on the stand. We've got the distances. You heard where Aaron Nelson began his cross-examination about even the depth of the water changed over the course of the month before they took that photograph. Lieutenant Coleman reported at 0.83 feet. Clearly, Aaron Nelson wants to suggest the water could be a little deeper when this incident happened, in the fear that Miu, had in his mind perhaps that he could be drowned in that shallow water. Where else do you see the cross-examination going on those numbers themselves?
Definitely focusing on the distance between Mr. Miu and his party. That is something that I anticipate the defense will be focusing on. They likely will also want to address the view when they place the 6-foot model and the view from Mr. Miu's group. There is an indication that Mr. Miu, and we'd seen it on the video, had made some type of motion towards his group. The question becomes, how feasible was it that they would have seen that, especially someone who's sitting in an inner tube? So I expect that they'll pull those slides back up and really question that.
Well, we appreciate you, Debbie Lang, for joining us. We'll see you back here at the end of the day. Right now, Judge Waterman is back on his bench, Charles Coleman back on the witness stand, and we will pick up his cross-examination right here, right now.
Yep.
I was bracing for something important.
I think it was important.
Well, I used the wrong words. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
Something much more monument. Whatever. Let's move on. It's late in the day. I'm getting tired.
Yes.
So, bring a jury in.
for the jury?
Please be seated. We are back with the jury, ready to continue. Lieutenant Coleman's on the witness stand. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Sir, I believe I was asking you questions about the water depth when we last spoke. During your testimony, I think you'd said near attack location, and you said approximate. Can you tell the jury precisely where it was measured on the river, the depth?
Yes, there's a direct shot location placed in that point of the river.
Okay. Did you just measure it in that one spot?
Yes.
Did you just take a sample, like a foot here, 2 feet here, 3 feet over there? Did you do any kind of sampling in that general area?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have those numbers?
I have a log of them, I do.
Okay. For whatever reason, you chose this number?
That was the number Investigator Schultz told, or the location Investigator Schultz told me to take the shot.
I understand. And so this is the river, right? You measured it from this spot, correct?
Correct.
You measured it from this spot because that man told you to, correct?
Correct.
What I'm asking is, did you take a measurement over here, or over here, or over here, any place else around that area, just as a sampling of the area where Investigator Schultz told you to?
Yes.
Do you have those measurements?
There's a log measurement of the depths in those general areas.
Okay. And fair to say that it varies depending upon where you measure, correct?
Correct.
The location that Investigator Schultz chose, that's a human choice, correct?
Correct.
That's not like you've done accident reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
And you've done accident reconstruction on terra firma, on ground, correct?
Correct.
And when you're on the ground, not on the water, it's easier to have a particular landmark, correct?
Yes.
That's part of the difficulty about a river, is it's fluid in every sense of that word, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for you to establish the landmarks that you mentioned, you were again using land, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't have any river marks or water marks, right?
Correct.
Do you know what Investigator Schultz, how he made that human decision to say that's the spot?
He did not explain to me why he chose that spot.
And when he chose that spot to you, were you out on the river with him?
Yes.
Okay. And he was like, this is it right here?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever take that spot that he pointed to and compare it to the video?
Yes.
Okay. And what we know is, so we have that spot based upon the human choice that Investigator Schultz told you, right?
Correct.
Then you also have what I think you called initial contact, correct?
Correct.
And was that based upon a human choice that Investigator Schultz told you, or something else?
Human choice.
So he told you, here's where the initial contact was.
Yes, sir.
And then that was compared using landmarks to see whether the perspective is accurate? Is
Correct.
That what you're basically telling us?
Correct.
Okay. And what we know is from the initial contact to that yellow dot that you call attack location, that's like 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
And from that, can we deduce that Nicolae Miu walked 62 feet in that direction?
He was around the generalized initial contact location and the attack location, so an approximate distance of 62 feet.
And he got there by walking, correct?
Correct.
And had that initial location, had that group of teenagers stayed there, he's walking away. I mean, if he's standing at the yellow dot and the teenagers stay at the white dot, the teenagers are 62 feet away from Nicolae Miu if they stay there, correct? Should we draw it out?
Yes.
I like drawings.
Swore I wasn't going to do this on TV. Okay. This is upstream. This is downstream. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
You had a mark that you called initial contact, and I think it was white. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I just use pink?
Always is white.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
And then you had a mark that was more of a yellow. Is that fair to say? Or an orange?
Yellow, but you can use orange.
You called this one up here attack, right? Correct?
Correct.
Correct.
My understanding is that, again, this isn't in perspective, right? But the distance from there to there is 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So, Nicolae Miu, making this, he is initially here, correct?
No.
All right. And Nicolae Miu is not at the initial contact?
He is not in that location.
Okay. So when you said initial contact, who's contacting whom?
When two groups converge upon each other and they are in physical contact with each other, whether by tubes or persons.
Who are there's Nicolae Miu, agreed?
Correct.
There's the teenager group, agreed?
Yes.
And there's the Carlson group, agreed?
Agreed.
And then there's the Miu group, agreed?
Agreed.
On this part, we don't have the Miu group, correct?
Correct.
And on this part, we don't have the Carlson group, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that the initial contact is between Mr. Miu and the 6 teenagers, agreed?
Agreed.
So Mr. Miu is, I didn't put it in here, but he's in this general area at the initial contact, correct?
Where you put the X is not the correct spot. I don't mean to be semantics, Mr. Nelson.
Put it where it needs to be, please.
Initial contact, because you're upstream up here. Mr. Miu made contact at a diagonal, and he was above upstream from the tuber group.
So my mistake was on this part of it, right? Is now this correct?
Other than I don't have the X showing towards the shoreline, but in the general area, yes.
What do you mean by the, where would Mr. Miu be here?
Mr. Miu approached from this angle, so I'd put him here at the top upstream of the tuber group.
Okay, all right. And when you say he approached from this angle, you don't know that, correct?
Looking at the video, he came from upstream.
What video were you looking at? Is there a video of Mr. Miu walking from his group over to there?
He was upstream at an angle going towards the tuber group.
Okay. This is 62
When he
feet,
ran at
correct?
him.
Correct.
The video that you watched, you're saying he walked more than 62 feet?
I don't know where he walked from. I just know he was upstream of the tuber group when he had initial contact with them.
Okay, so we've got two different, I want to make sure I'm not confused here, okay? Have you seen the videos from Joanne Cockfield's phone?
Yes.
There's a video that's been admitted that's 9 seconds long in which Mr. Cockfield yells out the word raper. Are you familiar with that video?
No.
What?
There's a video that's 3 minutes and 20 seconds long that involves the incident that we're here to the jury's here to determine. Are you familiar with that video?
Yes.
Any other video that you're talking about?
No.
Okay. And then the video then that you're talking about, which is in Exhibit 2, and it's the 3 minutes and 20 seconds, that's the only video you've seen, correct?
Correct.
And in that video, Mr. Miu is walking towards the teenagers, correct?
Correct.
He eventually, I think, jogs for like 3 or 4 steps. Agreed?
Correct.
And that's what you're talking about, is when he reaches his hands out and puts his hands on the tube, that's the initial contact, correct?
Correct.
All right. So now that we got that down, from that initial contact point until where whomever attacked whomever, that's 62 feet away, correct?
Correct.
So for Mr. Miu to get from here to there, he had to walk 62 feet downstream, correct?
Correct.
Had the teenage group stayed where they were, he'd have been 62 feet away. Agreed?
Correct.
The only way that they got there is they followed him, correct?
I just know they ended up at the same location. I don't know who followed who.
Well, you watched the video, right?
I did.
And at some point, do you see Mr. Miu then walk towards the Carlson group?
Yes.
Do you know how far Mr. Miu walks from the place where he walked away from the teenagers to walk over to the Carlson group?
No.
Do you know how far the teenagers walked to follow him over there?
No.
Fair to say that in determining the locations, you
Correct.
determined the Miu group based upon the sandbar, correct?
Correct.
That's a landmark, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you're very confident in that determination of that position, correct?
Yes.
Because that's not dependent upon a human saying it was here. It's a landmark, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've done accident reconstruction on roadways, correct?
Yes, sir.
On roadways, you're often asked to determine where the lanes of the road are, correct?
Correct.
Who's in which lane, correct?
Correct.
A river is completely different, right?
It is.
Because there's no designated lanes, correct?
Correct.
As far as you know, there's no, as a law enforcement officer, there's no place that a person can or can't be on the river, correct?
Correct.
Cumulative irrelevance for this witness and beyond the scope of direct.
I barely heard you. So.
Can we approach if we're going to have
Yes.
speaking objections?
Isn't this fun?
Next question.
Just so I want to be clear, his answer stands, I'm moving on.
Fair enough.
At some point, you showed on there also the width of the river, is that correct?
Correct.
And I think the distances were ranging in that general area anywhere from 147 feet wide to 155 feet wide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Plenty of room for a group to go around one man?
Yes.
You talked about, again, on the drawing legend, we have, I think it's pretty obvious, initial contact. We've talked about what that is, right?
Correct.
And then the Carlson group and the Miu group. We talked about the Miu group is on the sandbar and that never changes, correct?
Correct.
The Carlson group is based upon one moment in time, correct?
Correct.
That may have changed throughout that 3 minutes and 20-second video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point in that 3 minutes and 20 seconds, for lack of a better phrase, Mr. Investigator Schultz picked a space and said, let's put them here.
Yes.
And then the last location we talked about there, the term used was attack location, correct?
Yes.
You're a law enforcement officer. You've been in this position here testifying in front of a jury, correct?
I have.
Right. You're here to give facts, right?
Correct.
You're not here to make determinations, right?
Yes.
You're not saying who attacked who, correct?
Correct.
It's just that's where this event happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not meaning to imply one particular person attacked another or somebody attacked somebody else. You could have used the word event location, correct?
I could have.
Incident location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you given some direction by the district attorney's office to use that term?
No.
So that's a term you chose on your own?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, it's meant to be neutral. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about we had some slides up there about viewpoint, is that right?
Yes.
And the viewpoint that we showed in the slide, there was no, can I get exhibit 104 and 105? There's no human beings in between like the Carlson group and the location that you were looking at the view. Agreed?
Agreed.
Same thing for the Miu group, correct?
Correct.
Human
You're obviously aware that
beings.
sometimes if there's a human being in between the person who's looking and what they're trying to look at, that might obstruct the view, correct?
Correct.
Showing you, if you get the screen.
I've always wanted to sing, I'm a human being. I love it.
So this is exhibit number 104, which witnesses have testified is the approximate location of people at about 149, okay?
Yes, sir.
You would agree, depending upon where somebody is at G2, there may or may not be people obstructing their view to Mr. Miu, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat, sir?
Sure. If you were trying to, you at some point...
You probably have jacked out relevance and speculation. We've had testimony.
I'm just a bean. I'm a bean man. I'm a bean man.
Objections withdrawn.
You see the pen pointing at G2 there?
I do.
If I was to tell you that's the Carlson group, does that make sense to you?
It does.
At least one of your slides was the viewpoint from G2 essentially over towards, what you called the attack location where Mr. Miu was standing, correct?
Correct.
My pen would, again, generally speaking, that viewpoint, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that depending upon where a person is in relation to this G2, their view of Riley Madison, Madison Cohn, Dante Carlson, Nick Miu, it may be obstructed by other human beings, correct?
Correct.
It all depends upon where they're standing and who's in their way, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to do any modeling by the district attorney's office about a view if there were people in these positions?
No.
In the view that you had in your presentation, that was what we would perceive of a 6-foot model, correct?
Correct.
How tall was the person looking? Were they also 6 feet? Where on the...
From their head level, yes, 6 foot tall perspective looking across.
So it was a 6-foot person looking at another 6-foot person?
Yes.
Obviously that would change again depending upon their height.
Correct.
And depending upon their height in comparison to the humans that they may or may not need to look around or through or over or under.
Yes.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Attorney Nelson asked you 150 feet is enough room for a group to go around one man, and you said yes. Do you remember that?
I do.
So enough room for one man to walk around a group?
Yes.
And Attorney Nelson asked you about this drawing, that if the initial contact was here, 62 feet later is the attack location. If the group would have stayed there, Nicolae would have been up here and they would have been 60 feet apart. Do you recall that?
I do.
The beginning of the videos were the boys in their tubes?
Yes.
And Nicolae was walking?
Yes.
And the boys would have been floating in this direction?
Yes.
Do you actually know this Exhibit 104? Click the screen. Do you know if this is where people were at some point at minute 49 in the video?
I don't know.
Do you know if this is even close to scale, the size of the circles for a person versus the distance between the groups?
There's no scale.
Okay, thanks. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
In your determination on yours, you relied upon a human being telling you, here's where it was, correct?
Correct.
You weren't there on July 30th, 2022 at 1:49 into that video, which would have been about 3:45 in the afternoon, were you?
I was not.
You agree it's reasonable to rely on the people that were there?
Yes.
And if the people that were there say that that accurately reflects where the human beings were in relation to each other, that's the same as you're relying upon Investigator Schultz, correct?
Could be.
Right?
Could be.
In fact, they were there. Mr. Schultz, Investigator Schultz wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
So if you have no information, are you going to rely upon eyewitness information about people's placement or just speculation?
And to take all information into account.
And certainly one of the things you take into account is the people that are there that say, this accurately reflects where everybody else was and I saw them.
It'll be taken into account, yes.
That's all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Coleman. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who is the next witness?
Detective De La Cruz.
Detective De La Cruz, please come forward. Yes. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand, and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
I think he's round.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
My name's Carlos De La Cruz. I'm a detective with the city of New Richmond. And you spell my last name 3 words, lowercase.
They let the detectives get very
lowercase
fat.
LA, space capital CRUZ.
And Detective De La Cruz, were you asked to assist in doing some interviews in this case?
Yes.
And why were you asked to assist?
I'm often requested to assist with Spanish-speaking witnesses or victims or suspects to help with interviews.
Are you fluent in Spanish?
I am.
Did you grow up bilingual?
I did. I was born in Mexico. I spoke Spanish as a primary first language. I've been in the U.S. for roughly 46 years, so I went through school here and learned English and grew up speaking both.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Well, actually, can I have the... Yeah. I'll put exhibit 12A up here. Do you recognize some of the folks in this photo? Maybe hard to tell, but they probably weren't wearing the same thing when you interviewed them.
Yes, I can identify a few of them that I spoke with.
Okay. Did you interview Sergio?
Yes.
Tatiana?
Yes.
Alba?
Rosie or Alba, yes.
Did she introduce herself as Rosie with you?
Yes, Rosie.
And then how about the two on the far left, Ariel and Gilma?
Yes.
So you interviewed 5 of the people from this group?
Yes.
And what language were those interviews done in?
Mostly Spanish. They did interject some English from time to time. I think they understood a little bit, but they were more comfortable in Spanish.
Okay. I'm handing you, it's been marked as Exhibit 44. Were those interviews recorded on body camera?
Yes, whatever investigator was with me, whether it be Dusty, investigator Geisness, or investigator Sheppy, they had body cameras.
Okay. And prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to look at the contents of Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And is the body cam footage from those 5 interviews on Exhibit 44?
Yes.
Judge, I move to Exhibit 44 for foundation for some transcripts only.
Any objections?
Can we approach just so I can make sure I understand?
Yes. This time I will reserve on exhibit, was it 44?
Correct.
All right, reserve on 44.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Detective. Who's next?
Sally Nichols. Can we take a short recess, Judge?
How much time do you need?
I think probably about 5 minutes. Oh, we're good.
She's here?
Yes. Okay.
Hey, Steve Baylor! Steve's here. I just lost a viewer because of that. A lurker was just like, man, what the fuck, man? Why is this somewhere else? It's loud. For you, Steve.
All right, please come forward. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Anderson.
Yes, my name is Sally Nichols. S-A-L-L-Y N-I-C-H-O-L-S. I apologize. I have a very bad cold, so I apologize for the sound of my voice right now.
Are you enjoying yourself here in the Matrix?
And Miss Nichols, what do you do for work?
I'm a certified court interpreter, so I do that pretty much full-time.
And are you certified in both Wisconsin and Minnesota?
Yes, and also the U.S. District Court.
Okay. And as part of your translator duties, do you often create transcripts translating from Spanish to English?
Steve, you're already starting.
Correct. I've transcribed and translated many transcripts in different cases.
Permission to approach? Yes. Were you asked by the Sheriff's Office to translate some recordings in this case?
Yes, I was.
And was some of those 911 calls?
Yes, there were some 911 calls.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 46. Can you identify what that is?
Yes, this is a transcript that I prepared. It's a transcript of one of the 911 calls.
And then can you keep flipping through and see if there's some more or another train?
Oh, yeah. This was the short one. And then there's another one right behind it, which is slightly longer.
So
that's correct. Two of them.
Two separate phone calls.
Hey, it's 1, 2, 3, make a wish. 1, 2, 3.
That's correct.
Okay.
She's making me want to blow my nose, though.
46, I imagine the same.
Just ask that you're on a reserve based upon our previous discussion.
Okay, 46 is reserved.
And then, Ms. Nichols, did you also receive body camera from the Sheriff's Office to transcribe?
Yes, I did.
And let me back up. How are you fluent in Spanish?
Dude, the cops have totally been
I grew
on
up
the
in Puerto Rico.
prosecution side this
I was
entire
raised
time.
there, so my parents are from the United States, but I grew up speaking Spanish and English because when I went to school, obviously, we spoke Spanish and so on. So I was able to go to some Spanish-speaking schools and some English-speaking schools and eventually a bilingual school.
Okay. I'm going to hand you Exhibit 45.
Why didn't they care about the picture of the girl's face? It started everything.
Body camera for an interview on August 3rd, 2022.
And do you include the file name on the top? You don't need to read it. Just do you include the file names on tops of the transcript?
I don't have the file name on top, but I do see the name of the person who was interviewed.
And then do you see a number, some dash numbers?
It says
I don't trust small town cops, dude.
dash 23 dash 36.
Yeah, I mean.
And then, okay. Is that a transcript you prepared from one of the?
I don't trust many cops.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, here I'm handing
Small
you
town
Exhibit
cops, though.
58.
They all know each other like really well, you know. They go out and hang out with each other all the
Is
time.
that also a transcript?
Big city cops, they're not all hanging out with each
yes,
other.
it is.
Not the same. I don't think so.
Can you just read the numbers?
Sound like Barney Fife and
Yes, it
shit.
says transcript of body camera 8/21/10 main camera.
Okay. Exhibit 69.
It's like, what was that? That Joe Pesci movie where he
Yes,
got
that's
busted
also
in a small town. Remember
transcript
that?
I prepared,
Or
and it
that one with
says,
Humpty Dumpty.
Transcript of body camera 21/11/31 main camera.
Do the Humpty Hump. With Dan Aykroyd. That was like a small town too, court.
Yes, I recognize this one too. This is transcript of body camera 19/01/12 main camera.
Yeah, like they're all, you could tell that the cops are like super buddy-buddy with the DA here.
And this one also, transcript of body camera 18-10-01 main camera.
Did you transcribe these as accurately as possible, as close as you can get to a direct translation?
Yes, I did. What I do is I transcribe it first, just so I listen to it many, many times and decipher as much as I can hear. There are always a few words you can't completely hear, so I just write unintelligible when that happens. But yes, I transcribe it first, and then I go through and translate it into English.
Okay. Judge, I imagine with the same reservation, I'd move to admit exhibits 71, 70, 69, 58, and 45.
At this time, I'll reserve on those exhibits.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
No questions.
All right, thank you.
Dude, they be eating all the cheese in Wisconsin. That's why everybody's fat.
Ms. Nichols, see
Ain't
the
that-
witness
is
coordinator
that
in the
it?
back, and she'll tell you where to go next.
Yes, thank you, sir.
You know where the
Who's the next
Packers are?
witness?
Judge, we've actually exhausted the witnesses we were able to get in for today.
All right.
They're going to leave early.
There's nothing left to do.
I think we have something to address outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. Members of the jury, as I mentioned this morning, the attorneys have been working very hard to stay on task and to keep the case moving. They're doing such a good job that we ran out of witnesses for the day. So while we're not going to be able to advance the trial further today, be rest assured that we are ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. We will resume tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Please follow the same protocol coming into the building. Again, no independent research, no investigation. Do not visit the site. Do not speak with anyone about this
Dang,
case,
man.
including the attorneys, the media,
They're supposed to have another
the
hour and a
audience
half,
members,
wow.
or anybody else. Do not watch any news reports or social media posts about this matter. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
I don't know why that shit says there's 0 subs right now in Twitch. I see at least 2 right there. The thing's broken. My bot's broken, bro. The bot's just always acting up on me, man. It's always something. It's one of the bots. It's always one of them. There's just so many of them. Don't tell me which one's gonna give me trouble.
All right, please be seated.
Can we actually approach, Judge?
Yes.
You know, one of the best cheeses I've got was a clearance cheese, and I wish I would have stocked up on it at Costco. It had like big chunks of like mustard in it, dude. It was mustard cheese, and you could actually see it was like they looked like peppercorns almost. They were so big, and they had a texture to them. Oh no, not peppercorns. They weren't quite that big. I don't know now. They were mustard seed, but they were plump. They were kind of plump though. They definitely had a texture. I could feel them in the cheese as I was chewing it, you know, kind of the mustard seeds. That shit was fire, dude. Man, I went back there with none left. I would have definitely bought 4 of them. I don't know, because cheese lasts forever, dude. You know that? I don't even know why it has expiration date on it. Well, hard cheese lasts forever, pretty much. You don't even have to refrigerate hard cheese. But soft cheese, even as long as it's not extremely soft, like that soupy shit, that one though would have probably like Gouda texture. It was closer to that. I'm pretty sure that like as long as you don't open it, it probably lasts for years. Cheese is amazing, dude. It's amazing that we figured all this shit out over time, or that, or the aliens gave us the info. But whatever the case, the fact that it works and we can do it, and it's all from stuff that comes from the planet. You know what I mean? We're not getting anything anywhere else. It's not being Amazoned in from the universe somewhere. It's all coming out of our planet, man. Wow. All the flavors that we have. All the, you know, it reminds me of the movie K-Pax. Kevin Spacey's character, he's an alien. He traveled on a beam of light to get here, and he was being interviewed by the dude, you know, the Big Lebowski. He's a doctor, psychologist, and he says, like, they're talking about why he comes there or whatever, and he says he's like eating a banana. He got a banana from the doctor because he had a bowl of fruit, and he takes a bite out of it, peel and all. Just takes a bite. And he said the produce alone is worth the trip. That always stuck with me, because we do have so much abundance in produce that to an alien planet or alien life form, this could be like at a vacation destination because of that. If their planet is more like Mars, something. I just watched that movie Life with Jake Gyllenhaal. He was in Donnie Darko. It's a pretty good movie though. If you haven't seen it, it's about a single cell that they get from an exploratory mission. It comes back and they're able to collect a single cell out of dirt, and they grow it. They grow it and it multiplies, and that's a trippy movie, dude. If you haven't seen it, it's one of the better movies I've seen recently, just because it's something that might actually could possibly happen. Like maybe there is we have life forms on Earth that go dormant. We have amphibious life forms that need water, that can go dry and dormant and come back to life with water put back on them. It's insane, dude. So it's the story is very believable.
I believe that we are done for the day. We're going to resume tomorrow at 8 a.m. with the interpreter witnesses, correct?
Trippy.
Yes.
All right. Yes. That's the schedule? Okay. All right, that's all. We are in recess. Thank you, everyone.
It's like Aliens meets, what movie would that be meeting for that one? Man, I don't know. It's like maybe meeting like 3 movies. Because the whole time they're in the International Space Station, floating around. They're never on Earth. The entire movie, you're never on Earth. I don't remember ever being on Earth. No. So it starts off in the space station and ends in the space station. not necessarily.
Well, good afternoon from the Fox 9 Streaming Center. You've been watching our gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial in St. Croix
Let's
County
watch the trailer.
Circuit
Oh,
Court,
no,
an
don't
early
copyright
end
me.
to this day
Think they will?
of witness testimony.
Let's see,
Somewhat surprising, just given the fact that
I bet
this
they
is,
do copyright me.
it is said or
So,
estimated
who
that this would be a
cares? Let's go. This is it right here. Let's get the longest one. All right, what I'll do is I'll put it in the corner in hopes that they don't get me for it. Sometimes that'll like make a difference for some reason because it's smaller. Come on, bro. Fuck, man. But this is what I'm working with here. No hands. It should be moving. It's not moving. Okay, they're definitely gonna get me for this one. How long does it play this song?
Copyright infringement.
Oh, it plays it a while.
I'm an astronaut, not a gym teacher.
This could be a major scientific.
Lowering oxygen, more
Bring the Martian back to Earth.
Look how fast it's growing.
All muscle, all brain.
Creatures wiped out Mars millions of years ago.
Let's kill the thing.
Cow jumping over the moon. Life form.
To survive. Survive re-entry.
But it could.
Right? Huh? Did I sell you on it? Yeah, fuck yeah. It's better that way anyway, because like that was the trailer, right? And oftentimes trailers give away too much. And I didn't know shit about the movie when I watched it. Nothing. It just looked kind of cool. I was like, oh, interesting. I read the plot on it, and I was like, okay. It's got decent ratings on it. I don't even think I watched the trailer. So I saved you from seeing too much of the trailer, but still you get to see what it looks like. What do you think? The blob concept. No, it gets bigger. Kind of blobby though, because the blob did get bigger too when it absorbed people. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. That's why it's like a combination of a bunch of different movies, kind of, because it does get bigger from consumption of like us. Did I give away too much?
today who had the better day on either side?
I think points were raised by both sides. As a defense attorney, of course, I'm looking at the defense side.
That was a
and
commercial
thinking,
break.
you know, what would I have asked? What would I have wanted to elicit from those witnesses? And I think the defense did a good job. They established distances. They used the witnesses to talk about, I think, kind of the big component today was with
maybe you should talk to them about
Trevion.
that.
The defense.
Maybe you should be like, hey, what the fuck is your problem? Stop letting your chickens shit all over the eggs. That's not supposed to. I actually, it's funny you just mentioned that because I just read a post that somebody was a store that was buying eggs from a farm and noticed that there was poop on our eggs all the time and it upsetted them. So they went to the farm and took pictures of the living conditions of the chickens, and it wasn't right. It wasn't up to spec even. So maybe you should go check out what's going on over there, unless it's your buddy that's doing it or some shit. But if they're selling those things professionally and they're doing it like that, it might not even be up to code, letting their chickens shit on the eggs like that, because it could cause some sort of foodborne illness epidemic or some shit. Can it? Can it do something? What can it do? Motherfucker, you trying to kill people out here? Ebola or something? E. coli? One of the lies. It's one of those, dude. You know what I'm talking about. Comes chicken shit. Chicken, what? Chicken shit, bacteria. What we got? What we got? Salmonella. Oh, that's it. It's a nilla and a Campylobacter. I thought you could get the worst ones though. What? That's it? That's it? Well, that's not too bad. Just lick it off, dude. Stop being a bitch. Lick it off. It's creamy, ain't it? As long as it's still creamy, it's good. Ted, shut the hell up. Yes, it will.
Yeah, I think, number one, I think
You're
we're going to
trying to
hear
get
that.
somebody
We're going
hurt,
to hear
Ted. I
from
don't approve
him.
of that.
I believe the defense will be calling him to testify. They had stated in opening statements
Chicken
their
dust,
intention
also
to do
known as
so.
poultry dust, can cause potential health issues. The hell's that? Chicken dust. Homie. Chicken dust. This dust can contain a variety of substances, including bacteria, fungi, and dried fecal matter. Dust exposure, respiratory irritation, allergies, occupational asthma. Bro, chickens are dangerous. You hear about they had to kill a bunch just recently. But if I put it last this week, I heard that they're having to kill a bunch of them, dude, because of the chicken flu. That's weird that it's not coming up on YouTube. They don't want anybody to know. Seven hours ago, poultry giants cold to cash in. April 2nd. How much they had? What did they have to do just recently? Where's it at? Oh man, poor doggy. They only killed 3. 26 of the farm's 160 chickens. That's it. $1 million. No, that was November. Where's the new number at, man? Whoa. Since 2022, more than 80 million birds. Chickens. All my signs for the chicken. Got all these millions of chickens. Poor chickens. They're slaves. And then we get them all sick because they're so close to each other. They're not supposed to be living that close to each other. It makes it easier for them to like get super sick. Just like the migrants. Yo. Make sure you cook them. Right? Yeah, still. Why are you letting your chickens shit on the eggs, Ted? Is that what you're doing? Should probably end this stream now. Before it's over. Before it's over, man. Time to go. Thanks for hanging out, though. Here, I'll give you some fake money to make it okay. I don't know. I don't know if they're bringing the flu here. Maybe. Later, dude. Later, sis T. Steve. Try to be here tomorrow morning for the court. Later, Les, Paul. Anybody else? Mark Hopper. Everybody else. Anybody, everybody. Mr. Bill. D-Dog. Joker. All right. Take it easy. Still got 22 o'clock here, so sweet. All right.